Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents When to Fear the Living by B.L. Brunnemer, narrated by Carla Mercer-Meyer and Chris Kaczewski. Chapter 1. Thursday. I was laughing when I opened my locker. At least I was until I saw a folded piece of paper in my otherwise empty locker. I was tired of these stupid notes. I've been getting one every day since we came back from Christmas break. I picked it up, unfolded it, and read it. You get more beautiful every day. Your secret admirer. Secret admirer my ass. One of my friends were messing with me. I turned around and looked up at Isaac, Ethan, and Miles. Okay, which one of you is messing with me? All conversation stopped as they looked at me, confusion written all over their faces.
What are you talking about, Red?
Isaac asked in his sweet, rich, honey-like voice. It was hard to look at Isaac and not smile. His personality just came out through those chocolate eyes of his. Not to mention his grin when he was up to no good, which was usually all the time. His hair was freshly buzzed on the sides, his longer hair on top trimmed a little. His vibrant blue hair with darker blue streaks was starting to look a bit less like Cookie Monster and more like ocean waves from the length. I handed him the note before turning back to put my books away.
Red's got a secret admirer,
Isaac chanted. I shut my locker, turned back to them, and shot Isaac a glare. He just kept grinning as he handed the note to Ethan. Ethan was Isaac's identical twin, though that only meant they were both too good-looking for their own good. Ethan had a style that was vastly different than his brother. Where Isaac wore bright colors, Ethan wore all black and silver rings. His straight jaw-length black hair was tucked behind his ears, showing off his right ear, and the 5 silver loop rings running up it. Ethan hadn't shaved this morning, and the black scruff over his jaw had me occasionally watching him in appreciation. Yeah, he was my friend, but I was only human. Ethan grinned as he read it.
This isn't me, beautiful,
Ethan said, in his smooth, smoky voice that could stop a girl in her tracks.
I'd write better shit than that.
He passed the note to Miles while Isaac kept chanting.
Someone's got a crush on Red. Someone's got a crush on Red.
I ignored Isaac as I looked at Miles. He frowned. With his high cheekbones and angled jaw, it had an interesting effect on my heart. Though, to be fair, that might not have anything to do with his frown. His chestnut hair was shorter than last month. The curl was gone, and the wave was back. His emerald green eyes narrowed on the note behind his black-rimmed glasses. While as tall as the twins, he was leaner with broader shoulders.
This isn't my writing, Lexi,
Miles said in his quiet timbre. He looked over to me from the note as he continued.
And I don't recognize it.
I looked over their faces. They weren't lying. They really hadn't sent the note. Must have been Asher, or even Zeke. Since the breakup with Dylan, Zeke had been fighting with me over the stupidest shit. Maybe he was trying to make up for it? Yeah, I didn't buy it either. I took the note back and looked at it again before heading to the cafeteria.
Is that the first note?
Ethan asked as we walked down the hall. No, I've gotten one every day since we got back from vacation, I grumbled. It must be Asher. He probably wanted me to feel pretty or something. Ever since I came home from spending that week at Asher's, he'd been acting sweeter than usual. It was just in little ways, but I noticed it. It didn't help that each time he smiled at me, it made my stomach flutter. The stupid butterflies had gone nuts and taken an interest in Asher. Okay, yeah, it was me. I needed to get over this crush. The notes were probably Asher trying to cheer me up. I was just going to have to ask.
Doesn't Dylan have friends here?
Miles asked, his voice neutral. I sighed. Yeah, I said wearily. 2 days after my ex Dylan dumped me, he called. He apologized and said he was just really tired and depressed. I might have bought it if he didn't hurt me on purpose on his way out the door. I don't think he'd bother, I added.
I'm not so sure about that, Red.
Isaac smirked down at me.
He did ask you to forgive him.
I snorted. Fuck that. The guys chuckled as we reached the cafeteria. It was a single-story building, but long. The food wasn't bad. We even had healthy options, but it was just a cafeteria. Isaac and Ethan walked in ahead of us. Miles held the door open for me to walk ahead of him. I gave him a small smile. Miles was always a gentleman. He grinned back as I passed to follow the twins. Everyone made their way through the crowded cafeteria to the square table we'd been using since it got too cold to sit outside. Asher was already there going through his history book. Asher was handsome, in your wholesome boy-next-door way. If the boy next door was an international model, high cheekbones and a sharp chin gave him that movie star quality. His sandy blonde hair was shorter than a month ago. He was leaning his temple on his hand with his eyes on his book. Those eyes, by the way, amazing, with dark blue, light blue, and white flecks, looked like ocean waves crashing. His dark blue sweater hugged the muscles of his chest and arms. I dropped the note onto the page he was reading. "Is this you?" I asked, as I set my bag down and started pulling off my jacket. By the time I was sitting next to him, Asher was looking at me, frowning.
"No, Allie, this wasn't me."
Asher held the note up between two fingers.
"What's going on?" "Someone has been leaving Lexi love notes,"
Ethan told him gleefully. I rolled my eyes as I pulled out my lunch.
"How long?"
Asher asked as he looked back to me. "Since we got back from vacation, I figured it was one of you messing with me." I pulled my sandwich out.
"Who's messing with you?"
A gravelly, deep voice demanded. I looked up to watch Zeke start to take off his jacket. Zeke was huge. There was no getting around it. Or him. He was 2 heads taller than me, with wide shoulders and more muscle than you'd believe. If his size didn't scare you, his wide, strong jaw, broad cheekbones, and angry glares would do it. It's not that he wasn't good-looking. He was. Just in a scary, rough kind of good-looking. It didn't help that the only thing he wore was black jeans, shirt, motorcycle boots, and a new gunmetal wallet chain. The wallet chain had been a gift to him from my Uncle Rory this Christmas. He finished pulling off his black snow jacket and sat down across from me. "I thought it was one of you guys, but they're all saying no." I pointed at the note. "Unless this is you." Zeke was frowning as he took the note from Asher and read it. His ice blue eyes met mine.
"Not me."
He tossed the note back over to me. "Zeke," I grinned.
"What?"
"Someone is messing with me." I grinned as he shook his head at me. Yeah, I liked giving Zeke shit a bit, or all the time, depending on my mood. But this probation thing was actually starting to irk me. Last month, Asher, Ethan, and Isaac's girlfriends were trying to get rid of me by being bitches. I figured the guys liked them, so I just dealt with it, until I went after Asher's girlfriend. When they found out what had been going on, they hadn't been very happy with me. The others had let it go, but Zeke had put me on probation. I still didn't have a clue what it was, only that I had to tell Zeke whenever someone messed with me. I had about a week left, and I was trying not to let it bother me.
"Thanks,"
he said dryly, before he pulled his own lunch out of his bag.
"I still say it's Dylan,"
Ethan announced, his mouth full of sandwich. I shook my head as Ethan pointed at Asher.
"He has friends here, right?"
Asher nodded slowly.
"Yeah."
Asher's eyes unfocused as he looked at the table.
"I'll ask around."
I rolled my eyes. It was probably a waste of time. I pulled out a pen and my notebook. "I have a better idea," I announced as I tore out part of a page. "Let's just ask." I wrote a message asking who it was and if they were a friend of Dylan's. I was putting my notebook away when the guys read the note.
"That works,"
Isaac observed as he opened his bag of chips. "I'll stick it to my locker. Whoever it is might come by and see it." I shrugged as I picked up my sandwich. A tall, willowy, lilac-haired girl sat down next to Zeke. Riley. Zeke's girlfriend was pretty awesome. She had good cheekbones and lovely almond eyes, and she was also the only survivor of the great girlfriend purge of December. At least, that's what I was calling it. Isaac called it the bitch fest. "What are you sticking to your locker?" Riley asked, setting her lunch down on the table.
"Red's got a secret admirer,"
Isaac answered before I could. I rolled my eyes. "Really?" she asked. Isaac snatched the note from in front of me to pass it to Riley. Riley read it and smiled. "Interesting. Any idea who?" Riley asked as she grinned. "Not a fucking clue," I admitted, before I took a bite out of my sandwich.
"She wrote a note back asking who it is. That's what she's sticking on her locker,"
Ethan supplied since I was eating. "Any interest there, Lexi?" Riley asked excitedly. I groaned while I rolled my eyes. The guys chuckled as I finished my bite. "God, no. I'm still trying to get rid of the last one," I said emphatically. Riley chuckled. "Dylan's still calling you?" she asked as she opened her salad container. "Calling, texting, sending emails," I grumbled. "That's got to be satisfying," Riley offered before taking a bite of her salad. "The first 3 times, yeah. The rest, no," I said dryly. Talking about Dylan made my stomach knot. I put my sandwich back in my lunch bag, half-eaten. I just started to love the guy, and I pushed it out of my head and tried to focus on something else. I looked at Isaac, who was happily eating his sandwich. "Do you have tuna again?" I asked as I grinned at him. Isaac loved tuna fish. He said it was low in fat but high in protein. I didn't understand the low in fat, considering there was lots of mayo on the stuff. He swallowed his food and smiled at me.
"Yes, I do,"
Isaac said.
"You should try my tuna salad, Red. It's pretty good."
I eyed him. "Didn't your mom make that?" I asked pointedly. He shook his head.
"She's refusing to make our lunches anymore,"
Isaac grumbled. I snickered. "Aw, the poor twins have to make their own lunch," I taunted them. "It's almost like you're 17-year-olds. Everyone but the twins burst out laughing. The twins' cheeks tinged pink as Ethan glared at me.
"You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you, beautiful?"
Ethan asked. I gave him my fake outraged look. "Never," I gasped dramatically. Ethan glared at me.
"What did you do, Red?"
Isaac demanded. "I only pointed out that you guys would be going to college soon, and you should probably learn to cook for yourselves a bit," I said innocently. The twins glared at me as everyone else laughed. Isaac dropped his sandwich and reached for me. I dodged his hands by surging to my feet and moving behind a chuckling Asher. Ethan was already up and heading toward me. Shit. I calculated my chances of getting back to my bag and jacket. They weren't good. Instead, I turned and ran for the other door of the cafeteria.
"You're dead, Red,"
Isaac shouted.
"Lexi,"
Ethan yelled. I snickered as I hit the door and ran out into the cold, turning towards the library. The cafeteria door slammed shut again. I ran down an empty hallway, footsteps echoed from behind me. Shit. I turned down another hallway and spotted someone I knew. "Ryan!" I shouted. Ryan, the drummer for Ethan's band, looked up from his group of friends. Ethan's drummer was big and burly. His buzzed brown hair was covered by a black beanie. The horseshoe-shaped ring through the septum of his nose was surprising, but it was his eyebrow stud that drew your attention to his gray eyes. When he saw me running, his eyes went wide. "A little help?" I called. Ryan got to his feet as one of the twins rounded the corner behind me.
"What's going on?"
Ryan asked as I ran past. "Buy me time," I shouted back, laughing as I ran. Ryan chuckled as I kept running. I was about to turn down another hallway when I was grabbed around the waist. The smell of limes filled my nose as I was lifted off my feet.
"Gotcha,"
Isaac declared triumphantly. Laughing and out of breath, I didn't even fight him as he lifted me to dangle over his shoulder.
Bad red.
Isaac smacked me on the butt, hard. I yelped at the sting and then kept laughing my ass off. Isaac walked over to Ethan and Ryan, still carrying me.
"What's going on?"
Ryan asked, as Isaac turned a bit so the others could see me.
"Lexi convinced our mom not to make lunches for us anymore,"
Ethan informed him. I sniggered and looked at them from my upside-down position. "It's just lunch," I pointed out. Ryan chuckled.
"Just lunch?"
Isaac scoffed.
"You forget morning snack, second lunch, afternoon snack, and after-school snack."
Isaac started to tilt backwards, threatening to drop me. My sweater began to slide down. "Shirt, shirt, shirt!" I yelled. Ethan reached out and pulled my sweater back up. He even tucked the back into my jeans so it wouldn't happen again. I was laughing again as they started walking by a chuckling Ryan.
"See you at practice, Ryan,"
Ethan said as he followed behind Isaac. I pushed off of Isaac's lower back to wave. "Bye, Ryan," I called before dropping back down and giggling. "How did you get around me?" Isaac snorted.
"Ethan couldn't take you down, but he could run you out,"
Isaac explained.
"So I ran parallel to him through the side hall."
"Damn," I said, still laughing. "I'll have to zigzag more next time." The guys chuckled. Then they began talking about what to do with me.
"Trash can?"
Ethan offered. I cringed.
"Nah, too old school. What about the water fountain near the library?"
Isaac countered. I burst out laughing. "Sure. What do you think Miles will do to you two this time?" I asked, sweetly. They grumbled and moved on. In December, the twins thought it would be funny to soak me outside in the snow. They accidentally overdid it. By the time I got into Asher's house, I had been hypothermic. Asher and Zeke had to strip me down and get me wrapped up so I didn't die. I later heard that Miles's lecture was scathing.
"Locker?"
Ethan countered. Isaac hemmed and hawed.
"She'd fit,"
Isaac agreed. "Don't you think that stuffing me in a locker is a bit out of proportion?" I asked, dryly.
"Nope. Mom made empanadas on Sunday,"
Ethan explained.
"She said we couldn't take any in our lunches or have them for snacks."
I looked back at him. "The chorizo and cheese ones?" I asked, suddenly interested. They sighed.
"Yeah,"
Isaac answered. "I'm screwed," I announced. They chuckled. They kept going on until they carried me into the cafeteria like that. We got a lot of looks, including ones from teachers, though they didn't seem to care too much.
"Put her down now,"
Zeke growled.
"No,"
Isaac stated stubbornly.
"She's my red. I caught her fair and square."
I snorted.
"I wasn't asking."
Zeke's voice grew firmer. Isaac grumbled wordlessly, then put me down. Ethan held my shoulders until the dizziness passed. When I was good, I gave him a smile.
"You still owe us snacks, Red,"
Isaac threatened. I stuck my tongue out at him before I sat back down and looked at Riley. "I still need to find a dress for winter formal," I announced. The guys all groaned as if they were in agony. Riley and I smiled at each other. Torturing the guys with girl stuff had become our favorite lunchtime activity. "Are we going with Jake this time?" she asked, spearing a tomato. Shit. I reached into my coat pocket to pull out my phone. I forgot to ask him. I quickly called Jake, Dylan's gay friend, who I now had joint custody of since the breakup. "Hey, sweetness. Tell me you're surrounded by hot guys." Jake's cheerful voice made me smile. He was the only person who I could really talk about the guys to, at least about how hot they were. "Always handsome," I said, as if it were obvious. He chuckled. "I need a favor. Are you free Saturday?" "Let me guess. You still haven't found a dress." "Nope. Can you help?" I asked, sweetly, watching the conversation going on around me. "Yeah,
"What are you looking for?"
Jake asked. There was a familiar husky voice in the background. My stomach knotted even more. It was Dylan.
"Hold on a sec, sweetness."
I listened to Jake tell Dylan to chill the fuck out.
"I'm back."
I keep finding way too girly stuff, like princess shit, and I can't stand it, I grumbled. Jake chuckled.
"I imagine black."
"Of course," I replied.
"Are we going for sexy, elegant, or sweet?"
"What do you think?" I countered.
"Sexy, elegant it is."
Jake sounded proud.
"I have an aunt that has a shop here in Dulcet. She's got great taste. Come meet me on Saturday and we'll have some fun."
I smiled. "That would sound so dirty if you were straight," I said, smiling. He snickered.
"True, very true," Jake offered.
Dylan's voice spoke again. He sighed.
"Lexi, Dylan is asking to talk to you."
Jake's voice was pained. "Tell him I have to go. The bell rang," I said, innocently.
"You got it. See you Saturday."
I hung up the phone, then smiled at Riley. "We have a shopping date Saturday with our favorite guy," I announced. Riley frowned. "As in this Saturday? I'm stuck watching my cousins that day," she grumbled. "I love Jake." "Me too. We need to find him a hot guy of his own, though," I thought out loud as the guys groaned. Isaac winced.
"Not today."
Zeke groaned painfully. Riley and I giggled. It was almost time for the bell. I packed up my stuff and asked if anyone had any tape. Miles, of course, pulled out a small roll of Scotch tape and handed it to me. "Thank you, sir," I said in my fake British accent.
"You're welcome, my lady,"
Miles answered in his gallant voice. I was smiling as I headed back to my locker. I put the note up just as the bell rang. Joy. Jim. On the way out of art class, Asher showed me his latest drawing attempt. It was robots on the moon, and there wasn't a single stick figure in sight. Oh, wait, there he was, falling off a crater and becoming a splat at the bottom. "I like it," I told him as I pulled my bag onto my shoulder.
"Keep it."
He handed it to me, grinning as we walked out into the hallway. I rolled it and slipped it into my bag as we headed to my locker to pick up my books. "Where'd you get the idea?" I asked. He shrugged, his cheeks turning pink.
"I was bored a couple days ago, so I found some how to draw videos for kids online," he admitted.
I burst out laughing.
"Hey, I actually liked some of the drawings they did. Robots on the moon looked fun to me,"
he admitted. I wrapped my arm around his and gave him a squeeze. I smiled up at him. "Ash, that is so freaking cute," I said. He snorted as I let go. Asher walked with me back to my locker to pick up my books. Since we got back from vacation, I sometimes stowed my books in my locker at lunch. Walking there and back gave the parking lot time to empty out a bit, and a little more time with Asher, but I wasn't admitting it.
"It is not,"
he muttered as we turned down another hall.
"I was just bored out of my mind."
"Well, next time you're that bored, come over to my house. We can do a movie marathon," I offered, smiling.
"Or we can go out and do something fun,"
he said as he grinned down at me.
"Like ice skating. The lake's still frozen and it's something you should do at least once a year. Or go to a movie,"
he offered. I grumbled. "You want me on ice with skates? Are you trying to find ways to watch me make a fool out of myself?" I asked dryly. He chuckled as we turned down the hall where my locker was.
"There's also snowboarding, skiing, and snowmobiling," he offered.
I thought about it. "If you promise there will be no recording devices of any kind," I said. He smiled that smile at me that sent my pulse into overdrive.
"I promise. There will be no recording devices of any kind,"
he assured me. When did his smile get so killer? "Then I'll try, but I'm not promising anything," I grumbled as we reached my locker. The note on the door was gone. I opened my locker. There was a folded piece of paper on my books. That was fast. I picked up the note.
"What?"
"Secret admirer guy," I said as I opened the note. He wrote back, "Who's Dylan? I don't know anyone by that name. I've seen you around campus. You're beautiful and kind of hard to miss. Honestly, I just want to get to know you. I'm socially awkward and say the wrong thing at times. I can write and rewrite a note to make sure I'm not saying something in an offensive way, which I can't do in person. Your secret admirer." "He is not a friend of Dylan's," I said, surprised. Asher leaned against the locker next to mine.
"Then who is it?"
I handed him the note. As he read it, I pulled out my notebook and wrote a letter back.
"This guy has a crush,"
he announced. I sighed as I tore out the note.
"What did you write back?"
His voice was a little strained, but I was trying to find that tape Miles had given me and wasn't paying attention. I handed Asher the note so I could find it, not expecting he'd read it out loud.
"Secret admirer. Dylan is my ex who's trying to get me to go out with him again. I thought you might be one of his friends trying to help him out. I'm sorry, but I'm just out of a breakup and I'm really not looking to date right now, but a friend is always welcome. By the way, have I actually met you? Lexi."
I winced. That was really blunt. Too harsh? I pulled the tape from my bag. Asher had a strange half grin on his face as he reread it.
"No, it's direct. You're letting him know you're not interested, but you're willing to be his friend. If he doesn't want that, then he knows not to waste his time."
Asher still had the strange half grin on his face as he handed the note back to me. I put the note on my locker door. I started to shove my books in my bag.
"You're not even looking for a date to winter formal, are you?"
he asked, quietly. I thought about it as I put the last book in my bag and shut my locker. "It would be nice," I admitted, as we started walking again. "But I'm not looking for anything romantic right now. And I wouldn't want the guy to get the wrong idea." I shrugged. Then I got an idea. Hell, maybe I'll ask Jake if he wants to come. Bonus grope-free dancing. Asher chuckled as we turned down another hallway.
"Well, both Isaac and I are going, so you'd have grope-free dancing anyway,"
Asher reminded me. I grinned. That's true. We were headed out to the student lot when I heard my name being called. I turned around and spotted Doyle Barnes walking toward us.
"He's still after you?"
Asher asked, his voice full of disbelief. "I guess," I muttered. We had met Doyle during a party in December. He'd been trying to pool shark Isaac, so I hustled him. He'd been saying hi to me ever since. I had originally thought he was an asshole, but over the last couple weeks, he'd been nothing but nice. Doyle was a head and a half taller than me. His blonde hair was nicely trimmed. His gray eyes were smiling as he walked toward us. Sure, Doyle wasn't bad on the eyes. However, considering who I hung out with, I had much higher standards for hotness.
"I'll leave you to it."
Asher grinned down at me before he started walking off. "Traitor?" I hissed at him. Asher chuckled as he headed for the lot.
"Hey, Lexi, did you paint anything good today?"
Doyle asked, his voice cheerful. I shrugged before unrolling the paper under my arm. It was a bouquet of flowers. I had no choice.
"It looks great."
His eyes went to my face. He grinned.
"You hate it, right?"
I nodded. "Too cheerful," I grumbled. Doyle chuckled. His warm eyes met mine.
"I heard that you and Dylan broke up," he said. "Breakups suck."
I snorted as I began rolling up the picture. "Yeah, they do," I admitted. Doyle leaned down so he could meet my eyes again.
"You're still too pretty for him anyway,"
he said, matter-of-factly. I chuckled and smiled at him. He grinned back.
"I'll see you around, Lexi,"
Doyle said before he took off into the hallway. I sighed. Doyle had been making a point to make me smile lately. It was sweet, but I didn't want him to think I was interested. I wasn't really interested in anyone now. Well, anyone I could have, I grumbled to myself as I headed for my '89 Blazer. I got into my truck and headed across town to the gym. I had been looking at Asher different ever since I spent the week at his house, working to build my link to the Veil. During that week, I had horrible nightmares from the soul of a sadistic killer. I woke up forgetting who I was. I thought I had done the terrible things in my nightmares. Asher held me night after night, reminding me who I was until I came back. And then he'd hold me as I shook. He'd remind me who I am, that I didn't do those things. Ever since that week, I looked at him differently. I pulled into the parking lot of the gym and parked between the twins' car and Miles's. I'm going to ignore my feelings, and they are going to go away, right? Right. Time to get my ass kicked. 2 hours later, I dropped to the mat because I put myself off balance. Again. So Zeke had given me a small shove. I hated Zeke with a passion right now. The asshole always pushed me until I wanted to puke. After the weights, the bag, the jump rope, and the fucking running he insisted on, I was tired. I lay on the mat, gasping, sweating, and waiting to see if I'd be sick. Zeke's sweaty face came into view as he bent down to look at me. At least the fucker wasn't grinning. I hate you, I grumbled.
And your point?
Zeke asked. I groaned as I sat up. I wasn't supposed to have fight training tonight, I reminded him.
It's for not telling me about those notes sooner.
He smirked down at me. I flipped him off. He chuckled as he reached down and pulled me to my feet by my hands. I got up, my stomach still iffy, and I had to blink to focus a little more. Zeke, seriously, my stomach is rolling, and I'm getting lightheaded. His eyes ran over my face.
Okay, one more set and we're done,
he ordered. I groaned as I moved into position, my arms already feeling dead. Zeke put on the padded mitts again. He held them out, and I went at it. I punched the first mitt and moved immediately to the other, then back. Only Zeke had moved it, making me move to hit it properly, or he'd knock me down when I was off balance. Again. I hit. Zeke took half a step back. I kicked the other mitt. My lungs were burning as I switched my stance and kicked the mitt he held at his chest level. He held one down for me to practice a sweep. I hit. That's when the world really began to spin, and I dropped to the mat, just barely catching myself with my arms and landing on my butt.
Lexi!
Zeke's face was in front of me, his hand on my chin, forcing me to look at him. Just dizzy, I muttered. Zeke frowned at me.
Didn't you eat lunch?
He growled at me. A couple of other people were watching us. Someone going down in the gym was never good or ignored. The spinning was slowing down a little. A guy around our age came over to our mat.
Lexi, answer me!
Zeke shouted at me. Yeah, I ate lunch, you dick! I shot back. There was laughing coming from somewhere in the gym. Zeke frowned at me.
Did you eat it, or did you take a couple bites and stop?
He growled. Go to hell, I grumbled back. The butthead knew me too well.
Damn it, Lexi,
he shot back.
Have you been drinking water?
No, I drink ammonia, I snapped back. Zeke snorted.
Are you all right?
Someone asked. I turned from Zeke to look up at him. I recognized him. It was the guy who eavesdropped on a conversation the guys and I had once. I nodded, then went back to glaring at Zeke.
Yeah, she was stupid and didn't eat at lunch,
Zeke growled. The world was almost done spinning.
You're such a stubborn shit sometimes. Hey, don't talk to her like that,
eavesdropping guy snapped. We ignored him. I wouldn't be on the floor if you had fucking listened to me, I countered.
You wouldn't be on the floor if you ate your lunch,
he shot back.
Don't worry about it. They argue like this all the time. It gets pretty funny sometimes. Just watch the show.
Someone called from one of the other mats. The guy, I didn't really look at him again, for I was too busy glaring at Zeke, stepped away. I flipped Zeke off before trying to get up. It didn't work. The world spun again, and I dropped back on my butt. Zeke seemed to realize I was in more trouble than I thought. His glare disappeared, and worry filled his eyes.
Lexi?
Oh, okay. We may have a problem, I admitted. He dropped the other mitt and took my hands in his big calloused ones.
Let's get you up and see if it stops,
he said, his voice having lost its pissed-off tone already. He stood up, still holding my hands.
1, 2, 3.
He pulled while I stood, and the world spun again. Shit. I was instantly leaning against Zeke's chest, my forehead resting on his shirt as the world tilted. His hands on my arms were keeping me steady. After a few seconds, he asked,
Is it getting better?
Nope. I closed my eyes, hoping that would help. Zeke cursed. Reaching down, he picked me up and cradled me against his chest. The world spun even worse as I clung to his shirt. Damn, Zeke. Slow down, or I'm gonna puke.
Come on. There's some juice in my bag that you're going to drink. It should help.
He growled. Zeke started moving. I kept my eyes closed. Yeah, but how long has it been there? I grumbled.
Is she okay?
Dave, one of the trainers, called out.
She's dizzy because she didn't eat.
Zeke bit out. I pointed my finger in the air. I told him I wanted to puke and was lightheaded, Dave. He made me do another set. I defended myself. Chuckles ran around the room as Zeke carried me through the gym. The arguing Zeke and I did wasn't new to anyone here, but we did provide entertainment.
What happened?
Miles's voice came from somewhere.
Zeke broke red. Allie? Whoa, what happened to Beautiful? She's dizzy 'cause she didn't eat lunch,
Zeke growled. As he walked past them, I leaned back so I could see the boys past Zeke's massive shoulder. I told him I was lightheaded, and the asshole made me do another set. Get him, I demanded. They all chuckled.
We're staying out of this, Red,
Isaac said as he backed away.
Yeah, we're not stupid enough to get between you two when you're fighting,
Ethan called before he went back to training. Zeke huffed as he carried me over to the lockers and set me down on the bench. I took deep breaths as Zeke opened his locker, yanked out his bag, and started going through it. He pulled out one of those apple juices you get at the gas station and handed it to me. I opened it and took a drink as Zeke sat next to me. He waited until I was half done before he started in on me.
Lexi, you can't be forgetting to eat,
Zeke began. My mouth was full of juice, so I couldn't tell him off.
Serena said you needed to take care of yourself. It's not a choice.
I hated this lecture. I hated even more that he was right. Serena was a witch in Northridge. She was the one to tell me that I was a necromancer and what I had to do to stay alive, which meant taking care of my body and mind, and Zeke never let me forget it. You think I did this on purpose? I asked, before taking another drink.
You had your lunch out. Why didn't you fucking eat it?
Zeke snapped, his eyes narrowed on my face. I glared at him, knowing a fight was coming. It was all we seemed to do lately. I had enough. Instead of avoiding the reason, I just told him. Because your girlfriend asked me about my ex, and my stomach nodded. He went still next to me. I lost my fucking appetite, I bit out. He groaned painfully. It was girl stuff. Zeke didn't do well with girl stuff. He rested his elbows on his knees and glared at the ground. You can't let a breakup with some jackass make you stop taking care of yourself, he said in his I'm trying to be patient voice, but it always came out condescending. Well, I'm sorry I'm not able to control every feeling I have like you can, I shot back, more than a little irritated. I got up and threw away the empty juice bottle. Don't worry, I'll make sure I eat every fucking meal from now on, I called out over my shoulder, pissed off and hurting. I pulled my coat and keys out of my locker before slamming it shut. Lexi, he snapped. I ignored him on my way out the door. I was too mad to talk rationally about anything right now. I pulled on my jacket and was almost to my truck when I heard him again. Lexi! Zeke barked. Great. He followed. I kept walking. Zeke grabbed my arm, pulling me to a stop. I turned to him and jerked my arm out of his grip. It was easy. Zeke never grabbed me with a hard grip anyway. You know, if you had listened when I told you I was lightheaded, I wouldn't have even had a problem, I pointed out, still pissed off. But no, it's my fault for not eating enough. It's my fault for not controlling my emotions. I looked at him, exasperated. You have these insane expectations of me, and I'm always falling short. Here's the kicker. I don't even know what they are. Zeke's face was growing hard. So fuck you and your expectations. I turned around, unlocked the truck.
Yeah, having you take care of yourself, that's a real fucking insane expectation.
Zeke shouted back. I turned back around. And you actually listening at the gym when I tell you I'm lightheaded would be a fucking miracle. 'Cause let's face it, Zeke, you love pushing me till I want to puke. In fact, you live for it. I climbed into my truck and took off, leaving Zeke running his hand through his hair in the parking lot. I was so tired of fighting with Zeke. For once, I just wanted him to stop expecting me to have his perfect control. Once I got home, I slammed the Blazer door shut before I stormed towards the house. I ignored the pain radiating down my neck as my nose started bleeding. I wasn't in the mood to deal with all the camped-out ghosts today. There were 10 of them now, standing around in the front yard demanding I help them cross. I had explained over and over that I was working on it, but apparently that wasn't good enough. They surged toward me. Today was a bad day for it. Back the hell off, I hissed at them, putting my will into my voice. The closest 4 were shoved back a good 5 feet. The others scrambled out of my way. I'm working on it. I went inside and slammed the door behind me. Hades, my 3-month-old Neapolitan Mastiff puppy, came running over to me with his tail going crazy. The little dog had a big growth spurt in the last month. His head was now at my knee, and he weighed 54 pounds. He was almost too big for me to pick up anymore. I dropped my bag and smiled as I lifted him up. Hey, Hades, baby, did you have a good day? He licked my cheek. I had an okay one, until Zeke was a dick. He looked up at me with his bright puppy eyes. He instantly made my day better. Still fuming over what happened, I took him upstairs with me and put him on my bed so I could get clothes for after my shower. I was pulling underwear out of my drawer when my phone rang. It was Ethan. I answered the phone. Hey.
You okay, beautiful?
He asked immediately.
'Cause Zeke is pounding into a heavy bag that I'm pretty sure they're going to have to replace now.
I rolled my eyes at the image. Yeah, peachy, I told him dryly.
Liar.
His smoky voice grew gentler.
What happened?
I didn't eat much of my lunch. I told him I was lightheaded, and he made me do another set anyway. I explained quickly as I finished getting my clothes together. He didn't listen to me and then got pissed at me for losing my appetite at lunch, as if I meant to do it. And I've about had it with his expectations. Then I had a thought. Oh, and tell him Zeke's messing with me. Wouldn't want to violate my fucking probation, I snapped, my voice frustrated.
Whoa, okay,
Ethan said, his voice impressed.
What is it with you two lately? You guys have been going at it all the time.
I took a deep breath and came up blank. If you figure it out, let me know, 'cause I paused as I realized what was going on. I was about fed up with this probation crap of Zeke's. I sighed. I have a short fuse right now, and Zeke just keeps lighting a match.
Yeah, he's suicidal that way,
Ethan agreed. I snorted.
I'll talk to him, beautiful.
Good luck. His skull is thicker than mine, I countered. Ethan chuckling in my ear made me smile.
Still want us over for homework?
Yeah, if our pattern holds, we'll both be ready to talk in an hour or so, I grumbled.
See you soon.
Bye. I hung up, grabbed my clothes, then went and took a shower. I was sick of fighting with Zeke, But if I didn't argue with him, well, no one argued with him, and the shithead needed it. I loved ruffling his feathers about stupid stuff, but when it's about something like this, I hated it. It made my gut knot and gave me the urge to hit someone, usually a tall, blue-eyed ass. I finished showering and got dressed. I pulled on my black flannel jammy bottoms with white skulls everywhere, then my black 5-finger death punch shirt. I pulled my hair up into a messy bun before getting Hades from my bed and going downstairs. I could already hear the others at the table. I got to the bottom of the stairs and put Hades down, who immediately went to greet the guys. Zeke wasn't there yet. Figures. Rory was on the phone with somebody. He waved to me before walking into his bedroom and closing the door. I grabbed my bag and brought it to the table. Isaac eyed me as I took the seat next to Miles.
"Hey, Red, you look pretty,"
he told me with a funny look on his face. I snorted, then smiled at him. He grinned back. "Thanks, Cookie Monster," I said. Isaac shot a look at Ethan.
"Told ya I could make her smile,"
Isaac said smugly. I chuckled as Ethan pulled out $1 and handed it to him. "Where is Tall and Grumpy?" I pulled out my books.
"He was still at the gym when we left," Miles said, "but he was winding down." "He's on the phone with Rory now,"
Ethan added. I nodded. I figured that when Rory went into his room. "Asking if the coast is clear?" I asked, as I finished pulling out my books. The guys chuckled.
"You're both on edge. It makes you both—"
Miles paused as he looked for a word. "Bitchy?" I offered, grinning. Miles's eyes narrowed on me.
"I wouldn't say that,"
he said. "I know. That's why I did." I grinned at him. Miles gave me a "what am I going to do with you" look. I just winked at him. I was pulling out my World Civ when Rory came out of his bedroom. My uncle was tall and fit. For a cop, that was astonishing. At least that's what I always teased him about. He had the Delaney copper red hair, but he had Grandpa's brown eyes. At least according to him. I'd never met the man. My uncle was good-looking in that guy-next-door way, but his mischievous side was never too far away. In fact, just yesterday the twins had come out of school to find the trunk of their car full of ping-pong balls. That one had been funny as hell.
"So you and Zeke went at it today again, huh?"
Rory asked. He grinned at me as he went to hang up the cordless. "He started it," I said instantly. Everyone chuckled. "I'll talk to him when he shows up," I mumbled. Rory nodded.
"Good. He's going to be late. He came out of the gym and found he had a flat tire,"
Rory said. I snorted. Zeke really was having a bad day. Rory looked to Asher.
"Got that list for dinner tonight? I might as well hit the store now."
Asher turned the pages in his notebook and yanked out a page before handing it to Rory. Asher was cooking dinner tonight, so Rory did the shopping. It worked for everyone, especially Rory, who couldn't boil water. As I was working on my World Civ chapter questions, the front door opened. I didn't even need to be told. I knew it was Zeke. I just got up, grabbed my coat off the back of the couch, and headed out back. It had become our routine lately. I pulled on my coat, stepped into galoshes before stepping outside and closing the door behind me. Zeke was already sitting on one of the plastic-covered patio couches. I sat on the one across from him. He was resting his elbows on his knees and staring at the snow on the ground. We were both quiet, waiting for the other one to go first. He went first last time. I sighed. "I should have eaten my lunch," I muttered, hating to admit it. I hated going first. It always felt like I was saying it was my fault.
"I should have listened when you told me you were lightheaded,"
he admitted. He shook his head, his jaw clenching.
"I wasn't thinking about your stamina level like I should have been. I was just—"
He cursed before lifting his head to meet my eyes. His face was hard.
"How many times have you puked from working out with me?"
he asked in his answer me now voice. Great. Now Zeke was mad at himself. "None, but my stomach is usually rolling by the end of our sessions," I admitted. His eyes narrowed on mine.
"Are you lying?"
"No." If I had, I'd tell you, loudly and often, I countered. The corner of his lips twitched. The shadows in his eyes were still there. I looked out toward the lake, waiting for him to tell me what was going on with him, but he didn't. So I looked at him and asked, I know why I've been on edge. Why are you? He met my eyes, unflinching.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
We good?
He asked, gruffly. Yeah, we're good. I waited for a beat. Asshole. He grinned at me, releasing some of the shadows in his eyes.
Harpy.
Shithead.
Usually.
He admitted. I chuckled as I got up. He got to his feet and met me in the middle for our usual makeup hug. I wrapped my arms around his waist and rested my cheek on his chest. His arms wrapped around my upper back and shoulders. He rested his cheek on my hair as he squeezed gently. He whispered,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take my shit out on you.
I squeezed him back. I'm sorry, too. I've been on edge and it's not helping, I whispered back. I gave him another squeeze, then moved away. I looked up at him. His eyes were still shadowed, but not as much, at least.
Come on. We've got homework.
I was struggling with my math homework when my phone rang. Grumbling, I answered it. Hello? There was silence on the line. Hello? Nothing. If you can hear me, I can't hear you, so call back. There was still nothing, so I hung up. I went back to my own math torture. I was trying the same problem for the third time when my phone rang again. Not paying attention, I answered it. Hello?
Hey, Lexi.
Dylan's husky voice rolled through my ear. I immediately closed my eyes and wished I had checked caller ID. My stomach nodded, but no heartache this time. Yay. Hi. What do you need? I asked, trying to be polite. I went back to my homework, giving him half my attention.
Jake said you were going to the winter formal.
He was talking as if we just ran into each other on the street.
If you can find a dress you like.
Yeah?
He told me you didn't have a date, and if you didn't, I thought maybe I could take you.
Dylan suggested, his voice confident. I don't think that's a good idea, I said, not really paying attention. I looked at the problem again. What the hell was I getting wrong?
Lexi, I miss you.
Yeah, well, you broke up with me. Not seeing me is kind of part of that, I said, matter of fact. It vaguely registered that the guys had all stopped doing their homework and were watching me. I didn't care. I was trying to figure out if this number was a 7 or a 9.
It was a stupid thing to do.
Dylan's voice was pained. Breaking up with me wasn't stupid. The stupid part was telling me I had too many problems for you to deal with. I frowned at the page. What the... That hurt, and you did it on purpose.
I didn't mean to hurt you, Lexi. I'm sorry. I was exhausted.
Yeah, you said that before, I began, not really paying attention. Look, this algebra is kicking my...
Sunshine.
I told you to never fucking call me that again. I snapped into the phone, my voice hard. I looked up to glare out the back door. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye.
It slipped.
No, that was intentional, and so is this. I hung up the phone just as Zeke reached for it. I looked at him and the others quizzically. They were all watching me. What? The guys burst out laughing. Zeke was smirking as he headed back to his chair. I eyed him. What were you doing? I asked.
I was going to tell him to fuck off for you,
Zeke admitted. I snorted. Have I ever had a problem telling someone to fuck off? I reminded him.
Nope,
Zeke admitted. I smiled at him.
He's calling again?
Isaac asked from across the table. Yeah, he wants to get back together, I grumbled, shifting Hades in my lap. He called a few days after he broke up with me and tried. Then he backed off, and he came back, then backed off. I guess he's back again. I looked to Miles next to me. Miles, can you explain what I'm screwing up here, please? Miles gave me that gentle half-smile of his, then looked down at my notebook. I scooted my chair closer to show him the problem. Hades didn't even lift his head at the movement. Miles half-turned towards me, putting his forearm along the back of my chair as I explained to him what I was supposed to be doing. Asher picked up his phone.
"I'm going to take Hades outside,"
Asher announced. I looked down in my lap at my big ball of love. "Hades? Want to go outside with Ash?" I asked in my cutesy voice. The dog's tail wagged as he slid off my legs to go with Asher. They went outside as I went back to my math problem. Miles began explaining what I kept doing wrong in his sweet, polite way. Apparently, I was skipping one step, doing the next, and then doing the step I should have done first. Asher came back in a little later. Hades came back to my side and wanted back in my lap.
"Well?"
Zeke asked, as I picked Hades up again. The puppy draped across my lap like a living, breathing blanket. I looked up to see Asher nod his head with a shit-eating grin on his face. I instantly got suspicious. "What did you do?" I asked. The guys all chuckled. Oh, that wasn't good.
"Just had a chat with a friend,"
Asher said like it was nothing. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Uh-huh. Which friend?" I asked directly. Asher tried to look innocent.
"Oh, just one I haven't talked to in a few weeks,"
Asher answered as he sat back down. "Ash?"
"Allie."
Asher had no remorse. "He was your friend first," I pointed out. Asher snorted as he went back to his homework.
"My friend wouldn't have said that shit to my other friend."
He looked down the table at me and winked.
"Don't worry about it, Allie girl."
I rolled my eyes and went back to my homework. I wasn't going to worry about it, but I was going to enjoy it. I had a half smile on my face when my phone vibrated. I checked it. Dylan.
"I'm sorry."
I sighed and put the phone down. I was trying to do the math problem with Miles coaching me when Ethan snagged my phone. "Snoopy?" I warned Ethan, not even looking up from my homework. Ethan just snickered and checked my messages.
"Man, this guy has got balls,"
Ethan announced. "Yeah, too bad he didn't have them when we were dating," I said absently. The guys burst out laughing. I looked up to see a grin on Miles's face as he shook his head. I smirked at him and went back to trying to do the math problem correctly. Though with Miles's thumb slowly rubbing up and down my shoulder blade, it was a little hard to concentrate as warm tingles ran down my back. Miles ended up having to go through each math problem with me one at a time. I was starting to hate math, but at least with Miles helping, I was going to pass. Luckily, he had already finished his homework when I had asked for help. Rory came home with the groceries. Everyone brought them in, then Asher went to start dinner. We were still at the table when Tara came home a little later. Over the last couple months, Tara figured out that the more she hit on Asher, the less he came around the house. So Tara had been easier around the guys lately. She still avoided Zeke like the plague. I thought it was funny as hell. Tara walked in with a big smile. "Hi, everyone," Tara said sweetly. My cousin was pretty, and she knew it. She wore her long blonde hair down today. Her makeup perfectly accented her big blue eyes. "Hi," everyone called absently. Tara came around the table to sit across from me and pull her own books out. We were alone at the table, and Miles was watching me do the last problem on my own to make sure I had it down. When I finished the problem, I looked up at Miles. "Did I get it right?" I asked, uncertainly. Miles grinned down at me, his warm eyes running over my face.
"You got it,"
he said. I threw my arms up in victory. He chuckled.
"Dinner. Books off the table,"
Asher called from the kitchen. Good. I was starving. I shoved my books back into my bag and dropped it onto the floor as the guys brought over the big serving dishes full of food. Hades woke up and sniffed at the tabletop. "Oh, no, you don't, baby," I told him firmly, as I picked him up and put him on the floor. "Dinner time. No begging, and I'll give you a treat." Hades ran over to his dish and started munching away. Zeke walked in, a storm cloud practically hovering over his head. His call must not have gone well. Everyone sat down and started passing food around. It was chicken fettuccine Alfredo with a green salad and garlic bread. All homemade by Asher, of course. I was reaching for a piece of garlic bread when Isaac snagged it out from under my hand. I smacked his hand before he got far. He dropped it to the table. I snagged it and brought it back to my plate first. "There's plenty of bread. Get your own, Cookie Monster." I shot across the table as everyone chuckled at us. Isaac stuck his tongue out at me before grabbing a different piece. Conversation flowed around the table. Even Tara was talking with the guys. Except for Zeke. She never spoke to Zeke or even acknowledged him. I wondered what would happen if he sat next to Tara at dinner one night. Her head might explode. I smiled at the thought. Though Tara still didn't talk to me that often either. Ever since I came to live here in October, Tara and I hadn't gotten along. I knew I wasn't the greatest cousin in the world, but I was trying more lately with her. We even had a handful of conversations without arguing since Christmas, which I took as a good sign. Dinner was loud and noisy. It felt like the guys had been with us for years, and it always made me feel good to have them around. I glanced at Asher, then Miles. Maybe not the same reasons for all of them. I looked down at my plate as I rolled noodles around my fork, not really paying attention to it. When Miles had come home from Nevada in December, something inside me relaxed. I hadn't even noticed I was tense until then. He was sweet, thoughtful, considerate, and the fact he was brilliant was a big turn-on. I winced at the thought. "Stop thinking that way, Lexi. He's your friend. That's all you will ever be." I was still chastising myself when a piece of garlic bread hit me in the shoulder. I looked up to find Zeke across the table giving me the stink eye. I rolled my eyes, picked up the bread, and took a bite of noodles. When he wasn't looking, I threw the bread back at him, hitting him in the cheek. I sniggered. Zeke turned and gave me a warning glare. I stuck my tongue out at him. The corner of his mouth twitched before he went back to talking to Isaac. Wow, he was grumpy. When dinner was over, everyone cleaned up. It was the twins' turn for the dishes. Zeke took off for work. Asher and Miles sat with Rory talking while I took Hades outside for a break. I was rocking back and forth, trying to keep warm and ignore the pain radiating down my neck when a soul came around the house. He was an older man, in his 70s, I'd say. Nice suit with a bow tie. He looked charming and sweet. It was a lie. Mr. Wright was a miserable old ghost who wanted to move on. "Why don't you get working, young lady?" he chided me. "I want to see my family." I sighed painfully. The salt around the house must have worn out. My head started aching. "I've told you. If I burn myself out, no one will be able to move on," I reminded him. Mr. Wright came closer. My chest started aching. Heart attack. Before I could move, Hades ran back to stand between me and Mr. Wright. He barked and growled at the soul. I opened the back door, picked him up, and hurried inside. I came up short. The dead were walking through the front of the house, making a beeline for me. Shit. Blood hit my lip. I grabbed tissues and slipped on my bracelet as fast as possible. By the time they reached me, they could only yell at me. I looked around and saw that Tara was still at the table doing her homework. Shit. I hurried through the living room, holding tissues to my nose. It was so loud I didn't even hear my name being called as I ran up the stairs. I hit my room and looked for the salt I usually kept in there. "Lexi?" I could barely hear Rory's voice over the shouting of the dead. I found my salt and threw it around. The souls screeched and backed up out of my room as Rory walked to the door. I glared at the dead in the hallway. "Get the fuck out," I hissed quietly, putting everything I had into it. My stomach cramped as they were shoved back a few feet, but it didn't stop them. They just yelled louder. I walked back into my bedroom and covered my ears. If I shoved them again, I was going to be sick. I really fucking hated this. I sat on my bed, rested my elbows on my knees, and covered my ears as Rory got my attention. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear him. "I can't hear you over the dead, Rory. They're in the house screaming at me." I made a point to keep my voice at a normal volume. Tara didn't need to hear me. Rory nodded, then hurried out the door. I closed my eyes and sang a song in my head. Hands were on my shoulders and back. I opened my eyes to find Miles next to me, Ethan in front of me, and Isaac standing behind Ethan. They were in my bedroom and they all looked worried. "The dead are screaming," I told them directly. Miles reached into his pocket and handed me some more tissues. I dropped my hands and gave him a grateful smile. I tried to ignore the names the dead were yelling at me. Miles's hand was running up and down my back, comforting me, while Ethan was making funny faces at me. By the time Rory got the salt around the house done, I was laughing at Ethan. The ghosts all gave one last shriek as they were thrown out of the house through the wall. I was still laughing as I checked my tissues. Ethan got to his feet. My nosebleed had slowed.
"So, this is your room,"
Isaac said, turning to my desk. He started poking through my desk drawers. I reached out and smacked his hand. "Look, but no snooping," I shot at him. Isaac grinned down at me before looking at the few pictures I'd put on my desk in frames. They were all of us over the last few months.
"Are you all right?"
Miles asked, his voice showing his concern. I nodded and checked my tissues again. The bleeding had stopped. "Yeah, Ethan started opening one of the drawers under my bed. "Snoopy, shut that now." He looked over at me, smirking. I got up and slammed the drawer shut. He barely got his fingers out of the way.
"What are you hiding, beautiful?"
Ethan's eyes were full of mischief. "That's my underwear drawer," I told him bluntly. "So unless I get to go rifling through yours, hands off." Ethan held his hands up, palms out near his head.
"Gotcha. I thought it was just storage. Don't you have a dresser?"
Ethan asked, before going to open my closet, which I didn't care about. "No, there isn't enough room." I turned to see Isaac pulling open the drawers on my desk, while Miles eyed my bookshelf from my bed. "Miles, you can look at the bookshelf. That's not being nosy," I offered. He shot me a small grin before getting up to cross the small room. I went back to Isaac's side and smacked his hand again as he was pulling out the middle drawer again. He shot me a suspicious look. I just glared at him. He sighed, then went to flop on my bed. I sat on my desk while the others looked through my bedroom.
"Lexi, have you read all of these?"
Miles asked, still looking over the shelves. "Yep, I never got to keep any, though. I've been picking up my favorites from the secondhand bookstore the last few months," I said. Miles turned to meet my eyes.
"Why didn't you get to keep them?"
Miles asked. "It was a one-bedroom trailer. I had a cabinet for clothes, and that was it," I reminded him. His brow drew down as he went back to looking at my packed shelves.
"You're running out of room,"
Miles observed.
"Not in her closet,"
Ethan snickered.
"You have the least amount of clothes of any girl I've ever known."
I resisted the need to squirm. "One side of the closet is full," I pointed out, starting to feel defensive. I hated it. It reminded me of the conversations I had with my mother. She'd criticized me for not being more girly. It had always ended with a shouting match. I just didn't think that much about clothes. I had nothing to be embarrassed about. I would just rather spend my money on other things, like books and music.
"Most girls have both sides packed,"
Ethan countered, still looking at my closet. I sighed quietly and reminded myself that Ethan didn't mean it the way my mother had. "Ethan, in the last 5 years, I have been well acquainted with not having much," I reminded him. Isaac snagged my hand in his. I turned to see him lying on my bed. He winked at me.
Don't listen to my brother, Red.
I noticed Ethan go still out of the corner of my eye.
He's a clothes horse. His dresser and closet is packed. Yeah, he's right.
Ethan agreed as he shut my closet, his fingers twirling his rings as he turned around.
I do have a closet to rival the girliest girl ever. My perception is probably skewed.
He walked over to drop onto the bed at Isaac's feet. I gave Isaac's hand a squeeze. I was pretty sure he let Ethan know to drop the subject somehow. Someone was coming up the stairs. A few seconds later, Asher climbed the last few steps to the landing. He was frowning and muttering to himself as he came in. His eyes ran over me, then back to my face.
Are you okay, Allie?
Yeah, the dead are outside now, I replied. He nodded before glaring at the twins on the bed.
You shitheads were going to come down and save me,
Asher snapped quietly at them. We all laughed.
We got distracted checking out Red's room.
Isaac gestured around my bedroom. He looked down at Ethan and nudged him with his foot.
Ooh, send some pics to Zeke. We might never see this room again.
I chuckled as Ethan got to his feet, pulled out his phone, and started taking photos. I decided to ignore him. I looked at Asher, who was looking at my bookshelves now. Miles had moved to lean by the door since there wasn't enough room for all of them standing. He had his thinking face on while he looked at my bed.
You have a lot of books, Allie,
Asher said. I eyed the shelves. Yeah, I've only been buying the ones Dad read with me, but I'm still running out of room. I hated to admit it, but my shelves were already sagging in the middle.
You just need more shelves,
Asher pointed out. I had been thinking about buying some, but I didn't know how to put them up. Wait, YouTube. I could probably pull it off. Ethan burst out laughing. We all looked at him as he held his phone up.
Zeke's telling all of us that we have no business being in her bedroom,
Ethan announced. Everyone laughed at that. I was still laughing when my phone rang. It was Zeke. Yeah?
Are the twins being nosy shits?
Zeke growled in my ear. I sighed. The twins were trying to be, but they stopped after I almost slammed their fingers in drawers. I grinned down at Isaac. He stuck his tongue out at me before fluffing my pillow behind his head.
Watch the twins. They like to move your shit when you're not looking,
he warned. I bit back a grin. It sounded like Zeke had dealt with it before. I don't have that much stuff to move, I pointed out. He huffed.
Good point. You were right, though. Your room is small,
Zeke said. I snorted. Yeah.
Hades is going to get too big for your bed soon,
he reminded me. I know. I'm saving for a bigger bed so I don't have to ask Rory, I admitted. Everyone was suddenly looking at me, all of them interested. I snorted. So Hades can sleep next to me? I reminded them. They all seemed to relax at once. I just shook my head as I went back to talking to Zeke. Aren't you supposed to be working?
I just finished an engine when Ethan sent me those pics,
he growled.
And now I have to get back to work. Call me later with who messed with you. Seriously, watch the twins.
He hung up without saying goodbye. I tucked my phone back in my pocket. There were steps on the stairs. Rory reached the landing, then leaned in the door.
How's it going?
Rory asked, as his eyes ran over me. Good, now that they're all outside, I replied.
Is that tar water still on back order?
Rory asked. I nodded. Rory sighed before looking at the guys.
All right, boys, it's that time.
The guys groaned. Rory snorted as the guys said bye to me before heading downstairs. Night, Lexi. Miles called from the door. I waved to him.
Night, Allie,
Asher said as he sent me a warm grin. Ethan came over, gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek.
Night, beautiful,
he whispered in my ear. Isaac came over, hugged me, then gave me a wet raspberry on my other cheek. I was wiping it off as he rushed out the door laughing. I shook my head at him. Rory looked around the room and sighed.
I'm going to lift the ban on the guys upstairs.
Rory announced. Both my eyebrows went sky high.
But only with me at home and the door open.
I nodded. Got it, boss, I assured him. He snorted before heading back downstairs. Wow, the boys can come into my room? I was really going to have to keep my laundry off the floor. But it was getting late, and that meant one thing. Veil work. Joy. I screamed in frustration at the way the veil was a desolate, burnt shadow of itself. The sky above still boiled. The green smoke shifted and slithered through the clouds, and I still couldn't figure out how to get it to stop. I lay back on the cracked, dry dirt and screamed. Calm down, you mother... What the hell are you doing? Another voice snapped at me. Only it sounded exactly like my own voice. I sighed and sat up again. Imposter Lexi was standing a few feet from me with her arms crossed over her chest, glaring at me. Huh, so that's what I look like when I glare at the twins. I'm fumbling around in the dark and getting nowhere, I snapped back. She blinked at me in surprise, then she was frowning at me. What's the problem? She asked, almost kindly. I sighed and pointed above me without taking my eyes off her. I can't figure out how I'm supposed to calm the way, I pointed out. Imposter Lexi sighed, then met my gaze with calm eyes. Show me what you've been doing, she said. What? I asked, stunned. I want to see what you're doing wrong, Imposter Lexi said. There are other things that I have to take care of, so hurry up. I said fuck it and closed my eyes. I calmed my mind like I did in the real world when I started to meditate. Then, instead of sinking, I tried to reach out with my mind. But again, there was nothing. Growling in frustration, I opened my eyes. Imposter Lexi's were on me. She nodded. You're leaving your natural barriers up. That's why you're not getting anywhere. She stepped closer. You need to drop those if you're going to make any progress. How? I snapped. She sighed. Close your eyes. Imposter Lexi's voice was calm. I did as she said. Think of a time when you felt the safest, happy even. Instantly, I thought of the guys. I pushed it away. No, I had to have felt safer with Dad, right? I tried to remember feeling safe with my dad. I remembered listening to him read to me, riding in the Blazer on a last-minute camping trip. I remembered feeling happy and safe, but the feeling was faded, not as sharp as it used to be, not as clear. I had trouble remembering it now. Tears filled my eyes as guilt hit me hard. How could I forget Dad? Why didn't I feel it now like I did back then? I bit my tongue hard to fight off the tears. What are you remembering? Imposter Lexi snapped. 'Cause that's not the way you need to go. I shook my head as I opened my eyes. I wiped my face before looking up at her. Nothing. I didn't know how to explain. Imposter Lexi's eyes ran over me. Her face softened. Memories fade, Alexis, she told me firmly. That doesn't mean the person didn't mean anything to you. Time does that to all memories. I met her eyes. How did you know that was what I was thinking about? I asked suspiciously. You have an expressive face. It said guilt and sorrow a moment ago, she explained, then tilted her head to the side. It's not that hard to figure out here, but this isn't the time for a discussion on that topic. What was the first memory that came to you, the one you pushed away? I was with my friends, I said. I wasn't giving her more than that. Imposter Lexi nodded. Then use that one, she told me. Now close your eyes and picture yourself in that memory. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. It was after Miles came home from Nevada. Everyone was at Miles's house, in the family room for a video game marathon. I was sitting between Asher and Miles on the floor in front of the big sofa. Isaac's head was on one leg near my knee as he munched on popcorn. Ethan's head was laying on my other leg as he watched the battle happening on the big screen. Zeke was snoring away on the big sofa behind us. My fingers were playing with Isaac's hair, my head resting on Miles's shoulder. I was almost asleep. Someone said my name. I made a small noise. Zeke shifted on the couch. One of his hands found my shoulder. It was the safest and most relaxed I had felt in a long time. I fell asleep that way. I remembered that memory, with the feel of Miles's shirt against my cheek as I smelled leather mixing with wintergreen, vanilla, spice, and limes. I felt that peace again. Suddenly my barrier dropped. The energy of the veil swept through me like a hot wind blowing across my soul and mind. "Good," Imposter Lexi said. "Now open your eyes." I opened my eyes, slowly. Around me was a dome of shimmering energy, like golden waves of heat rising from the ground. It surrounded me. "That is your energy, your control," Imposter Lexi explained. "Now you're going to push it out, away from you." She walked around me and out of my sight. "How?" I asked, quietly, afraid I'd throw my barriers up again. "Think about it for a moment," she said patiently. I closed my eyes and cleared my head. Will. I had to will my energy across the veil, just as I did with the ghosts at the house. I focused. I wanted to stretch out across the veil. I concentrated on that need and pictured it in my mind. There was a strange stretching sensation in my chest, but I ignored it. My energy began to creep over the veil. I could feel it. The soil dry, cracked, and parched for water. That's when I realized it. "The veil is dying," I said quietly, still focusing on moving my energy. "Yes, it is," Imposter Lexi said. "Now open your eyes." I did as she said. The shimmering wall of gold had moved across the ground from me. I looked around. I had managed halfway to the walls in every direction. My control wavered. The wall flickered before rushing back to me, and my barriers slammed shut, as if I was stepping out of the blazing sun and into the shade. The difference was shocking. While I was still disoriented, Imposter Lexi walked around me again. "That wasn't bad for your first try," she announced, her eyes running over me appraisingly. "The veil is actually dying," I said again, still unable to believe it. Imposter Lexi nodded. "Without the continuous flow of energy from the dead moving on, the veil will collapse. And the world will change in ways you wouldn't believe," she said, her voice serious. I looked up at her. "What are you?" I asked. She smirked. "What do you think?" she countered. I didn't want to play games. I wanted an answer. When I wouldn't play, she started walking off. She paused, turning back to me. "If you get into trouble again, just call for Imposter Lexi." Then she disappeared. I sighed deeply. What the hell was she? How the hell did she know so much? I decided to put it out of my mind for tonight as I pulled myself back and up. Chapter 2. Friday. I was cursing as I walked away from my blazer in the student lot. I was struggling to close the zipper on my bag and juggle coffee at the same time when someone grabbed my arm and jerked me backwards. I stumbled back against someone as a yellow car shot by. Heart slamming, it took me a minute to realize that I had almost walked right out in front of that car. Damn. I looked up to see Clay. He had a friendly face with okay cheekbones and a decent chin. His black hair was still cut short to his head. His brown eyes were glaring at the car that finally parked 2 rows over, and he was still frowning when he looked back down at me. "You okay?" Clay asked, his hand still on my arm. "Yeah, thanks. I rubbed my eyes with one hand. "Scattered?" he offered. I dropped my hand and smiled up at him. "That obvious?" He grinned as his eyes went to my sweater, then back to my face. "Your sweater is inside out," he informed me. "It's a dead giveaway." I looked down and saw that he was right. I groaned. He chuckled as he let go of me. "Thanks, Clay," I said as I looked back up at him. His chocolate eyes were running over my face.
"No problem, just be careful."
He half grinned down at me before taking off. I picked up my now empty travel mug before walking across the lot, this time paying attention. I hadn't slept much last night. I kept having nightmares, even with Hades next to me. Add that to all the ghosts yelling all night outside the house. It's no wonder I'm scattered. I met the guys at our usual outside spot and dropped my bag onto the table.
"What's wrong, Allie?"
Asher asked before taking a drink out of his travel mug. "Oh, I wasn't paying attention in the parking lot. Clay Orden had to yank me out of the way of a car," I admitted absently.
"Are you all right?"
Miles asked immediately. I smiled at him. "Yeah, just a bit scattered today," I admitted. Miles's eyes ran over me before he looked away.
"Your sweater's inside out, Lexi,"
Miles said. I snorted and nodded. "I'll stop by a bathroom on my way to class." I pushed some hair out of my face while Asher shook his head.
"Come here, Allie girl,"
Asher said as he sat on a bench sideways and patted the spot in front of him. "What?"
"Your hair has already fallen out of your braid."
Asher pointed at my shoulder. I looked down to see that he was right. I growled in frustration.
"Come here, I'll fix it,"
he offered. I smiled to myself as I sat down in front of him and took out my hair tie. Asher's fingers ran through my hair, taming the mass of curls. It felt so good that I had to fight not to close my eyes.
"Why are you so scattered this morning?"
Miles asked gently. "It's the dead camped out at the house," I explained wearily. "They stand out there screaming all night, making it impossible for me to get enough sleep."
"I'll be back in a minute,"
Miles said before heading towards the cafeteria. That's weird. He hated having to go into the cafeteria. Asher's fingers were brushing against my back, making my back tingle as he continued braiding. "He's just a friend. He's just a friend." I hated that I had to keep reminding myself.
"Is it just the ghosts?"
Asher asked quietly. I went still. "A few nightmares," I said. I looked down at the bench as his hands stopped braiding. He moved closer to my back until he could see my face over my shoulder.
"How bad?"
he asked. His voice was worried. I met his warm eyes and my heart raced. He was so close. His vanilla and cinnamon scent filled my lungs. "Focus, Lexi. Focus." "Not that bad," I said. "Just the usual." I didn't want to tell him about the twins' little sister rotting in my dreams. Ever since I learned about Sophia still being here, I had dreams of not being able to cross her in time. With all the extra energy floating around, it was possible that she'd picked some of it up and started rotting inside like Mary Summers. It was my worst fear at this point. He gave me a small, understanding smile before he leaned back and started braiding again. I looked up to see the twins walking towards us. Isaac was sniggering, and Ethan had his irritated face on. I smiled to myself.
"Hey,"
Isaac said, before bending down and giving me a raspberry on my forehead. I pushed him away and wiped my forehead. Isaac just chuckled as he sat down on the right side of the table. "Hey, what did you do to Ethan?" I asked, as Ethan sat across from us. Isaac snickered evilly.
"The jerk messed with me when I was in the shower,"
Ethan growled.
"It was just some dye in the shower head,"
Isaac said sarcastically. Ethan flipped his brother off. Asher held his hand over my shoulder for the hair tie. I handed it to him. "What happened?" I asked, smiling.
"Isaac put dye in the shower head so that when I went to take a shower I was covered in pink dye,"
Ethan said dryly.
"I'll be skipping gym today."
I bit back a smile. "Your skin is pink?" I asked, trying not to laugh. Ethan nodded, still looking at his brother like he was thinking of revenge, which he probably was. "Let me see?" I asked, smiling now. Ethan gave me a sexy grin.
"Show you my chest? Any time, beautiful,"
he said in his smoky, toe-curling voice. It was such an obvious flirt that I ignored it as he pulled down the neck of his black thermal. His skin tinged pink. I burst out laughing. "It's a pretty color on you," I offered. Isaac chuckled, and Ethan shot a look at his brother. Asher squeezed my shoulder.
"That should hold most of the day,"
Asher announced. I turned until I was sitting normally on the bench. "Thanks, Ash." He moved to sit next to me properly.
"No problem,"
Asher said, as he smiled at me. Miles came back from the cafeteria carrying a paper cup. He handed it to me.
"Coffee with cream with 2 sugars,"
Miles announced. I gazed up at him adoringly. "Thank you, Miles." I picked up the coffee cup. "You are definitely my hero for the day." His cheeks tinged pink as he moved around the table to the other side.
"You're welcome,"
Miles muttered. I gave him a smile.
"Hey, I fixed your hair,"
Asher pointed out, acting like he was offended. I smiled at him. "You're my hero for the day also," I assured him. "Today I have 2.
"That works for me,"
Asher said as he grinned at me.
"Lexi!"
Zeke's bark didn't even faze me this morning. I sighed, rolled my eyes, then spotted him striding towards us. His shoulders were rigid, his strides long. He was pissed about something. When he reached us, he towered over me, glaring.
"Why the hell didn't you call last night?"
It took me a few heartbeats to realize what he was talking about. Crap. I didn't give him a "who messed with me" report. I sighed deeply and reminded myself that I loved Zeke, that killing him would make me sad. "Because I did veil work and forgot," I explained. I was really getting sick of this probation crap. Zeke scowled at me.
"I'm adding another week,"
Zeke announced. My temper flared. "Are you fucking kidding me?" I snapped. "I miss 1 call and you add another week?"
"Damn straight,"
he growled. Pissed off, I got to my feet. "You want a report?" "Fine," I growled back. "Got cat-called 4 times yesterday, and some asshole said I had a nice ass. There you go. There's your fucking report." I grabbed my coffee and bag, then I started walking off, my blood boiling.
"You know about probation."
I turned and glared at him. "I don't know shit," I yelled at him. I couldn't help it. I was tired of this probation shit, tired of wondering what it meant, pissed that I didn't tell him one thing and he stopped trusting me. "I'm your friend, Zeke, not someone for you to fucking order around." He looked at me as if I had slapped him. I didn't care. I was frustrated, tired, and sick of his do-as-I-say attitude lately. I strode off down the hall, cursing him with every step. I walked past my locker and noticed the note was gone. It made me stop, wondering if I got another letter. I opened my locker. There was a piece of paper inside. "I can understand not wanting to date anyone after a breakup, but I would still like to get to know you. You're usually smiling, laughing, and covered in paint. Are you an artist? Or do you just paint a lot of houses? And yes, we have met. Your secret admirer." I snorted at that. I pulled out my notebook and wrote back to him. "You know what? This note thing is ridiculous. Here's my phone number. Text me. 555-7369. Yes, I'm an artist. I love it, though I'm still struggling with some of the techniques for painting. What about you? What do you like to do? Lexi." I tore out the page, closed my locker, and taped it to the door. The bell rang for class. Damn it. I still needed to turn my sweater right side out. I hurried to the bathroom. I was going to be late this morning. I was packing up my stuff in English when someone got my attention.
"Hey, Alexis."
Eric's voice had me looking up as he was picking up his bag. He was a good-looking guy with brown hair, killer amber eyes, and a dimple, but that was about everything I could say about him. All I knew was that he was afraid of Zeke, and frankly, I didn't care.
I heard you're singing with Under Fire now.
Yeah, Ethan needed a favor, I said, closing my bag and slinging it over my shoulder.
I hear that you're good,
Eric offered. I gave him a small smile. I can hold my own, I admitted, before stepping into the hallway.
See you around, Alexis,
Eric said, before heading off to his next class. I automatically started walking to meet with Asher and Zeke before algebra. I stopped in the hall. I was still too pissed at Zeke to see him. I turned and took a longer way to class. The late bell rang just after I walked into the classroom. I hurried to my seat and sat next to Laura. "Morning, Lexi," Laura greeted me. Since October, Laura had become a semi-friend. I had given her my number, but she had only called once. She was extremely shy, usually hiding in her long, straight brown hair. I didn't understand that. She had a sweet face that was always clear of makeup, but when she smiled, she glowed. I really wanted her to see herself that way one day. "Hey, how's it going?" I asked, as I sat down in my desk. Laura shrugged. "The usual." Laura's eyes ran over me. "Are you okay?" I sighed. "Zeke and I yelled at each other this morning," I grumbled. Laura gave me a sympathetic smile. "We're fighting every day now." I mentally shook myself and gave her a smile. "How are you doing? Have you talked to Michael yet?" Laura instantly blushed. Michael was a guy in Laura's history class that sat behind her that she had a big crush on since November. "Yeah," Laura admitted. "We talked yesterday during our group project. Tiffany Hall kept talking over me and he told her to be quiet and let someone else talk." We both giggled at that. Her face became scarlet. Sounds promising," I told her, smiling. "You should talk to him." Laura rolled her eyes. "I'm working on it," she assured me. The teacher called for everyone's attention, then class started. I was on my way to chemistry when Jessica, Asher's twin sister, spotted me in the hall. "Oh, look, it's the town bicycle," Jessica announced loudly. I rolled my eyes, flipped her off, and kept walking. Jessica and her friends kept talking loudly about how easy I was. I just kept walking, ignoring her completely. To be honest, I was getting tired of her shit. I was halfway to chemistry when my phone rang. It was Zeke. I ignored it. I was still frustrated with him and didn't trust myself not to yell at him. My phone vibrated. Zeke had sent a text message. "Zeke."
"What's with you? You agreed to probation."
I wanted to throw my phone just then, but instead I texted back. "Alexis, I didn't get much of a choice." I was about to walk into a hallway when he replied. "Zeke."
"There's always a choice."
Was he kidding me? "Alexis." "Oh, really? Then tell me, what would have happened if I didn't agree to do probation?" A part of me didn't want to know, but the rest of me was fed up. I stood outside the hall, waiting for an answer for a solid 3 minutes. I didn't get one. That was answer enough for me. "Alexis, see? You'd cut me out, right? If it's that easy for you to stop talking to me, then fuck you." I was still looking at his text when I ran into someone with my shoulder. I stepped back and looked up to see an equally surprised guy holding his own cell phone. He was tall, lean, had a broad-shouldered build with shaggy dark hair and dark, heavily lidded eyes. I instantly recognized him as the guy I ran into in the hallway before Christmas break. His eyes moved over me quickly before going back to the ground. "We have to stop meeting like this," I said seriously. "Our insurance rates are going to go up." He grinned before looking at my face. He had a nice face and a cute dimple on his right cheek. Ugh, dimples killed me. "I'm Lexi," I said. "I'm Morgan," he said as he looked at me. "How's your painting going? Have any more Viking funerals lately?" I snorted. No, not as many. I'm finally making some progress. Except for Waves, they hate me, I said seriously. He gave a small laugh. How about you? He shrugged. Lots of things to juggle, he said. Sorry, I can't be late for class. Me either. Sorry about the crash. It's nice meeting you, I said as I hurried down the hall. You too, he replied. I checked my cell as I turned the corner to the classroom. Zeke still hadn't responded. I was cursing under my breath as I walked into chemistry. The classroom was actually a lab. It was made up of high counters that stretched out from the walls instead of desks, with tall stools to sit on. The guys were already at our group table, the second table against the left wall. I dropped my bag on the counter and sat down next to Miles. Hey, Red, still mad? Isaac asked, pulling out his notebook. It's Zeke, so what do you think? I took out my notebook. Ethan winced. You might want to cut him a little slack, beautiful. Ethan began. His shoulder is hurting him pretty bad today. I shot him a look. What? So that means he can punish me all he wants? I said sarcastically. The boys all exchanged looks. I ignored it. He's punishing you? Isaac asked, confused. All this probation crap, I bit out. The guys exchanged a worried look. Red, probation. Notebooks out? Mr. Turner announced. I turned around and started taking notes on today's lab. We were setting up the equipment when Mr. Turner called my name. I turned to find Zeke standing in the doorway. Delaney, you're wanted in the office, Mr. Turner announced, reading from the call slip in his hand. I didn't buy it for a second, but I packed my stuff and walked out of class. Zeke's stony face told me nothing as he led me out away from the hallways and out to the football field bleachers. There were no classrooms nearby. It was a good place to yell at each other. Zeke ran his hand through his hair before turning around and looking at me. What the fuck is this, Lexi? Zeke demanded, holding his phone up. What does it fucking look like, Zeke? I shot back. I didn't want to fight anymore, but I wasn't going to just lay down and let him yell at me. His gaze ran over me before meeting my eyes again. Ethan said you think I'm punishing you. Zeke growled, his voice deep. Thanks, Ethan. I had it. I didn't tell you one thing, Zeke, I said, my voice hard. And you stopped trusting me, then put me on probation? What the fuck am I supposed to think it is? Zeke turned back, his face hard. They were treating you like shit. That's not something small. He snapped. You don't tell me anything and I let it go, I pointed out. We had a fight yesterday. We're fighting almost every day now, and you haven't told me why you're looking for a fight. It has nothing to do with you, he snapped. My heart ached. Fine. That has nothing to do with me, I said calmly, my voice dead. But this probation crap does. What would have happened if I didn't agree to probation? I asked. He turned away and ran his hand through his hair as he walked a few paces. His shoulders were tense, his posture rigid. I can't fucking believe this, he grumbled under his breath. Answer the question, I demanded. He looked back at me with heated eyes. When he didn't answer, my eyes burned and my throat closed. If you can throw me away that easily, then I'm not going to wait around for it. Fighting back tears, I picked up my bag and started walking away. It's not a punishment, Lexi, Zeke said wearily. I turned back to look at him. He moved down the cement steps to sit on the top row of the bleachers. Then what is it? I asked, my voice tired. 'Cause it sure feels like you're punishing me. His eyes were on the field as he answered, It's... He sighed deeply. It's a trust exercise. I couldn't have heard that right. What? I asked, baffled. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. A trust exercise, he growled as he put his feet up on the row in front of him and rested his elbows on his legs. He rubbed his eyes with one hand. Everything about him screamed that he hated this conversation. I walked back and sat down next to him. "I don't understand," I admitted calmly as I looked out at the field. "You said you didn't trust me anymore."
"And I didn't, but..."
He sighed.
"It's mostly me and my shit."
He dropped his hand from his eyes and continued, looking out at the field.
"I have this issue."
His voice was the quiet, softer one he occasionally used when he talked to me.
"I have to know the people I care about are safe and okay."
"I know that."
"No, baby, you don't."
He turned to me. His bright eyes were dark with shadows.
"It's not just something I do, it's a compulsion, like Miles with his needing everything put away in its place."
He looked back out at the field and continued.
"It's not an option for me. I need to know that you guys are okay. I need to know that everyone is safe or I don't sleep and I freak the hell out."
He ran his hand through his hair, cringing.
"Add that to my major trust issues. My old shrink said it made getting to know me a fucking minefield."
He turned back to me and met my eyes again.
"I know myself very well. I know how I react to things,"
he said. His face was pained as he ran his eyes over my face.
"When someone lies to me or gets to me, I automatically want to shove them away, cut off all contact, and never speak to them again. It's my gut reaction."
He met my eyes again.
"Haven't you wondered why everyone else has other friends and I don't?"
"What about the guys you hang out with at parties?" I asked softly. He shook his head.
"I bullshit with them, but I don't even have their phone numbers, and I don't want to."
He looked out at the field as he continued.
"I shove people away as far as I can. It's my first reaction when new people come around."
He looked back to me. His eyes were warm as they ran over my face again.
"You were different. I was comfortable with you from day one, so I didn't do that with you."
He took a breath and looked back out at the field.
"So when you didn't tell me about those bitches treating you like shit, it was a hard hit. The fact that you didn't trust me with it made me instantly not trust you. My instinct was to cut and run."
I watched him swallow hard.
"But like I said, I know myself very well. I know that's not a normal reaction, not to the degree that I felt it. So I asked you what I had to know immediately and put you on probation."
He turned back and looked into my eyes.
"Probation isn't a punishment, Lexi. This is me asking you to help me with my shit. It's me asking you to help me work my way through wanting to push you away."
My eyes burned, so I looked out at the field. "How does this trust exercise work for you?" I asked, needing to know.
"When you call me every night and tell me what happened during your day, I know you're at home and safe,"
he explained.
"That no one has hurt you."
"You didn't think to explain that?" I asked, the ache in my chest easing. He was quiet for a few seconds.
"Honestly, no, I didn't think about it,"
he admitted.
"I keep forgetting that you're new, that you don't know certain things about me, the stuff that all the others know."
I looked back to him and met his ice blue eyes. "Then maybe you should tell me," I told him softly. His gaze ran over my face again before looking down at the bleachers in front of us.
"Maybe,"
he whispered. We were quiet for a while as we both watched the snow blow over the football field. "You still haven't answered the question," I pointed out before I looked at him again. He was still watching the field. "What would you have done if I didn't go along with probation?" He licked his lips.
"I didn't answer because I don't have a fucking clue,"
he admitted.
"I guess I would have called my old shrink and tried to figure out a new way that would work with you."
He looked over at me, his face worried.
"Did you really think I'd just cut you out?"
I looked out at the field before I answered. "Yeah, that's what it felt like."
"Baby,"
he said softly. He reached out and wrapped his hand around the back of my neck, his fingers massaging.
"I wouldn't do that to you. I'd never just cut you out of my life,"
he said quietly. I nodded that I heard him.
"You're not disposable, Lexi, not to me."
It sounds so stupid when I say it out loud, I said, trying to make a joke of it.
"I'm not bailing on you,"
he stated, his deep voice confident.
"You hear me?"
I snorted. "I hear ya," I answered. His fingers gave my neck one more squeeze before he ran his hand down my back and dropped away. After a while, I looked up at him. "How the hell did you get me out of class?" He chuckled as the tension left his shoulders.
"Ethan swiped a bunch of blank call slips from the main office at the beginning of the year."
He grinned down at me.
"We use them to get out of class once in a while."
I scoffed dramatically. "How do I not have any of these?" I asked in my highly offended voice. He smirked as I reached for his bag. He snatched it up and held it out of my reach.
"Hell no. Go after Ethan's,"
he told me.
"He still has a stack of them."
I started laughing, and Zeke wasn't far behind. Just like that, Zeke and I were okay again. "Fine," I growled playfully at him. He just smirked at me. I checked the time. We still had a few minutes before classes were out for lunch. My mind went back to what Ethan had said earlier. "Ethan said your shoulder was hurting again," I said. He sighed.
"Shoulder, back, no real difference anymore,"
he grumbled. I looked out at the field. "Is it bad enough to want that massage?" I asked. I was quiet as he thought about it.
"Not yet,"
he muttered. I nodded. "Try those heating pads. It'll loosen up your muscles," I offered. He nodded.
"I'll give it a shot,"
he said as he checked his watch.
"Class is out."
We both got to our feet and headed back towards the hallways. We walked into the cafeteria to see the others already at our usual table. Riley's eyes went wide when she saw us together. Miles's gaze went from me to Zeke, then back again.
"Are you two all right now?"
Miles asked.
"Or do we need to take cover?"
Ethan added. I grinned. "Nah, we're fine," I announced. Then I pointed a finger at Ethan. "You, however, owe some call slips." Ethan groaned as I sat down next to Isaac and pulled out my lunch.
"I'll bring you some tomorrow,"
Ethan said begrudgingly. Zeke sat next to Riley and pulled his own lunch out. Eventually, Riley and I were talking about the winter formal next weekend. "Why don't I set you up with one of my friends?" Riley offered again. I sighed. "Because I'm not looking for a date," I reminded her. Riley waved her hand dismissively. "I know 3 guys who are perfect." Riley tried again. I looked her in the eye this time. "No," I said firmly. "I don't want a date. Besides, someone else there is bound to be going solo too."
"No one goes to those things, Stag,"
Asher said, looking up from lunch. I shot him a look. "Oh yeah? Who are you going with?" I countered. Asher smirked.
"Lisa Cantrell,"
he announced. I went still. No, this was good. It had helped me get over him, right? The twins started laughing.
"Isn't she a lesbian?"
Ethan asked, as Isaac kept laughing. Asher nodded.
"Yeah, but her parents still don't know yet, and they're chaperoning,"
Asher admitted.
"I heard her say she needed a cover so they don't get suspicious, so I offered."
He pointed at me.
"The point is, these things are for couples. Without a date, you're going to be bored."
"Even some couples don't go to those things," Riley said sweetly. Her voice had a hard edge to it. Zeke clenched his jaw but said nothing as he continued eating his lunch.
"Red, do you even know how to wear a dress?"
Isaac asked, drawing everyone's attention off Zeke and Riley. I knew exactly what he was doing, so I joined in. "I may not wear skirts or dresses, but I can glam up with the best of them," I said confidently. Isaac burst out laughing.
"Yeah, right.
Isaac said, chuckling. I narrowed my eyes at him. Let's make a bet, I offered. If I can make your jaw drop when you see me, I get a foot massage Sunday morning after brunch. Isaac shook his head as he grinned at me. Deal, Isaac said instantly. But it's going to take a lot to make my jaw drop. I smirked at him. We'll see, I said vaguely. Conversation went back to normal, though Zeke and Riley both were quiet after that. The guys were making plans for tonight when Miles looked across the table to me. Lexi, don't forget that play is tonight, Miles said. I nodded since I was taking a drink of water. The table went dead quiet. Where are you taking Beautiful? Ethan asked suspiciously. To a play down in Missoula. The university there is putting one on, Miles answered. Miles wants me to see that not all Shakespearean plays are tragedies, I told them. He figured you guys wouldn't want to go. The others chuckled and agreed. I took another bite of my sandwich as Asher started telling everyone about something that happened in his homeroom this morning when my phone vibrated. It was a number I'd never seen before. Unknown. It's me, your secret admirer, or a girl gave me a wrong number, if that's the case. Sorry to bother you. I snorted. Secret admirer guy really was shy. Alexis. It's me. I don't give out wrong numbers. If someone asks and I don't want them to have it, I tell them so. It saves everyone time and keeps everything clear. Unknown. LOL. Well, I'm glad I didn't just annoy some stranger. Alexis. Are you going to tell me your name so I can add you to my phone? There was a long silence. Unknown. Not yet. I'm sorry. We've met, and if I make an ass of myself, I'd like you not to know who I am, if that makes any sense. I smirked. Alexis. It makes sense. So you obviously got my note. Are you going to tell me your hobbies? Unknown. Well, lately I've been really interested in biomedical engineering. I like the idea of making artificial hearts and organs from mechanical parts. Wow, I was impressed. This guy sounded highly intelligent. Before I could respond, my phone vibrated. Unknown. And that sounded creepy, like I'm Frankenstein or something. I'm just interested in how it would work and all. I snorted as I texted back. Alexis. No, it's interesting. Think about how many lives it would save if they could make a permanent heart. No one would have to wait for someone to die to get a transplant. Unknown. That's the first time I've gotten that response. Most people look at me as if I'm insane. I smiled at that. The bell rang for 6th period. Alexis. You're not. Class, gotta go. Everyone got up and grabbed their bags. Miles walked with me out of the cafeteria. Who were you texting with? Miles asked, curious. Just secret admirer guy. I gave him my number, I said. I figured if we talked, he'd tell me who he is. Any luck? Nope, I admitted dryly. Miles grinned. The play starts at 7, so I figured that I'll pick you up at 5. There's a restaurant I think you'll like that I know, Miles said as we walked down the hall. Butterflies took off in my stomach. This was sounding more and more like a date. Knock it off, Lexi. He doesn't think of you that way. Sounds good to me, I said, trying not to let him know how excited I was about spending time alone with him. Miles gave me a small smile before taking off towards his next class. I let out a deep breath. Please don't let me make a fool out of myself. Chapter 3. Friday night. I looked at my reflection for what had to be the 20th time in 10 minutes. Black skinny jeans disappeared into my knee-high black boots, while a thin emerald green sweater brought out my eyes. My long hair was in smooth curls down my back. I made sure to keep my makeup looking natural, using dark eyeliner and mascara to highlight my eyes. I looked good. The outfit showed off my curves without showing too much skin. Altogether, it was my usual sexy, not too obvious until you got close. I let out a breath. Now for jewelry. I went to my new jewelry box and opened it. Ethan had kept his promise. After Christmas, he took me jewelry shopping. All of it was gold because Ethan said it looked better on me than silver. I managed to keep him from going overboard with a few pieces in a jewelry box. I put in my gold Trinity knot stud earrings. I had loved them the minute I saw them. I slipped on the matching necklace. The pendant rested just above my neckline. I looked in the mirror again. Okay, now it felt like a date. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. It's not a date, Lexi. He's your friend, just your friend. I didn't like how I had to keep reminding myself of that. There was a knock on the door downstairs. I grinned. Miles was still the only one who ever knocked anymore. "Lexi, Miles is here," Rory called. "Coming," I called back. I pulled on my jacket, my black scarf with white skulls, and headed downstairs. Miles was talking to Rory while he waited. He was wearing black slacks, a dark green button-down, and nice dress shoes. He even had his black wool coat over his arm. He looked drool-worthy. I stopped on the stairs. I was underdressed. I was debating whether to run upstairs to change when he turned and spotted me. He gave me a warm smile. "Hi, are you ready?" Miles asked. I sighed as I came down the rest of the stairs. Yep. I bent down, patted Hades, and said goodbye. When I straightened, I looked at Rory. "When's curfew?" "You're with Miles and going to Missoula, so—" Rory thought about it. "I'll give you till midnight in case of traffic. If you think you'll be a minute late, call." We said goodbye and went out to Miles's 2009 Nissan sedan. It wasn't long before we were on the highway headed toward Missoula. I played with Miles's radio until we agreed on a station. I had to ask, "Am I underdressed?" Miles frowned. He looked away from the road to look at me, his brow drawn down. "What are you talking about?" Miles asked, confused. He looked back to the road, frowning. I bit the corner of my bottom lip before explaining. "I didn't think about the fact you'd probably want to go to a nice restaurant," I explained. He smiled. "Lexi." His voice was the smooth, silky one I loved. "I'm only wearing this because my mother asked me to donate a check to the drama department at the college while we're there. Otherwise, I'd be wearing jeans and my Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy shirt." I chuckled. When I calmed down, he continued, "Besides, I don't like those upscale restaurants either. I've got somewhere else in mind." "Where?" I asked, suddenly dying to know. Miles smiled, that smile that showed how handsome he really was. "This small place I know that makes the best Italian food around," he said. I grinned at him. "Oh, really?" "Yes, you're going to love it," he assured me. I relaxed. He changed the subject to a documentary he watched last night, which we talked about on the rest of the drive to Missoula. "Oh, my God," I mumbled behind my hand around a bite of tiramisu. Miles chuckled. I swallowed my bite. "You were right. This place is fantastic," I admitted. Miles's ears turned pink as he took a forkful of the dessert we were sharing. "You'd be surprised where you'd find great food," Miles said, before eating his bite. I eyed him. "How did you find this place?" The entire place looked like a diner and not a bistro, and the Italian food surprised the hell out of me. I finished another bite before he answered. "About a year ago, I was stuck at the opera with my parents," he began. "Earlier, we had dinner at the most lavish restaurant in town." "And you hated it," I guessed. He nodded. I took another bite of dessert. "I hated it. Their food was great." He shrugged. "But I'm not a big fan of French cooking, especially when snails are involved." I snorted and covered my mouth. He grinned at me as he continued. "So I was at the theater up the street watching. I don't even remember what it was. Anyways, I was hungry, so I slipped out of the theater and looked for a place to get a quick bite." "And you found this place?" I asked. He nodded as he speared more dessert. "I was looking for a hot dog vendor or something," he admitted, "but I saw this place and figured I had the time to sit and eat." "You've been coming here ever since?" I asked, smiling. "I've been coming here ever since," he said. "Don't tell Asher, but the pasta here is even better than his," I whispered to him. "I didn't think that was possible." He chuckled. "They make their pasta from scratch," Miles told me. "Asher hasn't got the technique yet." I watched as Miles took a bite of dessert. He was different tonight, relaxed. I didn't get to see him like that very often. It was like his smile, a secret side of Miles, and only I knew it existed. I looked away before he caught me staring. "So tell me something." I looked back to him and met his eyes. "What university is the brilliant Miles Huntington planning to go to after next year?" Miles chuckled. "Well, the best I've found is MIT, but there's Harvard, Cambridge, even Stanford. There are a few top schools with amazing astrophysics programs that I'm hoping to be able to choose from," he said, putting his fork down. He met my eyes again and gave me a small, sad smile. "You're not going to college, are you?" "No, I mean, not right away at least. Taking art classes would help, but I'm looking to get an apprenticeship after graduation. And most apprenticeships don't pay, but they have lots of hours. So I'll probably be waitressing and learning at a shop. Hopefully," I explained. "This summer I'm going to try to get a part-time job at the tattoo shop in town so I can learn more about the whole process." Miles's face was concerned. "Apprenticeships don't pay you?" he asked. "According to my research, no. Some you even have to pay for to prove you're serious," I said. He frowned. "Miles, I'm going to be okay. I'll find a job that pays the bills while I try to find an apprenticeship." "Where?" he asked. I looked down at the table. "I don't know," I admitted. "I haven't figured it all out yet. I just know I'll have to move to a large city to get the best apprenticeship I can. Valerie Vargas would be amazing. Her work is incredible. Julie Becker's color use is astonishing. Nick Baxter does these amazing large pieces that have the most incredible detail that I want to be able to pull off. There are a lot of tattoo artists that I wish I could learn from, but my chances of working with them are slim to none." Miles was resting his chin on his knuckles with a strange smile on his face. It made me pause. What? Did I have food on my face? "You really are passionate about tattooing," he said, his voice soft. "What is it about it that you love?" I bit the corner of my lower lip before I answered. "For some people, it's artwork they'll carry around all their lives. For others," I met his eyes as I leaned forward, "you can show yourself what you've survived and put it in your skin. It's a visual representation of who you are, of what made you. In a world where you can hide and disappear, people with those tattoos say, no." He gave me a warm smile. "They refuse to hide. They refuse to disappear. They stand and say, I'm here. This is me, take it or leave it, but I'm not going anywhere." I looked down at the table and shrugged. It might sound corny or overly romantic. "It doesn't," Miles said quietly. I looked up to meet his warm gaze. "I can see why you love tattoos. You practice every day, every chance you get. I think you won't have a problem getting an apprenticeship." I smiled. "Thanks, hon." I eyed him. "So, astrophysics?" I said. He chuckled softly. "Yeah." He sounded embarrassed. "Your turn," I said. He squirmed. "What is it about astrophysics?" I asked. He sighed, then leaned on his forearms on the table and met my eyes. "It started with astronomy," he began in his silky timbre. "When I was a little kid, I was fascinated by planets, stars, and galaxies. I read everything I could get my hands on. As I got older, I became more fascinated by the fact that we can figure out why planets move the way they do, that we can figure out and theorize why stars are formed, It's basically you're trying to understand the universe and our place in it. I rested my chin on my hand as I listened. It's immensely vast, and there's so much out there that we don't understand, but it all follows rules that we haven't completely figured out yet. Miles's eyes met mine as he trailed off. And now you're bored out of your mind. No, I'm not, I assured him. I like hearing you talk about it. You get excited. His cheeks tinged pink. The guys usually stop me around the 5-minute mark, he admitted. I gave him a small smile. Talk all you want, I said softly. Tell me something I don't know about, in layman terms. He smiled that smile again as he started talking. The longer he spoke, the more animated he became. He told me about the recent discovery of 7 new planets, like Earth, about 40 light years away from us, what it means that they are all in the habitable zone near a star. I listened, and fell a little harder for him. I didn't bother trying to fight it this time. 15 minutes later, the waitress came with the check in its black holder. I reached for my wallet to pay my half, but Miles snagged the check. Miles, I warned. Lexi, he replied as he pulled out his wallet and put a couple of 20s into the holder. You bought the tickets, I reminded him. Let me buy dinner. No, he said instantly. He put the holder back on the table. I want to pay my half, I tried again. Lexi, I'm rich, he reminded me. I narrowed my eyes at him. I don't care, I countered. A slow smile spread across his face. I know, he said quietly, but I can't let a girl pay for dinner. It's not in me. It's really easy, I tried again. I pointed over his shoulder. You look that way, and I'll pay the check while you're not looking. He spotted my fingers getting closer to the check. He grabbed the check, got up, then went straight to the cashier and paid before I could do more than get out of my side of the booth. I grabbed my jacket and walked up behind him. I pinched his waist. Cheater, I hissed. He looked over his shoulder to smile down at me. You started it, he reminded me. I wrinkled my nose at him. You two are such a cute couple, the cashier said. My face caught fire as I stepped back from Miles. Was I flirting too much? Shit, I had to rein it in. We're just friends, I told her. She looked at me with a doubtful look. I busied myself with pulling on my coat while Miles got his change and thanked the waitress. When we got outside, my face had cooled off some, though Miles's ears were still pink. The play is going to start soon. We should, head over to the campus, Miles suggested stiffly. His shoulders were tense as we walked to his car. I instantly missed relaxed Miles. The campus was beautiful, snow-covered trees and pathways. After the play, we walked down a wide tree-lined walk toward a large bear statue in the middle of what seemed like a large lawn courtyard. It had taken half the first act, but Miles had eventually relaxed again, sitting next to me in the theater. I looked around the pathway. The street lights looked Victorian, but they were modern. The yellow light was glowing against the snow. I didn't have to be home any time soon, so we looked around the campus. What did you think of the play? Miles asked. I smiled as I stepped up onto the edge of the snow-covered lower ledge of the statue. It looked like there were flowers here in the summer, but now they were just snow piles. I really liked it, I said as I started walking along the lower rim. Miles kept pace with me, still on the paving stones. It was funny. I didn't expect that from Shakespeare, I admitted. He didn't always write tragedies, Miles told me. Just the ones that my English teacher makes us read, I grumbled. He chuckled. There was one part I really enjoyed. Which one? He asked. I followed the ledge around the flower bed. Miles was still right next to me. When Puck messed up and everyone saw things from their rival's point of view, I smiled, looking over at him. On the ledge, I was only an inch taller than him. It was odd. They realized it sucked, I added. He chuckled.
I always liked that part too.
He admitted. My shoe touched the ice, and I started losing my balance. Miles's hand reached up to grab mine, giving me steady support so I could keep my balance. I stepped over the ice and kept going. Miles kept his hand held up in mine, just in case I slipped again. I smiled my thanks as he continued.
Everyone got a deeper understanding of the other's situation, how it really wasn't as great as it seemed on the outside.
Exactly. That's why I liked it, I said, as I took another step, still following the ledge. Plus the funny chaos. He smiled as I followed the ledge's turn.
Maybe next time we'll see a tragedy, and you might actually enjoy it,
he offered. I snorted. Maybe, I sighed. But I see enough tragedy on a daily basis, so don't get upset if I don't. I looked down at him. He was looking at the snow-covered buildings with unfocused eyes. Speaking of tragedies, I said. He blinked, then looked up at me. What happened with you and Autumn? I asked gently. He took a deep breath, then let it out slowly.
I told her I wasn't happy with the on and off relationship we've had for the last year,
he said matter-of-factly.
I asked if she was willing to stay in a relationship with me. She pointed out how much time we'd spend flying to see each other, and that we both have other things we need to do instead.
He shrugged.
So we broke it off.
My eyebrows shot up. Mutually, as in you both agreed just like that? I asked, stunned. I have never heard of a breakup being mutual before.
Well, it wasn't easy. It was painful for both of us,
he explained.
But I wasn't getting what I needed from the relationship, and she hadn't been either. In the end, we both agreed that it would be better if that part of our relationship was over.
Are you two going to still play games? I asked, hesitating to mention it. Miles's warm eyes met mine.
Yes, we're still going to talk and game together. We were a big part of each other's lives for the last 4 years. She's one of my best friends, and that isn't going to change, he said, simply. I ran my eyes over his face. He really did seem all right with it. So, no tragedy, I asked, hoping to make him smile. It worked. The butterflies went crazy. No tragedy, just an end.
His gaze ran over me.
Speaking of ends, how are you doing with the whole Dylan situation?
He asked gently. I'm doing great. Now, if he'd just leave me alone, I said, my voice showing my irritation. He chuckled. I get that he made a mistake and that he regrets breaking up with me, which I understand. I shook my head as I looked down at the ledge, carefully placing my feet as I continued. He said some messed up shit to me. He hurt me on purpose, and that I don't understand. That I can't forgive. I caught Miles frowning out of the corner of my eye.
Lexi, have I?
Miles. I stopped walking to look over at him. You've never hurt me, not even on accident. The worry in his eyes started to clear. You never would. He nodded, agreeing with me. I smiled at him before hopping off the flower bed to the ground. He pulled me closer with my hand until I was looking up at him.
Dylan is an idiot,
he said, his voice soft as his eyes ran over my face.
He doesn't deserve someone as incredible as you.
Warmth poured through me from my heart, making even the cold breeze seem like nothing. Believe me, I know, I said, as I smirked up at him. He smiled as a big snowflake landed on his glasses. I looked up to see the sky full of big falling flakes. I closed my eyes, smiling as they hit my face. I loved it when snow fell. It filled the air with magic, and for just a little while it made anything seem possible. I looked back at Miles, who was still smiling. His eyes were bright as they met mine. The rest of the world faded into the distance. Grinning, he reached over to wipe the melting snow off my cheek. My sweet, brilliant, handsome Miles. His gloved fingers slowed as they moved along my cheekbone, heat growing in his eyes. My heart raced. What would his lips feel like? There was a slow, low, hard flip in my stomach. My eyes went to his lips. I wanted to know. I really wanted to know. Before I did something stupid, I stepped back, letting go of his hand as I focused on looking at the buildings on campus. I took a deep breath. Shit. Wasn't it bad enough I had a crush on Asher? I had to feel this way about Miles, too? What was wrong with me lately? I noticed Miles cleaning his glasses out of the corner of my eye. It gave me a chance to get myself back under control. I swallowed hard. My mind was blank. I couldn't think of anything to say.
We should head to the car.
Miles's voice was quiet, but deeper than usual. Please tell me he didn't notice me drooling over him. Yeah, it's getting late, I agreed, putting a smile on my face before looking up at him again. Miles was looking everywhere but at me, his ears pink. Fuck. He noticed. I felt like panicking, then I remembered it was Miles. He wouldn't say anything. He'd never ask about it or even mention it. I didn't know whether to be happy about that or disappointed. We headed back toward the car, walking quietly. Too quietly, damn it. Thank you for bringing me to the play.
Of course.
The drive was also quiet, but not uncomfortably so. I was running around in my head, trying to figure out what the hell was going on with me, and Miles seemed distracted himself, so there was no pressure to talk during the hour-long drive home. Miles pulled up to my house. Okay, Lexi, say goodnight and get out of here before you do something stupid. I had fun tonight, Miles, I said cheerfully. Thank you. Miles's ears turned pink.
You're welcome,
he said quietly as he shut off the car.
Let me walk you inside.
You don't... I didn't bother to finish my sentence. He was already getting out of the car. I sighed and got out before he could open my door for me. My heart was racing as I met him at the walkway. I glared at the ghosts on the lawn. For once, they stayed back. Miles put his hand on my lower back, sending hot shivers through me as we walked to the door. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, pretending I wasn't as tense as a guitar string. Miles stepped just inside the door. The great room was empty. Rory had probably gone to bed. Great. Miles didn't bother to close the door. I took off my jacket and hung it up by the door before turning to him. I gave him a big smile. See? I'm inside, I teased him. I was trying to hide my nerves from him, but he probably noticed. He noticed everything.
Thanks for trying the play, Lexi,
he said uncertainly. I had fun. I usually gave him a hug goodbye. I stepped closer to give him his hug. He opened his arms and slid them around me. I wrapped my arms around his waist and hugged him. Wintergreen filled my lungs as my body flipped low and hard. Damn it, Lexi. Thanks again, Miles, I said, my cheek against his chest. I didn't know what else to say right now.
You're very welcome,
he replied, his voice soft. His arms loosened and we stepped back from each other.
Good night.
He turned and went out the door. I locked it behind him. My heart was hammering. Damn it. How the hell was I going to deal with this? I pushed it out of my head and went upstairs with Hades following. Lying down on my bed next to Hades, I closed my eyes. I dropped down to my center almost immediately. It was only a split second before I was standing in the Veil. The sky boiled above, still angry and green. Tonight I didn't waste time. I sat down in the dirt and concentrated. I thought of the guys. We were in the living room at Miles's house and playing Munchkin again because I refused to lose to Isaac. The others were helping by using every curse or poison card they had on Isaac. By the end, Miles had won. and Isaac's character was naked. It was a fun night. I remembered that peace that I had felt that night. My barriers dropped hard. When I was ready, I opened my eyes. That shimmering gold dome was there. I took a deep breath and focused on pushing that wall out. I watched as it moved across the veil. My body was dry, cracked, dying of thirst. I accepted that the veil was dying. I accepted that this was how the veil felt at this moment as I pushed my will further. I reached the edges. I looked up at the smoky walls of the veil. Time to climb. I imagined that shimmer climbing the walls. I needed to reach the sky. The golden shimmer rose up the walls. I gasped as I touched the fog closing the veil off. It felt gross, like black tar clinging to you, only it wasn't tar. It was made of menace and anger. Whoever had done this was furious about something, and they used that to close off the veil. It filled my mind as I pushed higher. I was halfway up when I couldn't take it and started to fight against the anger, to push back against it, and instantly lost focus. The shimmer slammed back to me, almost knocking me backwards. Gasping, I sat there and eyed the walls. I got halfway up. I thought about trying again, but I could feel how tired I was. I left the veil troubled that night. I was half asleep when my phone vibrated on my desk. Grumbling, I reached over and found it. Secret admirer. How was your night? It took me a few blinks to read it and realize who it was. I checked the time. It was almost midnight. Alexis. Tiring, but good. I was asleep when you texted. If this comes out as gibberish, it's your fault. Secret admirer. Sorry. I was just laying here and wondered how your day was. Alexis. It's fine. How was yours? Secret admirer. Great. I got to text with you. I sighed. I didn't need to be hit on in the middle of the night. Alexis. That's sweet, but I'm really tired and falling asleep as I type. Secret admirer. Go back to sleep. Sweet dreams. I put the phone down and rolled back over to cuddle with Hades. I wasn't awake for much longer. Chapter 4. Saturday morning. I managed to block Maddie's punch and struck back with my own. I made light contact to her stomach. Not enough to hurt, just enough to sting. She grunted. Then she moved in. I instantly moved back and circled, breathing heavily. I learned early to never let Maddie get close. She liked to grapple, and I wasn't that great at it yet. My best bet was to keep out of arm's reach. Sweat was pouring off me as I eyed her. She was breathing heavy, too. Good. At least I was making her work for it. I planned my attack and moved in fast. I feinted a swing at her jaw. She blocked it. Then I threw an uppercut, and I made contact. She growled through her mouthpiece as I moved back again. Good feint, Lexi, Dave called from the side of the octagon. Maddie, don't be timid. Go after her. Maddie reversed her circle and started coming closer. I kept moving to avoid getting cornered. Maddie came in hard. I didn't move fast enough. She moved in close and tried to grab me. I grabbed her wrist on my shoulder and brought my other elbow to her head with a thud. It wasn't full strength, but it was jarring enough I slipped out of her grip. Maddie cursed, but didn't back off. She landed a hit to my side. The smack was loud. I grunted as I moved back, feeling the sting. I backed up a few steps and circled Maddie. She wasn't playing around anymore. All right, fine by me. I moved in. I swung, jabbed, kicked, but she blocked it all. She started pushing back. I countered. I didn't retreat, but I couldn't move forward. I blocked, dodged, and slipped her moves. I was holding out as long as I could. Finally, she snapped. I made a swing. She dodged by bringing her head down around my waist. She shoved with her shoulder as her hands grabbed the back of my knees and pulled. I went down hard. She followed me down, landing on her knees between my legs, her head on my stomach. The air knocked out of me. I was stunned as Maddie moved to my side and dropped her body weight over my chest. I tried to counter as she wrapped an arm around my shoulders, the other around my ribs. I cursed when I realized Maddie already locked her hands. I tried to bridge my hips, but she just pressed her weight more on my chest. I didn't know how to get out of a side control hold. I was screwed. Shit, I gasped as I went limp in her arms. "Tapping out?" Maddie asked, with her mouthpiece still in. "Tapping out," I grumbled. Maddie got to her feet and helped me up. She was a spunky girl who I had just started sparring with this month. Her black hair was shoulder length and back in a braid. Her brown eyes were smiling, and she took off her gloves and pulled out her mouthpiece. "That elbow to the head rattled me," Maddie admitted as we both made our way out of the practice ring and to Dave's side. "Good, because you knocked me on my ass," I countered. We both chuckled. "Grappling, Lexi? You need to practice grappling," she reminded me. I looked at her, then leaned in. "The guys I train with are hot as hell," I reminded her. "And?" she asked pointedly. I sighed. "Rolling around on the floor with a hot guy you can't hit on," I explained. "That just sounds frustrating." She laughed. "Good point," she said as we reached Dave. Dave was about a head taller than me. His blonde hair and blue eyes were average. There wasn't much about Dave that stood out, except for his skill in the octagon, of course. He was a 4-time world champion. His gaze went to Maddie first. "Maddie, you need more blocking and hit practice," Dave began. "You know Lexi's weaknesses. You need to exploit them." Maddie nodded. Dave looked at me. "Lexi, good job making Maddie chase you, but you need grappling practice. Once you hit the mat, it's over," Dave told me. I nodded. He was right. I was just going to have to suck it up. "You girls are done. Get out of here," Dave announced. We both headed for our lockers. I was halfway done taking off my pads when someone stepped up to the side of my locker. "You're Lexi, right?" he asked. I turned my head to see the guy who had once overheard me talking to the guys about my seizures. He was a cutie. His sweaty face had an angled jaw and straight nose. His big green hazel eyes were friendly. His brown curly hair was damp from his workout, and he had a sweet smile, which he flashed at me. "That's me," I said. "I'm Jordan. I've seen you around here for a few months now," he said, as he went to his locker and opened it. "I know. You eavesdropped on a conversation with my friends," I reminded him. He chuckled. "I kinda couldn't help it. You have one of those voices that catch a guy's attention," he said, as he smirked at me before starting to take off his gear. "Wow, he's really going right for that flirt. Really?" "How so?" I asked, wanting to get him to stop flirting with me. He grinned. "Your voice has a melody all its own," he explained. "It's soothing to the ear." Damn, that was a good line. I eyed him playfully. "Been practicing that line long?" I asked. He chuckled, and his cheeks turned pink. "Long enough." I shook my head and pulled my jacket out of my locker. I spotted Maddie sitting on a bench tying her shoe as she eyed Jordan. "Do you want to get some coffee?" Jordan asked, drawing my attention back to him. I gave him a smile. "I can't. I have a coffee date already planned," I said politely, before I pointed over at Maddie. "But she might be interested. Her name's Maddie, and she's funny as hell." Jordan turned to look at Maddie. He looked back at me with a grin. "Maybe another time," Jordan said, before grabbing his bag and heading to the bathroom in the back. I rolled my eyes and closed my locker. "Hey, Red, where's the fire?" Isaac asked, as all of the guys came toward the lockers. "I'm shopping today, remember?" I reminded him. "I still have to go to Dulcet." Isaac groaned dramatically as he lay down on a bench. The others taunted him. "Are you coming to Vagabond tonight?" Ethan asked as he started taking off his wraps. I don't have the gas to go to Dulcet twice, I pointed out. Ethan shrugged.
Ride with us, Ethan offered. I won't leave you there.
I snorted. So, if a hot girl came up to you and asked you to take her home for a good time, you'd say, "No, I have to drive Lexi home"? Ethan thought about that. The guys chuckled.
Everyone else is going tonight, so if that does happen, you'd still have a ride home,
Ethan pointed out.
Don't worry, Allie, that has never happened to Ethan before,
Asher announced as he put away his gear. Ethan got a dreamy expression.
One day it will,
Ethan sighed. I threw a towel at him and hit him in the face. I shook my head at him, then pulled on my jacket and checked to see that I had everything. If you give me a ride, I'll go, I agreed.
Yay, Red's coming,
Isaac shouted as he waved his arms. Then his arms dropped.
I need a nap.
I laughed as I walked over to look down at Isaac. What's wrong, Cookie Monster? Not sleeping? I asked in a pouty voice. He sighed.
Not last night,
Isaac admitted. I bent down and kissed his forehead. When I straightened, he was smiling.
Thanks, Red. That might help.
Any time. Also, if you need a cuddle, I can come up with an excuse to crash at Miles's house, I offered. Isaac's smile widened.
Red, are you offering to sleep with me?
Isaac asked, straight-faced. I laughed. Not anymore, I countered, still laughing. He made a pained face while the others snickered. I'll see you guys later, I said as I headed out. The guys said bye before I went out the door and headed home. I was in the shower when I started to think about Ethan and Isaac's flirting lately. I don't remember when it started, but it had quickly turned into a little game. The twins would flirt, and I'd shut them down. They seemed to think it was fun, and to be honest, it was. I quickly finished my shower. As I walked into my bedroom in my towel, I noticed my computer was on. Odd. I didn't remember turning it on. Deciding to ignore it, I focused on getting dressed. I was going to be changing a lot today. So I chose my comfiest clothes. I grabbed my blue bootcut jeans, a black cami, and an oversized indigo sweater that sometimes fell off my shoulder. I made sure to wear my new black snow boots. I was not falling in the snow today. I quickly used a hairdryer and threw the mass up into a messy bun. When I picked up my wallet, I paused. I was going to be changing a lot, and I didn't want to lose everything. I grinned as I pulled out the purse Miles gave me for Christmas from the closet. The black leather bag was cut like scales to reveal the red silk underneath. I called it my dragon bag. I threw my cell phone in, my wallet, tissues, and even a Lexi kit. Zeke had made me promise last night that I would take one since I was going shopping with Jake, and he had no clue about my abilities. He was right. Ever since the bowling alley, I usually carried one in the pocket of my coat. Though this didn't hurt either. I did my usual makeup and was out the door on time. I met Jake in Dulcet at a little corner cafe he loved. It might have had something to do with the cute boy baristas that worked there. I know I didn't mind the view. I walked into the almost empty cafe. Jake instantly got my attention by waving to me from our usual nook. I smiled a big smile and hurried over. Jake got to his feet. His short-styled blonde hair had lighter blonde highlights. His pretty green eyes were smiling as he headed toward me. "Hey, sweetness," Jake greeted cheerfully. I hugged him tight. "Hey, sexy," I said as he squeezed me back. I felt light and airy around Jake. He was so easy to talk to, and he never judged me for crushing on Asher and Miles. A part of me felt bad about not telling him about my abilities, but I couldn't. I tried once, yet every instinct I had screamed at me not to. I pulled away, took off my jacket, and sat down in the leather armchair across from him. He sat back down in the other. "So, how's it going with the hotties?" Jake asked immediately. He was grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I leaned forward, rested my elbows on my knees, covered my face, and groaned with frustration. Jake started laughing. I dropped my hands while my face was on fire. "That good, huh?" he asked. I shook my head, not knowing where to start. Thankfully, one of the hot waiters came up and asked if I'd like anything. I ordered a large mocha latte. The server sent Jake a flirty smile and went to fill my order. Jake, however, didn't seem to notice. I raised my eyebrow at him. "So, how was your week?" he asked. Over the next half hour, I gave him the highlights, almost getting hit by a car, fighting with Zeke. I finished with the twins chasing me through campus and Isaac throwing me over his shoulder and smacking my butt. He dramatically acted faint and fanned himself after that one. Then he gave me the highlights from this week. Erin hitting on a lesbian and her girlfriend yelling at him for it. Derek had a recital that ended with him getting a standing ovation, and Dylan was being a big enough dick that their friend Luke threw a clipboard at him at the store. Luke managed to hit him in the head. I tried not smiling at that one. Thomas managed to score a date with a blonde girl who was just as grumpy as he was. I snickered when I heard that one. During our conversation, the hot barista kept coming over to check on us, though he seemed to only have eyes for Jake. Oddly, Jake didn't notice. I was about to say something when Jake asked, "How was the theater last night?" Jake asked. Excitedly, I covered my face and groaned. "I almost kissed Miles," I mumbled through my fingers. "Say that again, sweetness?" Jake asked. I dropped my hands and looked him in the eye. "I almost kissed Miles last night," I said clearly. His jaw dropped. "You mean my tall, lean, and sexy? Shame on you." Jake smacked my hand, making me laugh. "And what do you mean, almost?" he asked, leaning in. I sighed. "I didn't expect last night to feel like a date, but it did," I explained. I went on to tell him every detail about my evening with Miles, even about how he noticed me looking at his lips. His mouth was gaping by the end. "That sounds like a date to me, Lexi," he said, his voice confident. I shook my head. "No, he just wanted me to see that Shakespeare didn't always end in tragedy," I reminded him. Jake raised an eyebrow and looked at me doubtfully. "Lexi, dinner, a play, and romantic walk on a tree-lined campus at night in the snow?" Jake said slowly and clearly. "What does that sound like to you?" I went still. "A cheesy romantic comedy?" I offered sarcastically. He kept waiting. I sighed. "A date," I said hesitantly. Jake nodded. I shook my head. If Miles liked me, he had the perfect opportunity to make a move last night. He didn't even try to hold my hand. "It's Miles," he said enthusiastically. "He's a shy boy." I sighed. "He doesn't think of me that way, Jake. I don't think he ever will," I told him adamantly, even though it made me sad, too. He sighed. "Well, what about Asher?" he asked. I shrugged. "I don't know if he even notices I'm a girl anymore," I said. His eyes narrowed. "I bet he does, and you just aren't paying attention," he countered. I snorted. "I don't know," I admitted. "All I know is that I have to ignore these feelings until they go away." Jake rolled his eyes. "Or you kiss one of them and find out what happens," he offered. "Okay, say I do that," I offered. Then he says he doesn't feel the same about me. How would we get past that and still be friends with him knowing how I feel? Jake's smile disappeared, and shadows filled his eyes. "When you figure it out, let me know," he mumbled, as he drank his coffee. I put two and two together. "Hold on," I said, pointing at him. "You like somebody." It was Jake's turn to blush and look away. "Isn't that barista hot?" he asked, trying to distract me. "Oh, no, you don't," I declared. "He's been flirting with you all morning and you didn't even notice. You don't get to try that now." Jake looked at me. Who? I asked, getting excited. His face turned crimson. Oh, this was going to be good. The door to the coffee shop opened, but I ignored it and focused on Jake. He began painfully. Hey, guys. A voice surprised us. I looked up to find Derek, another friend of Dylan's. I smiled. Derek was one of Jake and Dylan's grumpy friends, who also happened to be an extremely talented pianist. He wore black from head to toe. His dark hair was spiked and still streaked with purple. He had a nice average face, though, with the nose ring, eyebrow stud, and lip ring you wouldn't notice. Didn't expect to see you two here, Derek said, as he grinned at us. Hey, heard about the recital, Mr. Standing Ovation? I teased. Derek's face tinged pink. It was nothing. I screwed up part of the overture and no one noticed, Derek grumbled as he took the armchair next to me. But you did, I chimed. He snorted. Yeah, it's been bugging the hell out of me the last 3 days, Derek admitted. I finally had to play it over and over until I could play it in my sleep. That's why you got into Juilliard, that drive for perfection, Jake pointed out. No one can be perfect. I strive to be better than yesterday, Derek countered, his cheeks turning pink again. Derek checked his phone. And that means more practice, Derek grumbled. He looked up at us. It was good seeing you guys. Have fun at practice, I taunted. Derek snorted as he got to his feet and headed to the counter. I turned back to Jake in time to see him checking out Derek's ass. Oh my God! My mouth was gaping when Jake turned back to me and realized what I saw. He shot me a deadly look and put his finger in front of his lips. I shut my mouth immediately and watched Derek walk out of the cafe door. I turned back to a red-faced Jake. Holy crap! Shh. Jake tried shushing me. You like Derek? I barely managed to keep my voice at a quiet level. Since when? Jake sighed. Since forever. Why do you think I never actually have a boyfriend? He admitted painfully. He leaned forward and covered his face with his hands. He's just so cute, smart, and talented, he groaned. Is he? I asked. He dropped his hands. Honestly, I don't think so. He's had girlfriends in the past. But so did you, I pointed out. Jake nodded. Is he dating anyone now? I asked. No, not for the last couple months, Jake said. He said since he was going to New York after next year, he didn't really want to leave anyone behind. I frowned at that. We're juniors, I countered. He's not going to date anyone for the rest of this year or our senior year. That sounded a little odd to me. I wanted to get to the bottom of that. I fought the urge to run after Derek and grill him. Jake nodded sadly. Wait, so all this time you knew about Asher and Miles and you didn't say a word about Derek? I accused him. He grinned at me mischievously. I smacked his leg hard. He just snickered. You shithead? Oh, come on. I had to wring the whole Miles and Asher thing out of you, Jake countered. I chuckled because he was right. I pointed at him threateningly. No more secrets. We're going to share our mutual misery, I declared. He chuckled and nodded. My phone vibrated. I pulled it out to check my messages. Secret admirer. Morning. What are your plans for the day? I looked up at Jake, who was eyeing me. Speaking of secrets, I began. I've got a secret admirer. Jake's jaw dropped. I texted back while Jake was still gaping. Alexis. I'm in Dulcet shopping today for a winter formal dress, but I'm planning on hitting Vagabond later tonight. You? When I was done, I handed the phone over to Jake. He immediately began reading out texts. Who is this guy? He asked, getting excited. I shrugged. No clue. Are you interested? He asked, practically glowing. No, I'm not interested, and he knows it. I took back my phone as it vibrated. Secret admirer. University applications. I'm behind. I'm picking up some electric parts." "Oh, he's a senior," I announced. Jake got up and came over to sit with me in my armchair. "Alexis, what universities?" "How many seniors do you know?" Jake asked. "None that I know of. I don't ask everyone what grade they are in," I pointed out. He chuckled as my phone vibrated. "Secret admirer. Georgia Institute of Technology and Johns Hopkins. They're the best schools for biomedical engineering." "Wow, he's a smart one," Jake announced as he read over my shoulder. "Ask him what his shoe size is." I burst out laughing. Before I could recover, Jake snagged my phone and started texting. I reached for it and tried to get it back, but it was a no-go. He had sent his question by the time I got it back. It vibrated almost immediately. "Secret admirer. Whoever this is, give Alexis back her phone, now." I quickly explained. "Alexis, sorry, that was my friend Jake. He stole my phone. How'd you know that wasn't me?" "Secret admirer. You don't talk that way. I've got to go. I'll text you tonight." I looked at Jake and shook my head. "You shit." He knew it wasn't me, I told him. He rolled his eyes. "You're really not interested in this guy?" Jake asked. I shot him a look. "I'm already interested in two. Do I really need to add to that?" I countered. He sighed. "Good point," he grumbled before smacking my leg. "Come on, we have shopping to do." We headed for Jake's aunt's boutique. I followed Jake to Main Street and found a parking spot down the street from the store. Jake met me at the Blazer, looped his arm around mine, and walked with me down the street. We were across the street when we passed Dylan's dad's store, Miller's Hardware. I sighed and kept walking. Jake led me into a cute little clothing store filled with racks of clothes. "Hey, Aunt Faye!" Jake shouted once we walked in. A woman around my height came from the back of the store. Faye had to be nearing her 60s. Her hair was spiked and red, as in blood red. She was a round little woman that seemed to glow with warmth. Her green eyes lit up as she spotted Jake. "Jakey Poo, come hug your auntie," Faye said in a cloying voice. Jake's face turned red instantly. "Jakey Poo?" I whispered out of the corner of my mouth. He shot me a look. "Yes, I'm her Jakey Poo," he stated confidently without a hint of embarrassment, except for his face. "Got a problem with that?" I shook my head as he went to hug his aunt. When he pulled back, he kept his arm around her. "Faye, this is Lexi. She's in dire need of a gown that doesn't make her look like a princess." Faye smiled a big smile. "Sweetheart, you came to the right place. Come on in and let's get started," Faye said warmly. Faye took me around the racks, asking my opinion on different dresses. It took some time, but eventually Faye smiled. "I think I have your taste down. Go get in the dressing room, strip down, and we'll bring the dresses to you." I didn't argue. I went into the dressing room and waited. Soon the curtain opened, and Jake passed me a dress. Then he eyed me in my underwear. "What?" I asked. He frowned. "Cotton, really?" he asked, painfully. I flipped him off as he dropped the curtain. He just laughed. I took the dress he gave me. It was satin and tulle, but black. I stepped into the dress and held the bodice to my chest. I came out into the dressing room area. Jake was waiting. I turned. "Zipper, please?" I asked sweetly. Jake zipped me up as Faye walked into the dressing room area, pulling a rack of black gowns with her. "Okay, in front of the mirrors," Faye ordered. I walked over to the 3 mirrors and looked at myself. The dress was strapless, the bodice black satin, and the skirt was black tulle. It was pretty, but I could already feel it sliding down my chest and said so. Faye nodded. "Okay, no strapless," Faye announced. She gestured for me to go back into the dressing room. She handed me another dress and closed the curtain. It went on like that for an hour. Eventually, we just left the curtain open. I was the only one in the store, and Jake wasn't interested. I was about to give up when Faye lit up. "Oh, I know the perfect dress. Faye ran off in the back of the store. I hung up the short black and lace dress I had just tried on. We're going to need to hit a lingerie shop after this, Jake announced, looking pointedly at my bra. 'Cause you need satin, sweetness. I snorted. No, I don't. Plain and functional works just fine for me, I countered. He huffed. Not for a formal gown, he shot back. I rolled my eyes. Jake eyed me. So, do you have a date for this thing? He asked. Nope. In fact, I was wondering if you wanted to be my date, I asked in my sweet voice. He snorted. No, I'm not getting into talks unless it's for a certain purple-haired guy, he said, his eyes meeting mine. But I heard you turned Dylan down pretty hard. I went still. What are you talking about? He said he asked you and you shut him down cold, he told me. Yeah, I shut him down, I admitted. Jake eyed me. You couldn't have done it gently, he asked. I mean, you broke the guy's heart. Wait, what? I asked, confused. I broke his heart? Yeah, when you broke up with him, Jake said. I snorted and shook my head. That was funny. Jake, I didn't have Dylan's heart. I didn't have his anything, I told him. He dumped me. Jake's brows went sky high. What? Jake asked, stunned. Yeah, he came down and said some real shitty stuff to me and dumped me. Then I told him to fuck off, I explained. Understanding filled his eyes. So that's why you don't want to talk to him or return his calls, he said, his voice sympathetic. Pretty much. Faye walked through the dressing room doorway and handed me a shapeless black dress on a hanger. Trust me, put this on, I guarantee you'll love it, Faye announced. I took the dress, unzipped it, and stepped into it. I pulled it up, then slipped my arms through the straps and waited for Jake to zip me up. Not expecting much, I walked over to the mirrors and looked up. Holy shit! It was perfect. Faye and Jake helped me pick out accessories and shoes that would go perfectly with the dress. As I handed over Rory's credit card, I was starting to get excited about the dance. Carrying my bags, we headed back down Main Street towards my blazer. You're going to need a thong, Lexi, Jake warned. I snorted. I do not need a thong, I countered. In this dress you do. Your panties will ruin the line of the dress, Jake insisted. I snorted. I'm not going underwear shopping with you, I shot back, laughing. I was still snickering when I felt that chill run down my neck like a finger. I stopped laughing and looked straight ahead. 3 ghosts were talking as they strolled down the sidewalk of Main Street. 1 woman and 2 men in clothes from the 1800s, and they seemed to know each other. Their energy hit my barriers hard enough they vibrated. I put tissues to my nose as Jake kept talking about how I needed a thong to make the dress line work. The ghosts were coming straight at me. My stomach knotted. I stepped behind Jake fast. My barriers shook hard as the 3 walked by. My stomach rolled badly. I stepped around Jake and ran for the alley just a few feet away. I hurried down the alley and I made it around a big green dumpster where I dropped my bags, fell to my knees, and threw up. Lexi? Shit, Jake said as he spotted me. I held the tissues to my nose. My other hand braced against the brick wall. Hands were on my back and shoulder. Okay, get it all out, sweetie. I was sick again. There you go. Footsteps ran towards us. She just started. Did she bring a kit? A husky voice demanded. A what? She brought a black purse, Jake said, his voice confused. My stomach lurched, but nothing came up. Great dry heaves. Move, Jake. The husky voice was closer. Hands left me while a wrapper was torn. Lexi, here. The voice registered. I held out my hand. The familiar weight of a nausea tablet settled in my hand. I popped it into my mouth and chewed. Cherry filled my mouth. I braced my arm against the brick again and kept my eyes closed. What's going on? Jake demanded. She's having a seizure. The husky voice. Shit, it was Dylan. Who else in Dulcet knows how to help? I mentally cursed my luck as my stomach started to stop cramping.
She'll be okay in a bit. She's just hurting now, and light-sensitive,
Dylan explained to Jake. As I felt better, I realized Dylan's hand was rubbing between my shoulder blades. I knocked his hand away from me, but his hand came back to rest on my shoulder. I smacked it away again, harder. Dylan, she's saying she doesn't want you touching her, Jake said, his voice firm. Touch her again and we're going to have words. Dylan sighed. When my head stopped hurting enough that I could open my eyes, I did. I blinked and waited for my eyes to adjust. What are you doing, Dylan? I asked, my voice rough.
Helping. I was looking out the shop window when I saw you run down the alley. It didn't take much to guess what was happening,
Dylan said, his voice matter of fact. I snorted, which, of course, hurt my face. I got to my feet, still bracing a hand on the wall. This is exactly what you wanted to avoid, remember? I pointed out. I pulled my tissues away from my nose. It stopped bleeding. I stepped back from the wall to see him watching me, his face worried. Dylan had a boyish charm that had made my heart race. Well, it did before. His brown hair was more of a mess than usual. His sapphire eyes met mine. You didn't want to deal with my seizures? I reminded him as I stepped back again and threw my tissues into the dumpster.
I've changed my mind,
Dylan announced. I looked at him and couldn't quite believe his balls. It doesn't change the things you said to me, I countered.
Lexi.
Thanks for the assist, I said, before I turned and walked back to my bags. Jake had the dress bag over his shoulder. I picked up the rest and headed out of the alley.
Make sure she's okay to drive, Jake,
Dylan called. I rolled my eyes. Already was, Jake shot back from behind me. We walked back to my blazer in silence. Dylan's words that night kept running through my head.
You have a lot of problems and I can't take care of you all the time.
I huffed. The guys managed just fine, and they didn't think of me as someone they had to take care of. That jackass. We were loading the bags into the back when Jake broke the silence.
What did he say to you that night?
Jake asked. Let's just say he knew exactly where to hit to cause the most pain possible, I said. I looked up and met his eyes. And he knew exactly what he was saying and how much it would hurt. Jake's jaw clenched as he looked down the road at Dylan, who was walking back to the store.
The asshole?
Pretty much. Chapter 5. Saturday night. I was getting dressed when Ethan called.
You ready, beautiful?
Ethan asked. I'm getting dressed now, I told him as I pulled my clothes out of the closet and set them on my bed.
Ooh, naked beautiful,
he teased. I rolled my eyes as I smiled. Not naked. It wasn't a lie either. I was standing in my room in my underwear.
Oh, you just had to ruin it,
Ethan grumbled. I chuckled.
Anyway, we'll be there in 10.
See you then, I said before I hung up. I pulled on dark blue jeans and a gray boyfriend shirt. I just threw my hair back in a ponytail and put on some mascara. That was all the effort I was willing to go through tonight. I headed downstairs with Hades following. Rory was laid out on the couch watching hockey. Hey, Rory, care if I go to Vagabond with the guys? I asked, already knowing the answer. He looked up and smirked.
Be back by 10,
Rory said. And then he looked over at Hades and patted his stomach.
Come on, Hades.
Hades jumped up onto the couch and walked up onto Rory's chest to lay down. I bit back a smile. I never told him how big Hades was going to get, and I was sure the guys didn't either. When Hades is full grown, he's going to climb on Rory like that, and I planned on filming it. I was checking my wallet when there was a car honk outside. Bye, Rory. I was out the door and getting into the front seat of the twins' car. Isaac was in the back seat tapping away on his cell phone. Ethan eyed me.
You okay, beautiful?
Ethan asked. I gave him a smile. Yeah, I'm going low-key. I really don't want to get hit on tonight, I said, as I buckled my seatbelt. The boys chuckled.
Well, that's not going to work,
Ethan said.
You're too pretty.
I snorted as Ethan pulled onto the road. My heart warmed from the compliment. Damn straight, I said proudly. They both chuckled. As we headed for Dulcet, I told them about my barriers holding against the 3 ghosts earlier. They both cheered. Isaac hugged me from behind the seat. Ethan yelled at him to put his belt back on. Isaac didn't even argue. The twins talked while I changed the radio to a good rock station.
Hey, Red,
Isaac called. I turned in my seat to see him.
If I can't find a date in time, do you want to go to Winter Formal with me?
He asked, grinning at me. Sure, why not? I agreed. Isaac shot his arms into the air and cheered.
You're the best, Red.
Yeah, I know, I said as I smiled at him. We listened to music and gossiped on the way to Dulcet. When we arrived, Ethan parked and we headed in. The place was packed. Vagabond was a large warehouse-like bar that let the 16 to 20-year-old crowd in on Saturday nights. The bar ran along the right side of the building, and the dance floor was in the middle somewhere. Ethan took my hand and led me through the crowd to a table in the back corner. Miles, Asher, Zeke, and Riley were already there. Riley and Zeke were both quiet as Miles and Asher made small talk. I slipped into the booth by Asher, Ethan close behind.
So, what's going on?
Ethan asked the table.
Ethan, Isaac, you two might want to lay low.
Asher warned the twins.
Your exes are here.
I cringed. Ethan just shrugged before leaning back in the seat.
She can bitch all she wants, I don't care,
Ethan announced, smirking. Isaac nodded in agreement.
I was more worried about Allie,
Asher admitted. I don't know what you're talking about, I said innocently.
Allie,
Asher warned. I grinned mischievously. Don't worry, I'm not going to start swinging. I looked over to a stone-faced Zeke. That's Zeke's territory. He shot me a look. I gave him my smart-ass grin. He just glared at me. Okay, time to bring out the big guns. I leaned my elbows on the table and gave him my full attention. What's wrong, Zeke? I asked in my serious voice. Did someone steal your pink bunny rabbit? I asked seriously. Was it a little girl? Did a little girl steal your pink bunny rabbit? I widened my eyes and whispered, Was it the purple unicorn this time? He finally snorted and his shoulders relaxed a little. Riley looked at Zeke, then back at me. I shot him a smile before looking at Riley. Jake sends hugs and kisses. Riley gave me a distracted smile. So, how did shopping go? Riley asked, her voice seeming strained. Okay, that was weird. It was successful, I declared. She smiled. Tell me about the dress, Riley asked. Black, sexy, elegant, I said, keeping it vague. She shot me a look. I have to surprise Isaac. I'm going to need that foot rub after a night in heels, I told her adamantly. She burst out laughing.
You have to win the bet first, Red,
Isaac reminded me. I sent him a knowing smile.
Hey, when did you guys get here?
I looked up. Ryan and Oliver stood next to Ethan. I smiled. About 5 minutes ago, I said. I'm going to go get a drink, Riley announced. Isaac slid out of the booth to let her out. Zeke clenched his jaw as he got out and followed her into the crowd.
And I see a possible date to the dance,
Isaac announced before leaving the table.
You guys care if we join you? Everywhere else is packed,
Oliver asked.
Sure,
Asher said. Oliver scooted in and Ryan took the outside. Everyone started talking about school, music, video games. It didn't matter. Soon everyone was laughing, and I was glad I came out tonight. After a while, I got thirsty. Okay, I'm making a drink run, I announced. Ethan got out of the booth so I could scoot out. Anyone want anything? I asked. There were a couple orders.
I'll give you a hand,
Ryan offered as he got to his feet.
Actually, Ryan, I wanted to talk to you and Oliver about our next show here,
Ethan announced. Ryan hesitated. "Don't worry, I got it," I assured him. Ryan gave me an apologetic smile before he sat back down. I made my way through the crowd. I was almost to the bar when I heard a voice that made my temper boil. "Oh, it's the boys' whore." Faith's voice had stopped me in my tracks. I turned to see Ethan's ex-girlfriend, Faith, standing there. Faith was hot. There was no other way to say it. She had the curves that most girls would kill for. Her black hair had red streaks running through the pixie cut. Her face was pretty, and she was currently glaring at me with amber eyes. I sighed. "Really? Whore? That's all you got?" I asked, sounding disappointed. "You need some new material, sweetie." I went to walk away, but was stopped by another voice. "Wow, you've gotten fat." Cece's voice stopped me. I reminded myself to hold on to my temper. I turned back to see Cece had joined Faith. Cece was a cute little thing with white blonde hair, green eyes, and a big chip on her shoulder. "Nope, I'm actually at a healthy weight," I said matter-of-factly. "Don't put your issues on me." "Oh, it's you," Trisha said, as she stepped up next to the others. Trisha was a beautiful girl with long curly brown hair and sharp eyes. Only that beauty was marred by the bandage over the bridge of her nose and the fading batwing bruising under her eyes. I had a small twinge of satisfaction over that. After all, the bitch had left me for dead. "Aren't you supposed to be on your back somewhere?" Trisha snapped. I snorted. "How's the nose, Trisha?" I asked sweetly. Trisha flinched. "What? Still bitter about being dumped because you girls were being bitches?" I asked in my sweet voice. I snorted. "You girls ruined your own relationships, not me." I smiled and started walking away. "Say hi to your dad for me. Oh, wait." "Be careful of your next words, Trisha." I growled the warning as I turned. I looked at her with dead eyes. Her face grew white. "No one's here to stop me this time," I reminded her. They looked at me with shocked faces. I turned and pushed my way through the crowd. I was fuming. I don't care who you are, you don't go after someone's family. That was just low. I reached the bar and ordered 3 sodas. I looked around and spotted Eric talking to a group of people further down the bar. I looked back to the wall behind the bar. I didn't really want to talk to him. I was still waiting for my drinks when my phone vibrated. I pulled it out of my back pocket. "Secret admirer, you look beautiful tonight." I grinned to myself. "Alexis, you're at Vagabond tonight?" Secret admirer, "Isn't everyone?" I snorted. He had a point. "Alexis, then why don't you come say hi?" There were a few beats as I waited for a response. Secret admirer, "I thought about it, but you're with your friends." Alexis, "So?" As I waited for a response, I looked up to see if the bartender was done. He was heading my way with my drinks. My phone vibrated on the bar as I paid and thanked him. Secret admirer, "Some of your friends don't have the best reputations." I scowled at my phone. "Really?" Alexis, "Well, if you're going by reputations, you're not going to like mine." I tucked my phone into my back pocket, picked up my drinks, and headed back through the crowd. "Lexi." Dylan's voice came from behind me. I gritted my teeth before turning around. Dylan was standing there with that small smile on his face. "Hey," I said in a polite tone, though this trip to the bar was killing my good mood. "I wanted to talk to you," Dylan said, his voice sounding uncertain. I sighed. "Be polite, Lexi, and walk away." When I opened my mouth to tell him no, he started talking. "I know I hurt you, and I'm sorry about what I said that night. It was stupid and mean. I never even felt that way. I was just exhausted and overwhelmed from everything going on." I went to say something, but he kept talking right over me. "I miss you." He kept talking, and I tuned him out. I took a deep breath for control and looked around the crowd. Ethan was headed my way. I needed Dylan to stop, now. I turned back to him and interrupted. "Dylan, I'm having a good time with my friends. I really don't want to do an autopsy on our relationship, I pointed out. He was speechless for a few seconds.
We're not dead, Lexi, if you give us a chance. Hey, Dylan,
Ethan said, as he joined us with a strained smile.
How are you doing?
Dylan hesitated before answering.
I'm all right.
Dylan's eyes went back to me.
We were just having a private conversation. Yeah, sorry, but I need some help from Beautiful. There's a blonde not getting the hint that I'm not interested. I need Lexi to drive home the point.
Ethan took my arm and pulled me to his side away from Dylan.
Sorry about that.
Ethan didn't sound sincere at all as he put his arm around me and walked me away from Dylan. You're my hero for the day, I told him earnestly. He chuckled. My phone vibrated in my pocket.
Why didn't you just tell him off?
He asked, taking one of the drinks I was carrying. I tried to, but he started talking again, I admitted. He burst out laughing. He was still laughing when we reached the table. Zeke was in Ethan's old spot, his shoulders rigid and jaw clenched. Riley wasn't with him. I kept my questions to myself as I handed out drinks. I sat down next to Ethan and pulled out my phone. Secret admirer. You're different. I snorted. Alexis. Not by much. TTYL. Dealing with the girls and Dylan just took away any energy I had. I was tired and ready to go home. I gave Ethan my drink. Is anyone ready to go home? I asked, hopefully.
I can give you a ride,
Ryan offered from inside the booth. Zeke got to his feet and picked up his coat.
Come on, Lexi. I'll take you home,
Zeke said, already moving towards the crowd. I grabbed my coat, thanked Ryan, and said goodbye to everyone before I followed. When I caught up to Zeke, I snagged his belt so I didn't lose him without even thinking about it. His hand reached back and took mine as we made our way through the crowd. Instead of heading to the front, Zeke took me to the side patio door. We walked out and slipped on our jackets on our way to his black '97 Jeep Cherokee. He was quiet as we pulled out of the lot and got onto the highway. We were silent most of the drive.
What happened? You seemed okay earlier,
he asked, his voice quiet. I sighed. On my way to get drinks, I ran into the 3 bitches of the North. I looked over to him. They insulted me, by the way. He shook his head.
Anyone else mess with you today?
Ran into Dylan twice today, I grumbled. Zeke looked over at me before looking back at the road.
How'd that go?
He asked, his voice deeper than usual. As you'd expect. Ethan got me out of there before I started yelling at him, I admitted. He cursed.
Lexi, if you want us to deal with him, we will,
Zeke offered.
I'll make it real clear to him to leave you alone.
I can handle Dylan, I assured him. Besides, if it came to that, I'd let you know. He just grunted in response. I looked over at him and asked, What happened with Riley? His hands on the wheel tightened until his knuckles were white.
We're fighting, he admitted. She got a ride home with her friends.
I looked back out the window. Do you want to talk about it? I asked gently. He scoffed.
No, I don't.
His voice told me not to push it, so I let it go. I reached over and gave his arm a squeeze before looking back out at the trees. We were almost back to town when my phone rang. The caller ID said it was Tara. I didn't even know she had my number. Tara? There was loud background music and voices. Lexi, I need a favor, Tara said, her voice strained. My stomach knotted. What's going on? I demanded. Zeke looked over at me, frowning. I got a ride with my friends to the party out at the Thompson house, Tara said, her voice still strained. There's a guy here that won't leave me alone. Can you come get me, please? Her voice was scared. I'd never heard her sound that way. I pulled the phone away from my mouth. Tara is in trouble at the Thompson house, I told Zeke. He accelerated.
I know where that is. It should be 10 minutes.
Zeke assured me, his voice hardening. I brought the phone back to my mouth. We're 10 minutes out, Tara, I told her calmly. Stay with your friends, don't go to the bathroom alone, and stay in sight of everyone. Got it?" "Yeah, got it." Tara's voice was stronger, more her. "Thanks." Tara hung up. I cursed as I put my phone away.
"What happened?"
Zeke asked. "Some guy won't leave her alone, and her friends drove so she can't leave," I bit out. My knee started bouncing. Zeke sped up even more. Adrenaline raced through me. Tara and I didn't really get along. For her to call me for help meant it had to be something bad. Zeke sped through the curves in the road and blasted through town without any trouble. We made it to the Thompson house in 8 minutes. Zeke parked the Jeep behind all the other cars. We got out and hurried toward the house. Zeke took my hand and led me through the crowd. The Thompson house was big and packed with people. The longer it took to find Tara, the more worried I became. Finally, I spotted her at the end of a hallway. She was standing in the corner with a tall guy towering over her. His brown hair was sweaty, and his shoulders were broad. He had to be around Asher's size. "Zeke, over there." I got his attention and pointed. We both watched as Tara tried to walk out of the corner, only for the guy to block her. He moved closer until she was practically pinned in the corner. Zeke dropped my hand and strode down the hallway with me 1 step behind. "Leave me alone," Tara told the guy, her voice shaking. Zeke grabbed the guy's arm and jerked him away from my cousin. I grabbed Tara, then pulled her behind me and out of the line of fire.
"What the fuck do you think you're doing, cornering a girl like that?"
Zeke growled. The guy pushed back, but Zeke was stronger. He kept the guy against the wall. I turned to Tara and moved her further down the hallway. "Tara, what did he do? Who is that?" I asked. Tara's hands were shaking. "Darren Cross. He kept saying gross stuff and kept touching me. I told him to stop, but he didn't listen," Tara said, crossing her arms over her chest and hugging herself.
"When a girl says stop, you stop, motherfucker,"
Zeke snapped. He was furious. "What did he touch?" I asked bluntly. She met my eyes before looking away. "My hair, my face, and my leg. He just wouldn't leave me alone," Tara said. My temper sparked. I wanted to hit the fucker. I turned to Zeke. "He kept touching her, Zeke," I announced. Zeke punched the guy. Darren cried out and clutched his bleeding nose. He started to slide down the wall, but Zeke grabbed him by the throat and pinned him there.
"If you ever fucking touch Tara again or even come near her, I'll crush your throat under my boot,"
Zeke snarled in Darren's face. Darren's dark eyes grew wide.
"Understand?"
"Got it," Darren said painfully.
"Good. Now apologize to her,"
Zeke growled, his fingers tightening. Darren's gaze went to Tara and I. "Sorry," Darren bit out. Zeke punched him one more time and let him drop to the floor. Zeke stepped back. Darren just groaned against the wall.
"Lexi, get her to the car,"
Zeke ordered. I didn't argue. I took Tara's hand, led her through the party and out of the house. I knew Zeke was just a step behind us. Tara was quiet all the way to the car. I opened the back door for her and she slid in with tears running down her face. I handed her some tissues before I closed the door. I climbed into the front seat. Zeke started the car, peeled out of the driveway and onto the highway. I turned around in my seat. "What happened?" I asked gently. Tara wiped her face before answering. "My friend Elaine was sober driver tonight, so we all took her car," Tara began. "We were having a good time when Jason and his friends showed up. Darren wouldn't leave me alone." Tara shook her head. "He wanted to go upstairs, and my friends were no help. They kept saying, 'Go on, he's a football player.'" I cursed. "They told you to sleep with him just because he was a football player?" I asked, not quite believing this. Tara nodded. "Unfucking believable." "There was no way that was happening," Tara pointed out. "I told him to back off, but he didn't." "I'm glad you called, Tara," I said adamantly. She looked up from her lap and met my eyes. "Really?" she asked, uncertainly. "Yeah." I gave her a small smile. She gave me one back. "Thanks, Lexi," Tara said.
"Tara, I want you to show up to the gym on Monday,"
Zeke announced, his eyes still on the road.
"We'll teach you some basic self-defense."
His voice told us not to argue. Tara nodded as she looked out the window. I turned in my seat and looked at Zeke. "I think Isaac would be good to teach her," I suggested. Zeke nodded.
"That's what I was thinking. He's good at laying out the basics."
Zeke agreed. The rest of the drive was quiet. When Zeke pulled up to Rory's house, he parked the car. I ignored the ghosts on the front lawn. "Thank you, Zeke," Tara said from the back seat. I blinked. That was the first time Tara ever spoke to Zeke, let alone acknowledged him.
"If you need help, Tara, you call. Don't hesitate. Don't worry about being wrong, you call, and we'll come running,"
Zeke said, his voice gruff. "We?" Tara asked.
"Give me your phone,"
Zeke demanded as he held his hand out over his shoulder. Tara handed him her phone in its purple case. I smiled to myself as I watched him punch in a bunch of numbers. When he was done, he handed the phone back to Tara.
"Send a text to the group named Backup, and we'll all head straight to you,"
Zeke told her. "Thank you," Tara said again, her voice quiet.
"No problem,"
Zeke answered. Tara got out of the car and headed inside. I sighed deeply. "Well, tonight sucked," I announced. Zeke chuckled.
"Mine got better. I got to hit someone,"
Zeke said as he smirked at me. I snorted. "Damn, maybe I should have taken a swing too," I pointed out. Zeke laughed.
"Maybe,"
he agreed. "Is she going to have Asher's number now?" I asked. He chuckled.
"No, I made it so she had to do a group text and couldn't tell which number is whose,"
he admitted. "You sneaky bastard," I grinned at him. He snorted. Then I had to ask, "You're fighting with Riley a lot lately, aren't you?" Zeke rested his head against the headrest.
"Yeah."
"What about?" I asked gently. He shook his head.
"Don't want to talk about it yet,"
he said bluntly. "Okay." I was about to open the door when he grabbed my hand. I looked up to meet those sky-blue eyes.
"But when I do, I'll let you know,"
he assured me. I gave him a smile and his hand to squeeze. "All right." I reached over and gave him a big hug. The smell of engine grease and leather filled my nose. I took a deep breath. He gave me a big squeeze and kissed my temple before letting me go. "Night, Zeke."
"Night, Lexi."
I pushed through the ghosts as usual. You'd think they'd learn not to swarm me, but they haven't. Zeke waited until I was inside before he drove off. I closed and locked the door. When I turned, Rory was looking at me.
"Why was Tara crying?"
he asked, his voice hard. I walked over and sat in the armchair closest to the door with tissues at my nose. Hades jumped off the couch and came over to jump into my lap. I grunted under the weight as he settled. "Zeke was driving me home when she called. Some guy was giving her a hard time at a party and her friends weren't helping," I began, keeping my voice down. Rory's jaw clenched. I explained what happened at the party, how Zeke had punched the guy, and what Tara said happened. "I'm taking her to get some basic self-defense with the guys on Monday." Rory nodded, his jaw still clenched. I checked my tissues. The bleeding had stopped.
"Who was the kid?"
Rory asked, his voice harsh. "Darren Cross," I answered. Rory nodded, his eyes unfocused. "Zeke gave him a clear message." Rory nodded again. Then his eyes focused on me.
"What about you?"
Rory asked.
"How's the veil work?"
I sighed. "I'm working on it," I said vaguely. Rory nodded. "Speaking of," I gave Hades a nudge, and he slid off my lap to the floor. I went up to my room and changed into my jammies, black sweats and black shirt. I laid down on my bed next to Hades and closed my eyes. I sank to my center quickly. It was the same as usual, burnt and dying. I lay down on my back and looked up. The way was still boiling and streaked with green. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and thought about the guys. We were sitting at the dinner table at my house doing homework. I had my headphones on and I was getting into the music. Nickelback's "Savin' Me" started in my ears. Forgetting that the guys were there, I started singing. I was halfway through this song before I looked up. The guys had stopped doing their homework and were watching me, every one of them with a shit-eating grin on their faces. I took my earbuds out and pointed at them. "Not a word," I threatened. They busted out laughing as I buried my face in my hands and groaned. Ethan put his arm around me and got control of his laughter first.
"We love hearing you sing, beautiful," he said. "It makes us smile."
I dropped my hands to glare at him. He burst out laughing again. I just rolled my eyes and went back to my homework with a warm face. I remembered that feeling of belonging from that night. I ignored the hot wind that started to blow through me and focused on stretching my barriers across the veil. When I reached the walls, I paused. "Don't fight it, Lexi." I took a deep breath and visualized that gold shimmer climbing the walls. The walls were disgusting. That thick, clinging goo filled me with anger, but I didn't fight it. I just accepted that it was there and there was nothing I could do about it yet. It filled my mind as I pushed higher. Then I reached the sky. Energy was like the wind, and it batted at me hard. I struggled to hold on to my position, but as soon as I tried to strengthen it, I lost it. My barriers slammed closed, leaving me gasping in the dirt. Fuck. I rubbed my eyes and face in frustration. The energy was rough as hell. I closed my eyes and pulled myself out. I was lying in my bed with Hades' big blue eyes watching me. "This is getting annoying, baby," I told him. He simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. I soon did the same. Chapter 6. Sunday morning. I pulled into the circular drive in front of Miles's house just in time to watch Isaac bolt out the front door. I put the Blazer in park as I watched him run towards me. Asher came running out of the front door with yellow goop covering half his head and one shoulder.
"Isaac!"
Asher shouted as he ran after him. I shut off the truck and got out in time for Isaac to hide behind me.
"Save me,"
Isaac begged, as he rested his hands on my shoulders and pulled me between him and an approaching Asher. "What did you do?" I asked.
"A pudding-filled balloon,"
Isaac admitted without shame.
"The shit was annoying me last night."
I snorted. "I don't think hiding behind me is going to help," I pointed out. Asher stopped directly across from me, close enough that his chest was almost in my face.
"Let her go, and you can have a head start,"
he snapped. I snickered as Isaac's grip on me tightened.
"Oh no, I'm not that stupid,"
Isaac countered emphatically. Isaac wrapped his arm around my waist and picked me up. I started giggling as he carried me with him, backing away. Asher followed at a steady pace as Isaac walked backwards with me around the Blazer. I didn't bother fighting it. Isaac needed a little help, and I was probably the only one who could.
"Put her down,"
Asher warned, still stalking us.
Red's saving my ass,"
Isaac shot back as he walked backwards towards the front door. I kept giggling.
"Put her down or else,"
Asher threatened.
"Or else what? If I've got Red, you won't touch me,"
Isaac countered. Asher smirked.
"Zeke,"
Asher shouted.
"Isaac's using Allie as a shield."
Isaac cursed. "Oh, you might want to run," I warned Isaac.
We're going to have to live like this now,"
Isaac announced. I snickered. "That's going to make using the bathroom difficult," I pointed out.
"We'll manage,"
Isaac countered as the front door opened. He turned until we could both see Asher and Zeke. Zeke's eyes ran over us, then back to Isaac.
"Put her down,"
Zeke warned in his deep, menacing voice. "Can you run carrying me?" I asked innocently.
"We might have to find out,"
Isaac whispered back. I bit back a laugh. That's when Zeke and Asher struck. Zeke grabbed Isaac and broke his grip while Asher grabbed me and took me out of Isaac's arms. Asher kept me off the ground while Zeke got Isaac in a headlock. "Give him a head start at least," I managed, still cracking up as Asher set me down.
"That was only if he let you go,"
Asher pointed out as Zeke let go of Isaac. Isaac took off and Asher was hot on his heels. I was still chuckling as we headed inside. We found Miles and Ethan in the kitchen. "Morning, guys," I said cheerfully as I leaned onto the breakfast bar. Ethan leaned over and kissed my cheek.
"Morning, beautiful,"
Ethan said, making me smile. "Morning, Lexi," Miles called from by the coffee maker.
"So, Isaac was using you as a human shield?"
I smiled. "Yeah, it worked for a bit," I admitted as I grabbed a plate and started dishing up my breakfast. Then I caught Zeke adding pancakes to his plate. "Hey, I'm not eating pancakes, you're not eating pancakes," I scolded. Zeke glared at me. I smiled. Zeke had been hounding me about my diet since October, and I ended up losing more weight than it was healthy for me. In an attempt to gain some back, I made a deal with Zeke in December that if he eats badly, I get to eat badly. It has mostly tapered off now since I wasn't trying to gain anymore, but it was still a deal we had going, and quite frankly, I liked to give him a hard time by using it.
"I need more carbs than you do just to maintain muscle, Lexi. Besides, Asher made them with that whole wheat flour,"
Zeke pointed out. I eyed him. "Fine, but you have to have turkey bacon or turkey sausage. No pork," I countered.
"Deal."
Zeke added pancakes to his plate, and I didn't say a word this time. There was shouting out back. I moved to a window with Ethan while Miles and Zeke looked out another. Asher was catching up to Isaac. They were running around the pool when Asher made a flying tackle on Isaac. They both hit the water. I cursed. It was freezing outside, and the guys were soaked now.
"Don't worry, Lexi. It's a heated pool,"
Miles said.
"They'll be fine until they get out." "Let's get the towels,"
Ethan said, sighing. Ethan and I went and grabbed several large towels for both guys from the bathrooms. We walked outside to find the boys in the shallow end, neck deep in the water. Miles and Zeke were there laughing at them. I held up a couple towels. "All right, boys, make a run for it," I said, smirking. Asher climbed the stairs first and almost immediately started shivering. I threw a towel over his shoulders and handed him the other as he ran into the house. I was laughing as Isaac did the same. We headed back into the house. "Are they going to be okay?" I asked while I walked back to the breakfast bar.
"Yeah, they weren't out in the cold as long as you were. They should be able to get into the showers,"
Miles reassured me. I sent him a smile before getting my coffee, then heading into the living room. We were almost done with breakfast by the time Asher and Isaac came downstairs. Asher was in Bugs Bunny pajama bottoms, a white t-shirt, and a blue blanket wrapped around him. With his wet hair, he was adorable. He sat on the couch to my right.
"Shit. Remind me never to do that again,"
Asher grumbled. "At least we didn't have to strip you down in the kitchen," I pointed out. He huffed in agreement. Isaac shuffled in wearing green sweats and an orange long-sleeve shirt. He had a lime green comforter wrapped around him. He grumbled as he walked around the couches to sit on my left. He immediately laid his head in my lap.
"I'm freezing, Red,"
Isaac whined. I rubbed my hand up and down his arm and ran my fingers through his hair. "I have no sympathy for you," I told him bluntly. "You soaked me outside, remember?" Isaac kept his eyes closed and nodded.
"Really, really sorry about that,"
Isaac mumbled as he rolled to his side and buried his forehead against my stomach. The poor guy was curled up in a ball. The others chuckled. Miles shook his head and got to his feet to walk into the kitchen. "I don't think cuddling with me is going to make you warmer," I told Isaac. Isaac made a humph noise.
"It can't hurt,"
Isaac countered. I rubbed my hand up and down his back while he snuggled into me.
"Is it working?"
Asher asked. I looked at him to see if he's serious. He was.
"Kinda,"
Isaac answered.
"I'll take kinda,"
Asher mumbled as he lay down. Surprised, I went still as he put his head on my other leg. I rolled my eyes as I stopped playing with Isaac's hair and rubbed Asher's arm. I tried to rub some warmth back in their arms.
"Yeah, it's working,"
Asher announced. I smiled to myself. I was shaking my head when Miles walked in with 2 steaming mugs. He noticed the guys' heads in my lap.
"Sit up. This will work better,"
Miles said, as he set the mugs on the coffee table.
"What is it?"
Asher asked.
"Hot chocolate,"
Miles answered. Asher mumbled something but didn't move.
"You go first. This is working fine for me,"
Isaac said absently. I sighed. "Boys, drink your hot chocolate," I ordered. Isaac groaned as he sat up. Asher got up without complaint. They drank as conversation went back to normal. Soon the boys got warm and were eating breakfast. We were talking about what to do next weekend when my phone rang. It was Dylan. I cursed as I got to my feet and walked out into the long hall that ran the length of the house. "Yeah?"
"Hey."
Dylan's husky voice ran down my spine, only it didn't make me shiver anymore. "Why are you calling?" I asked politely. I was tired of the calls, the emails, and the texts. I was just tired of him.
"I wanted to finish our conversation from last night,"
Dylan said, his voice growing hard.
"Ethan should have stayed out of it."
That was it. "There was no conversation last night, Dylan," I said bluntly. "You talked, and when I tried to say something, you talked over me. That was a monologue."
"You never let me finish what I'm saying. I only ever get halfway."
Dylan shot back. "Because you've said it all before," I countered, rubbing my temples with one hand. "You've said it over and over. How many times am I supposed to listen to the same fucking speech before you're done saying it?"
"You're being unreasonable. No one's perfect, Lexi. I made a mistake, I know, but we had something pretty great."
His voice was sharp now. Good. I was ready for this fight. "Yeah, I thought so too. Then you said that I had too many problems for you to take care of all the time." I shot back, my throat tightening. "You knew that would hurt, and you said it anyway."
"Sunshine."
I hung up the phone. I managed to not throw the phone against the wall. 10 points for restraint. My phone rang again. It was Dylan. This time I sent it to voicemail. Still angry, I walked back into the living room. All eyes moved to me. I sighed as I made my way back to my spot. "So besides Asher, how much did you hear?" I asked.
"You weren't exactly quiet, beautiful,"
Ethan pointed out. I snorted as I put my phone on the coffee table. "Sorry," I said. My phone vibrated. I didn't bother to check. I knew it was Dylan. I rested my elbows on my knees and hid my face in my hands. Someone rubbed their hand up and down my back. It was comforting right now.
"What did Dylan say?"
Miles asked, his voice soothing. I sighed. "The same old I'm sorry, I made a mistake," I explained. This time he said I'm being unreasonable. The guys all cursed. Well, except Miles. He never cursed. My phone vibrated again. I ignored it.
"You're not being unreasonable, Lexi,"
Miles told me, his voice sincere. I lifted my head and gave him a small smile. "I know I'm not. I just need to send him a message in a big way," I said before looking over to Ethan. "We're playing next weekend at Vagabond. Do you know any great fuck-off songs?" Everyone chuckled as Ethan grinned. Over the next 2 hours, we scoured YouTube for "I'm Not Taking You Back" songs. I found the perfect one to drive it home to Dylan that we were over. Suddenly, I was looking forward to singing next week. A few hours later, in a fresh set of clothes for Isaac, we left the others behind. Isaac had been saying he wanted to kidnap me for a couple weeks now. Isaac and I unsupervised? Hell yeah! I drove and followed Isaac's instructions. When he told me to go off the main road and onto snow-covered gravel, I thought he was nuts. But he knew the area and I had 4-wheel drive if we needed it. We ended up parked off the road across from a large, treeless hill. Several other people were here riding sleds and inner tubes down the hill. I hopped out and walked around the truck in time to watch Isaac pull out a plastic sled big enough for both of us. "We're really going sledding?" I asked.
"Hell yeah,"
he said, grinning at me. I smiled as I closed the back of the Blazer, then followed him. It took a bit, but we reached the top of the hill. Isaac set the sled down and held on to the back.
"Get on, Red."
I shook my head and sat down in the front. Isaac dropped behind me but kept his feet in the snow at the sides of the sled.
Okay, Red, do you know how to steer?
He asked. I snorted. I've never been on a sled in my entire life, I pointed out. He chuckled as his arm wrapped around my waist.
Okay, scoot closer to me.
I scooted until my butt was against him. He bent his knees and put them on the sled next to my legs.
To steer, we're going to lean the way we want to go,
he said in my ear.
Hold onto the rope.
I grabbed the rope. What does it do? I asked.
Not a damn thing,
Isaac announced, laughing as he pushed us off. We started slow but picked up speed fast. Soon enough, the wind was rushing by and we started to skid to the left. Isaac's arms around me made me lean to the right, effectively taking us out of the skid. It was amazing. I was laughing as we slowed to a stop, some distance from the bottom. I leaned back against Isaac and looked up at him. That was awesome, I stated. He chuckled.
You've never gone sledding before? How is that even possible?
He asked. I've never lived anywhere with snow, I pointed out. He snorted.
Want to go again?
Yes, please. I sat up, got off the sled and to my feet. Isaac grabbed the rope of the sled in one hand and took my hand in his other as we headed back up the hill. We were on our 10th trip down when we hit a bump and crashed. I hit my side and rolled a couple times. I laid in the snow on my back, laughing as I tried to catch my breath. Isaac hurried over to check on me.
You good, Red?
He asked, smiling down at me. I nodded, laughing. He helped me to my feet.
Hey, Isaac!
A boy's voice shouted. We both turned to see a guy hurry over with a blonde mohawk and a nose ring. He was followed by two others pulling 4 inner tubes up the slope.
Josh,
Isaac greeted the guy.
How's it going, man?
The blonde, Josh, grabbed Isaac's hand and pulled him into a bro hug. It was very macho. As Isaac stepped back from Josh, Josh was looking me over. It irked me.
Same old,
Josh said, a grin spreading across his face.
Who is this?
Before I could even respond, Isaac punched him in the chest, making Josh look at him.
Don't even fucking think about it,
Isaac warned.
Try to touch her and you'll get your head ripped off.
By who? Josh scoffed. Me, for starters, I pointed out.
Then me,
Isaac said.
Then my brother, Asher. And then for dessert, Zeke.
Josh's eyes grew wide as he looked back to me.
Damn, you've got a lot of bodyguards.
That's just assuming you live past me, I said sweetly with a smile. Josh chuckled.
All right.
Josh looked to Isaac.
I like her. She'll fit right in.
He pointed over his shoulder at the other two as they pulled the tubes up the hill.
Come on. We saw you were here and brought you a tube.
Josh headed back towards his friends. Isaac stopped me from following.
Don't stand next to Josh. He has boundary issues,
he warned. I raised an eyebrow. How so? I asked. He sighed.
You know how Ethan and I are with you now?
He asked. I nodded.
Like that, but he'll know you for less than an hour.
Both my eyebrows went up. Damn, that is boundary issues. Gotcha, I said. He nodded, then led me over to his friends. We reached them. Isaac took one of the tubes the rest of the way up. When we reached the top, Isaac introduced me to the other two.
Lexi, this is Eve,
Isaac said as he pointed to the cute pixie-faced girl with long bubblegum pink hair. Her eyes were darkly lined and her lip ring glinted at me. Nice to meet you, I said. You too, Eve said as she looked between Isaac and me. Are you two dating?
Nah, she's one of my best friends,
Isaac said instantly. I looked at him with fake hurt. What? I thought this was a date, I said dramatically. You bastard! Isaac burst out laughing. I smiled as he calmed down. He then gestured to the other guy who towered over the others. His hair was green and his brown eyes were friendly.
Lexi, that's Wyatt,
Isaac said. Wyatt tilted his chin toward me.
Hey.
Hi, I replied.
Okay, everyone load up.
Josh ordered. Eve and Wyatt snickered as they took their tubes. Eve laid down head first, and Josh pushed her off. She spun down the hill at high speed. I wondered if she was going to be sick. When she was halfway down, Wyatt grabbed his tube, ran, and landed on it. He flew off down the hill, heading straight for Eve. By now, Eve had slowed enough that Wyatt hit her. They both bounced off into different directions. I could hear them laughing from up here. Isaac set the tube down and climbed on. Then he gestured for me to sit next to him. I climbed on and settled in. He wrapped his arm around me and looked up at Josh.
"Give us a shove, man,"
Isaac said. Josh shook his head. He had a disappointed look on his face as he pushed. We flew down the hill, spinning as we went. I was laughing when we hit a bump and caught air. I barely had time to realize I was in the air before I hit the snow and was rolling down the hill. When I stopped, I was out of breath and dizzy. I sat up carefully. Isaac was a few feet from me, still on his back. He lifted his arms.
"Yeah, ramp time,"
Isaac shouted. The others agreed. Soon we were up and building a ramp to tube off of. With all of us working, it didn't take long. Isaac went down first on his back. He caught major air and was off the tube before he even landed. He hit the snow hard. I groaned in sympathy.
"Don't worry, he's fine,"
Josh said. I watched as Isaac got up, grabbed the tube, and came back up the hill with a big smile on his face. My stomach unknotted. Even Josh went by the time Isaac reached me. "Are you okay?" I asked. He smirked.
"Hell yeah, your turn, Red,"
Isaac announced as he handed me the tube. I climbed on as Isaac held onto the tube. I looked up at him. He was upside down to me. "Don't spin me," I said. He looked down at me and smirked. "Oh, shit." "Please?" He sighed.
"Fine,"
he grumbled before shoving me off. The wind rushed by my ears. My heart raced as the ramp came up. Then I was flying. I hit the snow with a grunt and rolled. I groaned. Okay, that one hurt. I got to my feet and grabbed the tube in time to see Isaac shoot off the ramp face first. My heart clenched as he flipped completely over and landed back on his stomach again. Ouch. I left my tube and hurried to him. "Isaac?" I called, my voice worried. When I reached him, he coughed deeply. "You okay?" Groaning, he rolled onto his back. A big smile spread across his face.
"How many times did I flip?"
he asked. I smacked his shoulder. "Once. Don't try for more," I told him. He just snickered as he got up. We walked back up the hill together. Over the next couple hours, I watched as Isaac's stunts got crazier while his friends said nothing about it. In fact, Josh encouraged him. I had stopped going down the hill a half hour ago because my body was already aching. Isaac grabbed the tube and headed for the start spot.
"Let's try some surf tubing,"
Isaac said as he put the tube down. "What?" The others chuckled as Josh and Wyatt held the tube. Isaac stood on the tube and posed. Before I could stop him, the others shoved him. My chest was tight as he raced down the hill. Tell me he wasn't... Shit. Isaac hit the ramp and he went flying, spun several times, then landed in a snowbank. My heart clenched as I waited to see him move. He didn't.
"He's fine,"
Josh said dismissively. I barely stopped myself from decking him. I grabbed Isaac's sled, got on, and shoved off. My heart was racing. When I got close, I dropped off the side of the sled and slid to a stop. I was up and running to Isaac just as he started to move. "Isaac!" I reached him as he sat up. He shook his head and blinked hard. I dropped to my knees in front of him. I held his jaw and forced him to look at me. He blinked at me with clear eyes.
"How much air did I get?"
he asked. I wanted to hit him. "How much air?" I all but shouted. "Are you fucking kidding me?" He chuckled with a big smile on his face.
"Did I scare you?"
he teased. I really wanted to hit him. I dropped my hands from his face. "Yeah, you fucking did," I snapped before moving to my feet. He started laughing, but I didn't find it so funny. He groaned as he got to his feet. The others came down the hill laughing. Josh was off his tube and smiling as he came over.
"Told you he was fine,"
Josh taunted. I shot him a look. His smile dimmed a bit.
"You caught major air, man."
Isaac sighed.
"Yeah, that would have really hurt if I hadn't landed in the snowbank,"
Isaac admitted. The others chuckled.
"Come on, let's do one more thing,"
Josh announced. I grabbed the sled while Isaac got the tube. We followed the others to Josh's brown truck. Isaac threw the tube into the back along with Eve's. Josh reached in and pulled out some rope. He began tying it to the bumper. "What are you doing?" Eve asked. Josh snickered.
"Extreme tubing,"
Josh announced. Something dark filled Isaac's eyes. It was so faint I almost didn't notice it.
"Hell yeah!"
Isaac shouted. I watched as they tied a tube to the end of 10 feet of rope. I realized what they were doing. Oh, hell no! I headed for Isaac. They were arguing over who was going to go first when I reached them. "Isaac, no," I stated simply. Isaac looked at me, surprised. Josh started snickering.
"Oh, looks like your girl is stopping your fun,"
Josh taunted. I looked at him. "At least he's got a girl," I shot back. The others chuckled as Josh smirked. I looked back to Isaac. "This is crazy," I pointed out.
"It'll be fine."
"Bullshit," I snapped. "You're going to hit a tree or worse, a car." Isaac turned to me and sighed.
"Red, we've done it before. It's perfectly safe,"
he said. I couldn't believe him. "Isaac."
"I'll be back in 10 minutes,"
Isaac told me, moving towards the tube. I blocked him. "It's perfectly safe, huh?" I asked innocently. Isaac smiled. He probably thought I was agreeing.
"Yeah, we've done it dozens of times,"
he assured me. I bit down my temper and smiled sweetly. "Well, if it's really safe, then you won't mind me going first," I stated simply. Isaac went still. "I mean, if it's safe enough for you, it should be fine, right?" Isaac frowned. I looked over at Josh. "I'm going first," I stated as I went to get on the tube. Josh headed for the door to his truck, smiling. I settled into the tube, hoping I wasn't making a big mistake. The truck started. Shit, I was doing this. The truck started to pull forward as my heart slammed in my chest. "Stop," Isaac shouted. The truck stopped instantly. Isaac reached down and lifted me into his arms and off the tube.
"You're not doing this, Lexi."
He set me back down on my feet, but I refused to let go of his shirt. "Why?" I asked directly. His eyes were storming as he looked in my eyes.
"Because..."
"It's too dangerous for me?" I asked. He nodded. "Then maybe you shouldn't be doing it either." He looked at the tube and truck, the darkness in his eyes fading.
"All right, Red," he said. "You win."
I let go of his shirt but took his hand in mine. Isaac looked over my head.
"I'm out, man." "Seriously?"
Josh scoffed.
"You're letting your girl tell you what to do?"
I turned around and glared at Josh.
"In this case, she's right,"
Isaac told him. He started laughing.
"Oh, man, you're pussy-whipped and you're not even dating her,"
Josh said between laughs. "Why don't you go first, Josh?" I asked pointedly. Josh stopped laughing. "Isaac will drive." Josh's smile faded, then he shrugged.
"No one drives my truck but me,"
Josh stated. I snorted. "Let's tie it to my truck," I offered, knowing that it wasn't going to happen. "I'll drive," I added. Josh came around the truck, picked up the tube, and threw it in the back.
"I've got to get home,"
Josh said as he headed back toward the driver's door. I shook my head as I squeezed his hand. "Come on, Cookie Monster," I said. Isaac squeezed my hand as we headed for my truck. The drive back to his house was quiet. I was just grateful that he had listened to me. But it bothered me that it had been close. I pulled up to the house and parked. Before I could ask if he was all right, he leaned over and gave me a raspberry on my cheek.
"See you later, Red,"
he said before jumping out to head in the house. I watched him walk away as worry sparked in the back of my mind. Thankfully, it was too early for the ghosts to group onto the lawn. I could get inside with no problem for once. Hades and Rory were on the couch. Hades jumped off the couch to greet me. "Hey, baby. I've got work with Miles today. Then I'll take you for your walk. Sound good?" I asked the dog. Hades licked my hand in response.
"How was hanging out with Isaac?"
Rory asked as he stretched. "Good. We went sledding. I fell off the tube a few hundred times," I said as I got to my feet. "Miles is coming over to do research. Can you let him in while I change?"
"Yeah, no problem,"
Rory said as he changed the channel. I hurried upstairs with Hades on my heels. When I stepped into my room, my computer was on. Had Tara been in my room? I went to my computer and checked to see if anything was open. Nothing. I closed my door and quickly got changed into dry clothes. I pulled on blue jeans, a black cami, and an oversized purple sweater. I brushed out my hair and pulled it into a loose braid. I did my usual light makeup, telling myself that it was because I was going out later. Yeah, I lied to myself. I was headed downstairs when girls giggling reached me. I moved faster. Tara and a couple of her friends were in the dining room area, talking over something. It sounded like it was about winter formal decorations. Miles was sitting in the armchair facing me. He was bent over petting Hades. I looked to Rory. Rory, can we—"
"Yeah, go on up,"
Rory said immediately.
"Leave the door open."
"Thanks, Rory." I turned to Miles. "Come on, Miles. We're working upstairs." Miles got to his feet and picked up the bag of papers that he brought. I walked in ahead of Miles to make sure I had put away my clothes. Thankfully, I had. I closed my computer and moved it out of the way. "You can have the desk if you want," I offered, thinking he'd be more comfortable than if he sat on the bed.
"Thank you,"
Miles said as I sat on my bed, crossing my legs under me. Miles set down the big bag and opened it.
"Okay, I've got 4 reports back so far, and they're not small."
Miles handed me a packet 2 inches thick. I whistled. "That's a lot of information," I said, impressed. Miles chuckled. Hades climbed up onto my bed and laid back down.
"I was very motivating when I hired them,"
he assured me. I smiled as I moved until my back was against the wall at the head of my bed. I bent my knees and put my packet on my legs. This one was from a graduate student at NYU. "Thank you, Miles," I said before looking up to meet his gaze. "You don't know how much it means to me that you had people trying to find answers." He gave me a warm smile.
"You're very welcome,"
he said in that silky, smooth voice of his. I opened the packet and started reading. Over the next 2 hours, I was taking notes and marking pages that I thought might help. Rory checked on us once, but I barely registered that he was at the door. Apparently, the NYU student had looked to the practice of voodoo for protection. I found lots of information and several seals that looked promising. It was on hour 3 when I found what I was looking for. "Miles," I said, not quite believing it. He looked up from his file. "I think I have something." He slid the chair over to the bed as I handed him the report and pointed to the section I had highlighted.
"Voodoo?"
he asked absently as he read the entire page. "Yeah, that religion has a relationship with the dead like no other. They believe that there is an invisible world and a visible one. That when you die, you just pass to the invisible world."
"That sounds familiar,"
Miles said as he looked over the page with a smile.
"There's a protection ward,"
Miles said, surprised. "There are several kinds in that report," I said as I scooted to the end of my bed and took the report back. Miles scooted closer while I flipped through to my ear-marked pages. Winter green tickled my nose as I found what I was looking for. "Look, against the dead, against evil, and general protection." I pointed out the 3 different elaborate symbols.
"We can give it a try,"
Miles said. I had opened my mouth to say something when my phone rang. It was Zeke. "Hey."
"I need a favor,"
Zeke said, his voice full of pain. What's wrong? Are you okay? I asked, instantly worried.
Yeah, I tweaked my back at work.
Zeke grunted.
Can I get that massage?
I sighed in relief. I thought he was in a ditch somewhere. Yeah, I'll head over now.
Thanks.
Zeke hung up. I looked at Miles. Zeke hurt his back. He's finally hurting enough that he's asked for help, I said as I got to my feet and went to my closet.
All right, I'll just leave you with one of the other reports.
Miles offered as he started putting away his 2 files. I'll look at them after I get back from Zeke's, I said as I finished putting on my shoes. We both headed downstairs. When we got to the door, I turned to Rory. Rory, Zeke hurt himself. He needs a hand. Care if I go? I asked. Rory's eyes narrowed on me as his face filled with concern.
What happened?
Rory asked immediately.
How hurt is he?
He just tweaked his back at work. He's just asking for a little help. I bit back my grin at Rory's worry. He really had adopted the guys as his. At least, that's the way it seemed to me.
Yeah, go help him out.
Rory looked to Miles.
You staying for a bit, Miles?
Miles stiffened as his gaze went to the table full of whispering girls.
I'm sorry, but I've got a project to finish,
Miles said politely.
I appreciate the invitation.
Rory sighed.
I was hoping for some help against the girls,
Rory grumbled. We both chuckled. I called to Hades and put his leash on him. We headed outside and out to our cars. Miles gave me a quick hug before heading to his car. I let Hades into the Blazer, then drove over to Zeke's. Zeke's house was cute. There was no other word for it. It was a bungalow cabin crossover with gray shingles and white shutters. It was the complete opposite of Zeke. I slid out of the Blazer to barking. Tank and Keto were running along the fence, barking their hearts out. The wolf hybrids were huge, high energy and protective, but beautiful. I missed Nadie and Kato. They had been adopted a couple weeks ago. Hades jumped into the snow and walked with me to the front door. I didn't bother to knock. I just stomped my feet to get the snow off my boots and opened the door. Hades immediately started to strain against his leash. "I'm here," I shouted, though I didn't really need to. The house wasn't that big. I was standing in a small dining room with a small white dinner table. There was an archway to the left that led to the kitchen, one ahead, and one to the right that led to the family room. The whole house screamed beach cottage. I still teased Zeke about his cute house.
"Bedroom,"
Zeke shouted back. I hung my coat up and let Hades off the leash. The dog hauled ass down the hall across from me. By the time I reached Zeke's room, I found Zeke lying on the floor on 2 heating pads, while Hades went crazy licking his face. I chuckled as he kept telling Hades to stop. While he struggled with Hades' kisses, I peeked around the room. Zeke's room looked lived in, not messy, but not perfect. His queen-sized bed was against the wall across from the door, its black comforter and sheets still messy from this morning. He had a simple dark wood nightstand with a small metal lamp and alarm clock. The desk was next to the door, his keys and wallet already on it. His only window was at the end of the room above his dark wood dresser. The open blinds showed the woods beyond the property.
"Stop snooping,"
Zeke warned. I snorted and looked down at him. Hades had calmed down and was getting scratches from Zeke. The poor guy was still wearing his boots and coveralls from the garage. The sleeves were tied around his waist, leaving a tight black t-shirt hugging the muscles of his chest. I forced myself to look at his face. "I've never been in your room. I get to snoop," I declared, smiling at him. He grumbled as I walked in and sat on the end of his bed. "So, what happened?" Zeke shook his head as he looked at the ceiling.
"I was stupid and bent in a bad way to reach a bolt,"
he grumbled.
"I knew I was in trouble when I stood up."
"You kept working till the end of your shift, didn't you?" I asked, already knowing I was right. Zeke glared at me. That was answer enough for me. I shook my head. "Are the heating pads helping?"
"A little. I might be able to move now,"
he admitted. "Upper back or lower?"
"Mostly upper,"
he admitted. I pointed to the floor in front of me. "Get over here," I ordered. He winced and grunted as he sat up. He turned and moved back towards me a bit. "That's good," I told him. He stopped. I hesitated. Zeke had a trigger when his back was touched. All I knew was that it involved memories, and it wasn't good. "You ready?" I asked. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
"Yeah."
"Tell me if you need a break," I warned him. He nodded. I slowly put my hands on his shoulders and cursed. They were rock hard. I ran my hands over his back, thinking it was mostly his shoulders. It wasn't. His entire back was rock hard and knotted. "Damn, Zeke." I started with big, broad strokes to loosen the muscles a little. I had to push harder than I thought to get any kind of result.
"I know,"
he bit out. It took some time, but when his back was a little looser, I started working out the knots on his shoulders and neck. He cursed under his breath and shook his head. I stopped for a second, taking my hands off him.
"It's fine, just a flash,"
he assured me, his voice tense. "Would it help if I distracted you?" I asked.
"Actually, it might,"
he said, his voice a little relieved. I started working out the knots on his neck and shoulders while I told him about what Miles and I found in the reports Miles had gotten. We talked about it until I moved my hands between his shoulders. That's when I felt the first ridge under his shirt. I ran my fingers over the area only to find more. They were thick, round, and far apart. Then there were long, thin ones. My stomach knotted. "Zeke?"
"Yeah."
His voice tense. "Is this scar tissue?" I asked, softly. He sat up straighter, as if to pull away. "I'm only asking because if it is, I need to push harder." I waited as he took several deep breaths.
"Push harder,"
he said, his voice strained. I pressed harder between his shoulder blades and worked on the knots there. He gave a deep groan as the knots started to release. I moved a little further down between shoulder blades and found even more knots. "Zeke, what's going on? 'Cause you're worse than Ethan right now," I asked as I focused on working out a big knot. He sighed.
"I'm fighting with Riley,"
he admitted.
"She's pushing again."
"How?" I asked as another knot let go. He groaned as he hung his head. I moved down a little outward from his spine and worked those knots.
"You know I'm not a real affectionate guy, at least in front of other people,"
he said quietly. I thought about that as I worked. He was affectionate with me. But now that I thought about it, it was always when we were alone. The most affectionate he'd ever been with me in front of the guys was that hug after Mary Summers almost killed me. I knew he only ever called me baby when we were alone. But not being affectionate, I never even noticed it before. "So, you're not into PDA," I said, focusing on his back again. "What's the problem?"
"Riley is,"
he grumbled. "Oh, that would be a problem."
"Not to mention all that dance bullshit."
"You don't want to take her to the dance?" I asked, surprised.
"Not really,"
he admitted before adding,
"I told her I'd take her, but I wouldn't wear a tux."
I smiled. Yeah, that sounded like Zeke. "She didn't like that idea?" I asked, already knowing the answer.
"No,"
he muttered. I felt another big knot go. He groaned, then moved his left shoulder around before relaxing again. I went back to work. "What's she pushing on, the dance or PDA?" I asked, feeling another knot release.
"PDA,"
he growled. "Do you want my advice?" I asked, as I moved my hands down further between his shoulder blades.
"I wouldn't have mentioned it if I didn't,"
he pointed out dryly. I smirked. "I'd say give it a shot. You could start small, like hold her hand during lunch," I suggested. "Then if you really can't get past it, you can tell her you tried." I started working another knot. He cursed, and I stopped. "Did that hurt?"
"No. I just felt that all the way down my shoulder. It feels like my arm is going to break."
He grunted.
Don't stop. I'm just going to make noise.
I snickered. That sounded so dirty, I teased him. He thought about it for a second, then started laughing.
It really did,
he admitted, still chuckling. I started working on that knot and the area around it. He grunted again.
You think that would work?
He asked. It might, I said. If you try and can't get past it, then she'll have to decide if it's something she can deal with. I pushed harder on the big knot and the area around it.
Fuck. Now it's all the way to my hand,
he grunted. I smiled to myself. Yeah, I think this knot is right on that nerve, I told him absently. I think it's causing the problem with your shoulder.
Weirdest fucking feeling ever,
he stated. I chuckled as I kept working on his back. After a while, his breathing changed. Zeke?
I've got a couple more minutes,
he bit out between clenched teeth. I hurried and got as many knots loosened as I could. It wasn't much longer until he stopped me.
Stop,
he growled. I instantly took my hands off him. He was still as a statue. I slid off the bed to sit next to him on the floor. His eyes were closed, his jaw clenched, and his breathing deep and even. I reached over and took one of his clenched hands in mine. His thumb ran over my knuckles absently as he struggled with whatever memories he was dealing with. It took some time, but eventually his grip on my hand loosened. I gave him one more squeeze before letting go. Zeke got to his feet and started stretching. He groaned.
Thanks, Lexi. I can actually move again.
I got to my feet. No problem.
I'll be out in a minute,
he said as he sat down on his bed and started untying his boots. I called Hades and closed Zeke's door behind me. I walked into the living room to hear Keita whimpering at the back door. I smiled as I went to let her in. Keita loved Hades. Whenever we were over, she had to be inside too. The large white dog shot past me and went into the living room. I remembered to step back a second before Tank came sliding into the kitchen. The giant black wolf hybrid slid across the floor on his side till he hit the cabinets. I laughed as he got to his feet and started wagging his tail happily at me. I closed the door, gave him scratches and love before heading back into the family room. Keita and Hades were making noises at each other, almost as if they were talking. Tank stayed with me. As Zeke changed, I took the opportunity to check out the photos that were scattered all over the bookcases. Most were of Sylvie and a non-smiling Zeke. Then I found a different one. It was in a white carved wooden frame that matched the rest of the bookcase. I smiled. The little boy looked like Zeke, with a cherub face and a big laughing smile. Just behind him was a beautiful woman with long black hair and big brown eyes. There was something about her that made her face glow in the sunlight as she smiled down at that little boy. Zeke was in front of her in dirty blue jeans and a dusty blue shirt, with his arms open wide and balancing on one foot. From the pine trees, it looked like they were on a hiking path somewhere. I was still looking at it when Zeke came into the living room. He turned the corner and stopped. His gaze went to me, then the photo, and back. "Little Zeke," I teased with a big smile. "You were so cute." He grumbled wordlessly. "Who's with you in this photo?" I asked. He gave me a sad half grin as he looked at the picture.
"That's my mom. Sylvie's her sister,"
he said, his voice warm. He'd never told me anything about his mom before. "She's beautiful."
"Yeah, she was,"
he said quietly, looking at the photo. "Where are the pictures of your dad?" I asked absently as I looked over the rest of the case again in case I missed one. When I looked back to him, I went still. Zeke's face was hard, his eyes burning on me. "What?" I asked instantly. My gut nodded. Zeke closed his eyes and ran his hand through his hair.
"I forgot that you don't know,"
he muttered before walking further into the room. "Know what?" I watched him walk across the room to stand near the couch. He looked back at me, his face strained.
"I don't have photos of my father anymore,"
he said, his voice hard. His gaze went back to the photo on the bookcase.
Because he killed her.
Chapter 7. Sunday afternoon. He what? I asked, not sure I heard him right. Zeke's shoulders were tense as he dropped his hand from his hair. His haunted eyes met mine.
He killed my mom, and then he killed himself,
he said bluntly. As I tried to process what he had said, he sat down on the couch. Tank got up and went to sit in front of him, demanding Zeke's attention. He grinned sadly at the dog as he started petting him.
My father was an unstable prick. He would have killed me too if Alice hadn't asked me to have dinner with them that night.
Holy shit. Alice was Asher's mom. The boys had spent so much time at Asher's house that she might as well have been their mother too. My heart ached for him. Zeke, you don't have to tell me, I said softly. Zeke shook his head before meeting my eyes.
No, it's time you knew some of my crap,
he said quietly. I walked over and sat in the yellow armchair next to him. Zeke focused on petting Tank.
Alice actually insisted that I stay for dinner that night. She knew things had gotten worse at home and wanted to cheer me up, so she had all of us over and taught us how to make spaghetti and meatballs. It was my favorite when I was a kid. She saved my life.
He kept petting Tank, his jaw clenching.
I found them when I got home. I was 8.
Zeke. My voice was barely a breath of sound. My heart broke for him. Finding his parents dead at 8 had to be... Fuck. I swallowed hard. Zeke looked over towards me, but not at me. His eyes were unfocused over my shoulder.
There was a note. It was a confession, and it said the only regret he had was not taking me out too,
he said. His tone matter-of-fact, but his voice was rough. I reached over, took one of his hands from Tank and held it. He gave my hand a squeeze. Was he... I had to ask. Was he drunk? On drugs? His eyes focused on me.
No. The autopsy showed he was clean and sober,
he said, his voice bitter.
He just came home, beat the shit out of her, stabbed her to death, then hung himself.
Tears fell down my face. His face was blank, his eyes unfocused. I wanted to hug him, but I knew Zeke. I knew he was dealing with his memories right now, and hugging him wouldn't help. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly before continuing.
I went into foster care until Sylvie could move back here. About 2 months.
I looked at the floor and tried to wipe my face on the sly. It didn't work.
Stop crying, baby. I can't stand it,
he growled. I rolled my eyes and wiped my face. I'm sorry, Zeke. I can't imagine coming home to... I shook my head and wiped my face again. Zeke let go of my hand so he could pull out his handkerchief and handed it to me. I smiled my thanks as I used it to wipe my face.
I've dealt with most of it. Sylvie made sure of that. She sent me to a great shrink that helped me work through it. Now it's like any other memory,
he said, as his eyes met my eyes.
Most days I'm all right, but every once in a while it comes up and bites me in the ass. Then I have a really hard day.
I gave him a sad smile. When that happens, you know...
I can call,
he quoted me. I smiled. Yeah, I had been saying that to him a lot lately. Day or night, it doesn't matter, I reminded him gently. His eyes were soft as they ran over my face.
I will,
he promised. Then he narrowed his eyes at me.
No one told you about this?
I shook my head. The guys hinted that your home life wasn't really that good with your parents. I think they didn't want you scaring me off, I said. He huffed. But no one told me why, I added. His mouth twitched, and then he raised an eyebrow.
Not even Rory?
He asked. My brows went up. What? Rory knew? I asked, surprised. He nodded.
He was the first cop to get to the house that day,
he admitted.
Even if he didn't remember, it would have come up that first day he ran our names through the system.
I shook my head. Rory never said a word, I assured him. He's a big believer in people making their own choices. Zeke's eyes became unfocused again.
Yeah, he is.
We were quiet for a few beats. I reached over and touched his nose. Boop, I said in my cutesy voice. He chuckled. Those shadows began to disappear from his eyes. I loved that I could do that for him. So, I said cheerfully, where are the rest of the photos of you as a kid? He chuckled nervously and shook his head at me.
No, Lexi,
he stated firmly. I grinned. They're in your room, aren't they? I asked, getting excited. He tried to glare at me, but he saw my face and started laughing. I rushed to my feet and ran for his room.
No,
he shouted. I ran down the hallway and into his room. I started opening drawers in his desk. His big bare feet slapped against the wood floor in the hallway. I searched the first drawer and opened the second. I pretended that I was frantically looking when he came through the door. He grabbed me around the waist, lifted me off my feet, and pulled me away from the desk. Not fair, I shouted, laughing as he tossed me onto his bed and away from the desk. I bounced, rolled, then got to my knees. I pointed at him. Cheater? He smirked at me.
You started it,
he countered. One pout a cheater doth not make, I declared dramatically, watching as he moved to stand in front of the closet door. I smirked. They're in the closet, I said. He crossed his arms over his chest. I climbed off the bed and tried to get past him to the closet. He grabbed my arms, but I slipped by. I made it to the door before his big arms snatched me up off my feet again. I struggled and forced him to fight to keep a hold of me.
You're not getting in there,
he stated simply as he carried me away from the door. He threw me back onto the bed. I rolled back to my knees and dove off the bed to try to get by. He caught me and tossed me back on his bed. I growled as I rolled and tried again. I wasn't even trying to get to the photos now. I just wanted to see if I could get past him, then maybe to the photos. This time I jumped off the bed and Zeke caught me. He carried me back in his arms and dropped me on my back. Out of breath, I took a second to rethink my strategy. I didn't realize what he planned until his body weight was draped over my stomach. I opened my eyes to find him sitting on the side of the bed and leaning over me, his arm keeping most of his weight off me, but he was still incredibly heavy. I smacked his chest. Squishing! Squishing! I groaned. He lifted his body up enough so I could breathe. Damn, Zeke, how much do you weigh?
235, and all muscle, baby,
he said as he grinned down at me.
Now, are you going to stay away from my closet?
He asked patiently as the scent of leather and engine grease surrounded me. No, I shot back defiantly. I want to see baby Zeke photos. I pushed at his chest. He didn't budge. I tried to wiggle out from under him, but it was useless. I continued to struggle until I was out of breath. Then I playfully glared up at him. You're cheating, I pointed out. It's not fair that you get to use your giant ass to pin me and I can't even pout. He started laughing at how serious I sounded. Then his face softened and his eyes grew warm.
Thank you, baby,
he said in that quiet voice I loved. For what? I asked softly. He gave me a warm, heart-stopping smile with teeth. I loved seeing those.
You're not really trying to get to my photos, he said. You're trying to make me laugh.
I had to stop myself from squirming under him. I don't know what you're talking about, tough guy, I insisted. I want embarrassing baby photos of you. Zeke chuckled quietly. He leaned down and kissed my cheek.
Thank you,
he whispered, his breath tickling my skin. I gave his arm a squeeze before he sat back up.
Now, are you going to behave?
Never, I scoffed. He chuckled. He got off me and let me up. But before I could do more than stand, he grabbed my arm and steered me out of his room. I thought I wasn't trying to get to your photos, I taunted.
Just in case,
he muttered. I snickered at him. It wasn't long before I had to go home. I gave Zeke an extra big hug tonight. I held on long enough that he snorted and gave me a big squeeze.
I'm all right, baby. Really, I am,"
he whispered before he kissed the top of my head and let me go. I took Hades home. I didn't understand how he was all right. Maybe therapy did help? I ignored the pain slamming down my neck as I pushed my way past the ghosts outside. Hades was helping. He growled and snapped at the ghosts until they backed further away. When I walked into the house, I had a bloody nose and a smile. The ghosts were learning to respect Hades, and I wondered what would happen if Hades ever managed to bite one. "How's Zeke?" Rory asked from the couch. "Better. He's moving again," I replied as I unhooked Hades' leash. Hades ran and climbed into Rory's lap. My phone vibrated in my back pocket. I sat down in one of the armchairs and checked it. "Secret admirer, how was your day?" "Alexis, not bad. Busy, but not bad. How was yours?" I watched the movie Rory was watching as I waited for an answer. "Secret admirer, the same. Right now, I'm looking through my movies for something to watch." "Alexis, Tremors. Watch Tremors. Awesome movie." "Secret admirer, I've never heard of it." I grinned as I texted back. "Alexis, it's an early 90s monster movie. It's great." "Secret admirer, okay, I'll find it. But you have to watch one of mine." "Alexis, deal." "Secret admirer, A Walk in the Clouds." I looked up the movie. Keanu Reeves? I had loved John Wick and liked The Matrix. Sure, why not? "Alexis, I'll watch it tonight and let you know what I think." "Secret admirer, same here." Someone knocked on the door. Rory answered it and took the delivery. "Dinner's here," Rory shouted up the stairs. "Alexis, dinner time. Talk to you later." Dinner with Rory and Tara was quiet as usual. I was almost done when I decided to try and connect with Tara. "So, Tara, how are the plans for winter formal going?" I asked. Tara eyed me like I was an alien from another planet. "Okay. We just got the light order in and we're spending the next week making decorations," she said carefully. "What kind?" I asked before taking another bite. "Well, paper snowflakes, the centerpieces for the tables." Tara began loosening up as she continued. "Silver and white balloons and all the branches we need to paint. But the rec center is giving us a hard time about candles. They said if we're going to have a fake snow blowing, then we can't have the candles, that it's a fire hazard." "What's fake snow made out of?" I asked, curious now. "Styrofoam," Tara stated. "So we're using those battery LED candles." Tara continued talking through dinner. It was a nice change from our usual tense silence. After dinner, it was Tara's turn to do the dishes, so I headed upstairs with Hades. I got comfy in my bed and brought up Netflix on my computer. Hades instantly had his head in my lap. Once I found the movie, I started it. I put the computer on the nightstand and snuggled with my puppy. My giant puppy. The butt was going to be hogging my bed very soon. Once the movie started, it didn't take long for me to realize that this was a romance. Damn. I still watched it because I said I would. When it was over, I was glad it was over. It was a good movie, just not my kind of thing. Seeing the time, I shut down my computer, rolled on my back, and went to work. I was in the Veil again, lying on my back in the dirt as the hot breeze ran over my skin, carrying the bite of sand with it. I watched the sky boiling overhead, the lightning stretching across the sky. It was beautiful, or it would be if it didn't mean the Veil was dying. I thought about my last work session. I had reached the sky, but the energy there batted at me the same way the walls had. So I was going to try the same strategy. I didn't bother to sit up. I closed my eyes and pictured the guys. We were all sitting around the coffee table at Asher's house. Isaac was trying to throw marshmallows into Ethan's mouth from across the table. We were making bets on how many tries it would take. I eyed the twins. They were entirely too quiet about it. So I betted the within 5 tries. Isaac smirked at me before he started throwing. I cleaned up that night. I remembered that feeling. My barriers dropped, and it wasn't so jarring this time. I kept my eyes closed as I focused on spreading my energy over the Veil floor, dry and cracked. But I kept going. I knew when I reached the walls, anger and menace flooded through me. I didn't fight it. I just accepted that it was there. I pictured my energy rising higher and higher. A wind blew through me hard, throwing me off balance. An intense, boiling feeling of wrong filled me as wind battered through my mind and across my soul. I accepted it. I didn't fight it. I opened my eyes and watched as my energy moved across the way. The closer I got to the center, the harder the winds thrashed through me. I made it halfway before I lost it. My barriers slammed shut, and my energy slammed into me. I laid there, gasping, aching and raw. Halfway. I got halfway across. I smiled to myself as my body ached. I was getting closer. I was almost there. I pulled myself out, looking forward to a good night of sleep. Chapter 8. Monday. I held tissues to my nose on my way to our usual outside table. I had opened the door this morning to find all the ghosts still camped out on the lawn. Apparently there was enough energy floating around now that they didn't have to return to their haunting grounds at dawn. Great. I checked my tissues. The bleeding had finally stopped. Just a few more days and I can start crossing souls. I reminded myself as I threw my tissues away. My phone vibrated. Secret admirer. I watched your movie last night. Do you really like that movie, or are you making a joke? Because it was awful. I rolled my eyes before I wrote back. Alexis. That's one of the reasons I love it. It's great monster fun. If you want something with better effects, watch Pacific Rim. I reached the table and sat down next to Miles. Secret admirer. I'm weary now. I snickered. Secret admirer. Did you like my movie? Alexis. It was good for a romantic drama, but not my usual thing. I had just hit enter when Ethan stepped up next to me. He snagged my phone out of my hand. Snoopy? I snapped as I tried to grab it back, but Ethan dodged and read my text to my secret admirer out loud to the guys. I watched him as I planned my revenge. When Ethan was done, the others chimed in as he handed back my phone. He hated Tremors. He doesn't have a chance, Isaac declared, smiling. You're still texting with him? Asher asked, surprised. Wait, this guy had a chance to meet you and he didn't take it? Zeke asked, his voice suspicious. Yeah, he was at Vagabond Saturday night, I said, shrugging. Before he could say more, Zeke turned away from the table and coughed. That's strange, Miles said quietly. No, that's weird, Zeke said, his gravelly voice rough. Yeah, I thought so too, I admitted. Then again, he seems really shy, I shrugged. What's the big deal? Isaac asked. It's just texts. Anyway, I changed the subject. Guess what I found outside when I opened the door this morning? I suddenly had everyone's attention. A kitten, Isaac guessed. A pony, Ethan added. A mountain bike, Asher joined in with a smile. I shook my head. The dead, still camped out on my front lawn, I announced. Everyone's faces dropped. They're not going back to their hunting grounds anymore? Miles asked, lowering his voice. I shook my head. Zeke's face became hard. Miles' brow drew down. Asher started rubbing his neck, and the twins cursed. It'll be okay, guys. I'm pretty close to getting the way calmed, I think, I reassured them. How close? Miles asked instantly. I thought about it for a minute. I think a couple days at most, I said. Everyone looked relieved. The twins looked excited. When you do, we'll celebrate, Ethan announced. Hell yeah, anything you want, Red, Isaac added. I eyed them. So, a Lexi movie night? I asked, grinning. The guys groaned. I snickered. The guys hated when it was my turn to pick movies. My movies choices could get bad, but I had a few I wanted the guys to watch that I was sure they would like. You said anything I wanted, I reminded them in my sing-song voice. Zeke shook his head. Miles had a small grin on his face. Asher sighed, sounding resigned, and the twins were cringing.
You did say whatever she wanted.
Miles backed me up. I gave him my sweet smile and got one in return.
Fine, Lexi movie night,
Isaac agreed.
But I want cheesy popcorn,
Ethan announced. I smiled. The bell rang for first period, so everyone grabbed their stuff and scattered. I went to class feeling like it was going to be a good day. Everything went on like usual. Teachers announced state testing would start tomorrow. Yay! Half days! It was the end of English, and I was putting away my copy of Pride and Prejudice when Eric turned to me.
Hey, Alexis, what are your plans for the week?
Eric asked as he pulled on his backpack. It took me a second to realize he was talking to me again. He hadn't really since the football game in October. Hanging out with my friends, MMA training, the usual, I said vaguely. I pulled my bag over my shoulder and looked up in time to see him frown. I ignored it and headed for the door. He followed me into the hall.
Are you still friends with Blackthorn?
Eric asked in a tense voice. I gave him a sweet smile. Yep, I said innocently. He nodded.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Eric asked. I stopped walking to turn to him. Eric's opinion on my friends was getting on my nerves. I didn't understand why he thought he needed to tell me. What? I asked.
Blackthorn's not the most stable guy around,
Eric began. His voice had a sharpness to it.
His reputation for violence goes back years.
I tilted my head as I looked at him. What was he trying to accomplish by telling me this? It's nothing I didn't know about him before. Zeke had never really hidden his dark side from me. But everyone has a dark side, even me. We matched. I grinned at the thought. Eric looked offended. I didn't care. I'd trust Zeke with anything, I told him bluntly, and I don't trust a lot of people. Eric opened his mouth to say more when his gaze went over my shoulder.
See you later, Alexis.
Eric turned and hurried down the hall. I shook my head, then turned. Zeke and Asher were coming up the hallway towards me. I rolled my eyes. No wonder Eric ran like a scared rabbit. Zeke had a glower on his face as I reached them. Hey, guys. I looked up at Zeke. You look grumpier than usual. He didn't chuckle or crack a smile.
I'm just tired,
Zeke said dismissively. I really took a look at him. His face was pale. I shrugged. If something was wrong, he'd tell us. Wait, no. This was Zeke. He'd keel over first. Are you sure you're okay? I asked again. He shot me a glare.
I'm fine,
he told me before he started walking off to his next class. I looked up to Asher. Wow, he is crabby. What happened? I asked. Asher shrugged.
I think he's getting sick. He's an ass when he's sick,
Asher said.
I saw Eric talking to you. What did he want?
He was telling me I shouldn't be friends with Zeke, I admitted and shook my head. He saw you guys heading this way and ran for it. Asher chuckled. I'll see you at lunch, I told him before walking off. I walked to my algebra class and got in just before the late bell. I went to my seat next to Laura and pulled out my notebook. After our lecture, I was finally able to turn to Laura. So, any flirting going on with Michael yet? I asked, curious. Laura giggled. Yeah, a little, she admitted. Dish, woman, I hissed at her as I pretended to do my math. Pink tinged Laura's cheeks. We ran into each other in the hallway on Friday. He saw my books and asked about them. I told him and he said we should make a book club. Laura shook her head. I told him I'm not great with a big group of people. He kind of gave me this small smile and said, then we'd have to keep it a very small group. Maybe just the two of us. My eyebrows went up. Laura's face turned crimson. Wow, really? I asked, excited for her. What did you say? Laura shrugged. What could I say to that? I nodded and ran. Laura whispered to me with a big smile on her face. I was so happy for her. Next time, don't run, I said, smiling down at my paper. It's not that easy for me, Lexi. I'm not you, Laura countered. I snickered. Touché, I admitted. We spent the rest of class talking about Michael and how Laura could let him know she was interested without going out of her comfort zone. When the bell rang, I told her to call me with details later. Laura just rolled her eyes with a big smile on her face. I was almost to chemistry when I got a text from Dylan. Dylan.
I miss you.
Well, I didn't miss him. Sighing, I resisted the impulse to text him that and kept walking. Looking up, I spotted Darren Cross walking down the hallway. His face was bruised, and he was sporting a black eye. I bit back my smile as I kept walking until he was in front of me, blocking my way.
Well, isn't it the little bitch that can't mind her own business?
Darren sneered at me. I took a step back, getting into a good position to defend myself, then smiled up at him. Well, isn't it the dick who won't take no for an answer? I shot back cheerfully. His mouth became a tight line.
You butted in where you didn't belong,
Darren bit out. If you're that pissed about getting your ass kicked, take it up with Zeke, I snapped, as I went to walk around him. He stepped to the side and blocked me. I glared up at him. You have a hearing problem, Darren? I asked, my voice turning sharp.
No, I've got a problem with you.
Darren spat.
You tell Blackthorn to mind his own fucking business.
I narrowed my eyes on him. I'm not a messenger, I bit out. If you want him to know, grow a pair and tell him your fucking self. I went to pass him. He blocked me again. I backed up a step and sized Darren up. He was bigger than me by a head and a half. He had a lot more muscle and width, but that meant I would be faster. Darren continued to curse at me as people walked by. I kept a bored expression on my face. I watched people walk by, taking my eyes off Darren for a moment. That must have pissed him off because he stepped closer. He towered over me, clearly trying to intimidate me. I just met his eyes and gave him my shit-eating grin. Back off, or we're going to have a problem, I warned him politely. His eyes twinkled.
Oh, let's have a problem,
he threatened. He continued calling me names. I was planning how to incapacitate him when hands grabbed my shoulders and pulled me away from Darren. Morgan stepped between us and got into Darren's face.
You don't talk to a girl that way,
Morgan warned, his voice sharp. I blinked.
What's it to you?
Darren growled.
You're a real big man yelling at a girl half your size. Why don't you try it on me?
Morgan said, his voice challenging. Okay, this was getting out of hand. I stepped closer to the two. Okay, let's all just take a step back here, I said in my calm voice. Morgan didn't take his eyes off Darren.
Please take a step back,
Morgan asked politely while he was still staring Darren down. I backed up a couple steps. Darren shoved Morgan, but Morgan only went back a step. Morgan shoved Darren, who stumbled back a few steps, his face surprised. Wow. Darren had to outweigh Morgan by about 50 pounds. Morgan was stronger than he looked. Darren eyed Morgan before cursing at him and walking off. I let out the breath I had been holding. Thanks, Morgan, I said, hating that he felt like he had to get involved.
You're welcome,
Morgan said quietly, his gaze still on Darren's retreating back. He turned to me. His eyes ran over me before going back down the hall.
Are you all right?
Yeah, just having a bad month with guys, it seems, I admitted. I looked up at Morgan. I'm sorry you felt like you had to get involved. Morgan frowned down at me.
Guys shouldn't talk that way to girls,
he stated. I smiled at him. He was really a sweetheart.
Don't worry about it,
he told me. Have a good one, I said before I turned around and headed to class. I got into class just before the late bell. I hurried to my spot next to Miles and started taking notes.
"What took you so long, Red?"
Isaac whispered to me. "I got a text from Dylan, then ran into someone," I whispered back, while still taking notes. Today we were adding lithium to water to collect hydrogen gas. When the lecture was over, we got to work. I started setting up the experiment with Miles, while Isaac went to pick up the lithium from the soft metals cabinet. The large beaker of water was ready by the time Isaac came back from the cabinet.
"So who'd you run into?"
Ethan asked, resting his arms on the counter and stretching his back. I explained to them what happened in the hallway.
"Who stepped in?"
Ethan asked. "A guy named Morgan," I answered. I watched as Isaac opened the small jar with mineral oil and a single piece of lithium inside. Ethan frowned, his eyes unfocused.
"Morgan?"
Ethan asked. "Yeah," I watched as Ethan shook his head.
"I don't remember a Morgan,"
Ethan said, as we watched Isaac pull out the oil-soaked chunk of lithium.
"I know of a Morgan Reed,"
Miles offered. "He's a quiet guy." I looked at Miles. "Tall, lean, brown hair?" I asked. Miles nodded.
"That's him."
Isaac was holding the soft metal with the metal tongs and glaring at us.
"Guys, hand me the knife before the oil comes off and it starts burning."
Isaac snapped at us. I looked at the table. We forgot the knife. I looked in the drawers and there wasn't one. "Check your guys' side. Our side doesn't have one," I told them. Ethan started looking through drawers.
"So what did Dylan have to say this time?"
Ethan asked absently. "He texted that he missed me," I said as I watched Miles go through his drawer.
"Are you guys kidding me?"
Isaac asked, getting agitated.
"Put it back in the bottle,"
Miles told Isaac. Isaac dipped the lithium back in the oil but kept it in the metal tongs.
"Did you text him back?"
Ethan asked, closing his drawer and opening the one in front of Isaac. "No, I had decided that I'm just going to ignore him when I ran into Darren," I admitted, watching Isaac get angrier.
"No knife,"
Ethan announced.
"I'll get one from the supply cabinet,"
Miles announced. He got off his stool and headed across the room. Ethan walked around the counter to stand next to me.
"Maybe you should just text him back. Tell him to fuck off,"
Ethan suggested. I chuckled.
"Screw this,"
Isaac snapped, and dropped the whole piece into the water-filled beaker container in front of me. I gaped at him.
"We'll just collect more hydrogen,"
Isaac explained, except the metal wasn't reacting like lithium should. It was reacting more. "That's not right," I said, dread filling me. Ethan grabbed the bottle.
"It's cesium,"
Ethan shouted. My stomach dropped. Isaac cursed. Ethan grabbed me and pulled me away from the counter. There was a loud bang, shattering glass, screams, and curses as hydrogen smoke billowed. Mr. Turner told everyone to stay calm, that the vents were on and will clear the room in a minute. Everyone started coughing as hydrogen filled the room. When my ears stopped ringing, I realized Ethan had me in his arms against his chest, his back between me and the explosion. I looked up at him. "You okay?" I asked, between coughs. He nodded as he coughed.
"You?"
he asked, his amber eyes running over my face. I nodded.
"Isaac!"
Ethan shouted over his shoulder.
"Yeah,"
Isaac called back.
"You guys?" "We're fine,"
Ethan answered.
"Miles?"
"Right here," Miles said as he found us in the thinning smoke. Ethan relaxed around me and let go, though he kept a hand on my lower back. Miles came straight to me, his eyes running over me, making my pulse jump.
"Are you hurt?"
"No. Ethan got me out of the way. He was between me and the explosion," I said, looking up at Ethan. He was glaring at Isaac as he walked towards us.
"Is everyone all right? Any injuries?"
Mr. Turner called across the room.
"Oops,"
Isaac said, cringing as he looked at us.
"Oops,"
Ethan said, his voice boiling.
"You could have hurt Lexi. What the hell were you thinking?" "Didn't you look at the label?"
Miles demanded, his voice cold. Isaac winced.
It was the periodic label. I can never remember those initials,
Isaac admitted.
You fucking idiot. Wait till Zeke hears about this,
Ethan snapped at Isaac.
You're going to learn them now,
Miles told Isaac, his voice still like ice.
Tonight. Or we're telling Zeke you almost hurt Lexi,
Ethan added. Isaac's face went pale.
I'll memorize them tonight,
Isaac agreed immediately. The room was finally clear of smoke when Mr. Turner came over.
So, who dropped that much cesium in the water?
Mr. Turner asked pointedly. Isaac sheepishly raised his hand, and Mr. Turner sighed.
The lab was to put a small slice of lithium into water, not a whole chunk of cesium. What happened?
I forgot what the periodic abbreviation was for lithium, Isaac admitted.
I'll have them memorized by tomorrow.
Mr. Turner nodded, still frowning at Isaac.
You better, because after school you'll be in here taking a test on it,
Mr. Turner said.
And if you fail, you won't be allowed to participate in labs, which, as you know, is half your grade.
Mr. Turner looked at the shattered glass. For the first time, I looked at where I was standing and my stomach knotted. The beaker had shattered. Glass was all over the counter, the floor, and even on my stool. If Ethan hadn't pulled me away, there was no doubt I would have gotten cut up in the blast. I leaned my head against Ethan's shoulder. His arm wrapped around my waist and gave me a squeeze. Mr. Turner gestured to the mess.
Clean this up, Isaac. Ethan, good job of getting her out of the way. You three will get credit for today's lab.
With that, Mr. Turner turned and went to another group to check their work. Thanks, Ethan, I said quietly. Ethan kissed my forehead.
Always,
he whispered to me before letting me go to help Isaac clean up. The rest of class went on as usual. No one else made the mistake that Isaac had, thankfully. When we walked out of class, Isaac was quiet, his face drawn. I dropped back to walk with him as Ethan talked to Miles about the best way to blackmail Isaac. I grabbed Isaac's wrist and gave him a shake. He looked down at me, his face dark. I gave him a smile. It's okay, Cookie Monster, I told him softly. He shook his head and looked at the floor of the hallway again.
It's not okay, Red, he said gruffly. You could have seriously gotten hurt, all because I'm an idiot.
That irked me. I smacked his shoulder. You don't get to call yourself that, I snapped. You made a mistake. You're not an idiot. He scoffed.
I'm an idiot. I should have just put the chunk back in the bottle and waited until Miles came back.
Isaac groused. And you will next time, I countered. And you'll double-check the initials, right? He gave me a smile.
Triple check,
he agreed. I gave him a big smile and wrapped my arm around his waist. He lifted his arm and wrapped it around my shoulders.
I'm sorry, Lexi,
he said softly. I gave him a big squeeze. It's okay. I'm fine. Everyone is fine. The only damage was to the beaker, I reminded him. He sighed, then leaned down and kissed the top of my head. Love you, I said in my cutesy voice. He snorted.
Love you too,
he mumbled as he straightened. When we reached the cafeteria, Isaac let me go. We walked inside and everyone started to applaud. There were even a few cheers. Isaac's face became beet red.
Zeke might already know,
Miles observed. This wasn't good. One way to find out, I offered, as we headed for our table where Asher, Zeke, and Riley already sat. Zeke's gaze found me. He immediately looked me over. Oh yeah, he knew. I reached the table before Isaac, who was now walking behind Ethan.
You okay?
Zeke asked, his voice deeper than usual. Yep, perfectly fine, not a scratch, I said quickly. Zeke looked at the others.
How about you guys?
Zeke asked. We're fine, Miles answered for them as he sat down next to Zeke. Zeke took a breath and looked at Isaac.
What happened?
Zeke asked, almost calmly. Well, calm for him, at least.
The label was the initials,
Isaac said.
I've never been able to keep them straight, but I'll memorize them tonight.
Zeke nodded.
Damn right you will. I'll be there to make sure.
Zeke promised Isaac.
Works for me.
Isaac agreed. Everyone sat down. I sat next to Ethan. Zeke's stare came back to me.
Now, what happened with Darren Cross?
Zeke demanded. Nothing much, I hedged. He just gave me that look he has, the don't fuck with me look. I sighed and explained what happened while I took out my lunch. Zeke fired off questions and I answered them, not bothering to argue. He was fighting enough with Riley. When he was satisfied that Darren hadn't touched me or really threatened me, he went back to his lunch. So, we have half days coming, I announced. What kind of trouble should we get into? There were several chuckles. The twins were throwing out suggestions when Ryan strode through the crowd to reach us. His eyes ran over me.
I heard that Darren Cross went at you today,
Ryan announced, his voice hard. His gray eyes were sharp as they met mine. I shrugged. He just yelled at me and wouldn't let me get by, I said nonchalantly.
Are you okay?
Ryan asked through his teeth. Yeah, it was no big deal, I said. Ryan nodded and then shared a look with Ethan before walking off. So, Ryan, huh? Riley asked, with a smirk on her face. What? I asked, confused. Ryan likes you, Riley told me. Yeah, right, I snorted. Riley just grinned at me. We went back to making plans for our free afternoons. It wasn't long before we were interrupted again. Clay Orden stepped up to the table next to me.
Are you all right?
Clay asked.
I heard Cross was yelling at you in the hallway today.
Ethan and Isaac looked like they were going to bust a gut. Their faces were even red from holding in their laughter. I'm fine. He was just having a tantrum, I told Clay instantly. His eyes ran over me, then back to mine.
Are you sure?
He asked gently. I sighed. Yeah, I'm fine, I assured him. I was starting to feel like a broken record. He nodded, his face still concerned. Then he reached out and took my phone off the table.
Here's my number. If Darren comes at you again, just call me, he said. Or if, you want to talk or something.
He handed me back my phone. Thanks, Clay.
I'll, talk to you later,
Clay said, his face red, before heading back to his table of friends. The twins finally burst out laughing. I rolled my eyes. Clay Orden? Riley asked, smiling a big smile. I sighed as she laughed too. I realized not everyone was laughing. Zeke was watching me. Asher was rubbing the back of his neck, and Miles was tapping out that staccato rhythm. The twins kept teasing me as lunch went on. After Zeke finished his lunch, I looked pointedly at him, then to Riley and back to him. He gritted his teeth, then reached over to take Riley's hand. Riley's head snapped around to look at him, her face surprised. After a few seconds, he pulled her hand off the table and out of everyone's view. Riley was still stunned when she looked around the group. I gave Zeke an encouraging smile, which Riley noticed, looked at Zeke, then back to me. It wasn't long until the bell rang. I got my stuff and headed off towards gym class. Lexi! I turned in the hall to watch Riley hurry to catch up to me. Can I talk to you for a sec? Talk as long as you want. I don't mind missing gym class, I offered, smiling. She gave an odd chuckle. Did Zeke talk to you about me and him? She asked bluntly. Yeah, a bit, I admitted. Riley took a deep breath and let it out. What did you talk about? She asked. He asked me for advice, I hedged. Riley tucked her lilac hair behind her ear. What kind? She asked. I stopped in the hall and looked up at her. Whatever you're trying to ask, just ask, I said bluntly. Riley pressed her lips together and fiddled with her fingers. Want a ditch? Riley asked. This might take a while. Sure, let's head over to the football field. There's no classrooms over there, I said. Riley gave me a small smile as we started walking. She was quiet until we reached the bleachers and sat down. "Did Zeke talk about our relationship? What we've been fighting about?" Riley asked, awkwardly. "He told me that you're not happy with the way things are." I hedged again. She sighed. "Zeke doesn't hold hands with me," Riley announced. "He doesn't really hug me in front of other people. He doesn't want to do the couple stuff." "Like dances?" I asked, sympathetically. She nodded. "My boyfriend doesn't want to take me to winter formal. What does that mean?" Riley asked, wearily. "Did he say he didn't want to take you, or did he say he didn't want to wear a tux?" I asked gently. Riley sighed. "He said tux," she admitted. "But I want to see him in a tux. He'd look so kissable." I smiled at the wishful look on her face. "You know Zeke," I said gently. "He's stubborn. If he doesn't want to wear a tux, he's not wearing a tux." Riley sighed. "I know," Riley said before looking at me. "We've been together a month now, and he's never even kissed me in front of you guys. It's like he doesn't really like me." "That's not it," I tried to explain. "He just isn't into PDA. He has only hugged me once in front of the others, and it was after a seizure that almost killed me in October." Riley nodded. "So it's not just with me?" she asked. "Nope, it's not just you," I told her. She nodded, then looked at me. "Lexi, he doesn't like me touching him," Riley said in disbelief. Now that I had felt Zeke's back through his shirt, I had a hunch why, but I couldn't tell her that. "Touch him in public, in general, or his back?" I asked, carefully. Riley thought about it. "In public and his back," she answered. "Okay, I understand his PDA thing, but what's with the back thing?" I thought about how to answer her. I wasn't going to tell her what Zeke told me. It was private, but she needed to know it wasn't her. "Riley, it's a trigger," I began. "It's connected to something that has nothing to do with you. I can't tell you why or what it is, but it has nothing to do with you." I didn't know how else to explain it. "Really?" she asked. "Really," I said firmly. She rolled her eyes and scoffed. "I've never been so insecure with someone in my life," Riley said. "But with him I feel like I don't know where I stand." I knew the feeling. "Then ask him," I told her bluntly. She looked at me, her brow drawn down. "Just ask him. Zeke won't lie to you about it. He'll tell you the truth." She snorted with disdain. "He won't even tell me about his parents, Lexi," Riley said, her voice quiet. "That has nothing to do with you, Riley," I reassured her. Riley eyed me. "Are you sure?" she asked. I nodded. "Positive," I said confidently. "He's just not ready to talk about it with you yet. You have to give him time." Riley looked out at the football field and sighed. "All right, I'll ask him," she announced. "Good. But what if I don't like what he has to say?" she asked absently before looking to me. I shrugged. "Then you'll have something to think about," I said lamely. I didn't know what else I could say to her at this point. "Okay," she said, sounding resigned. We spent the rest of the period gossiping. When the bell rang for 7th period, Riley hugged me goodbye. I just hoped I helped. The rest of my day went on as usual. "I don't know about this," Tara said as I pulled into the parking lot for the gym. I parked the Blazer and looked at her. Tara was wearing gray yoga pants, a pink t-shirt, and her jacket. Her hair was back in a ponytail and her makeup was minimal. I'd never seen her without a full face of makeup before. She was prettier without it. "Tara, you're not going to be learning the same stuff I am. You're getting basic self-defense," I reminded her. "It's honestly something every girl should know." I opened my door and looked at Tara. Her fingers twisted on themselves as she eyed the gym. "There's going to be a bunch of boys in there," she said. "So?" I asked, not really seeing the problem. Tara looked at me, cringing. I've never worked out around guys. I bit back my laugh and managed to just smile. Tara, you're not working out, I told her. You're going to learn some moves and how to defend yourself. Isaac's a great teacher. You'll learn fast. I'm going to suck at this, she muttered. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Tara shot me a look. Tara, when I was done laughing, I tried again. I get my ass kicked every time I come to this gym. You start out sucking, but then you get better. That's how it works. When she still didn't move, I added, No one cares if you suck at this. She took a deep breath and nodded. We got out and hurried inside. Tara followed me as I walked towards the benches where the guys were. I'm here for my usual torture, I announced cheerfully as I went to my locker. The guys chuckled as they finished getting their gear ready. All the guys said hi. They even said hi to Tara. I pulled out my hand wraps and sat down on the bench on the other side of Ethan. Tara sat next to me, quieter than I have ever seen her before.
It's not that bad, beautiful,
Ethan said, smiling at me. I scoffed. Depends on who I'm with today, I asked, looking down the line. Is Isaac taking Tara? Isaac nodded, then looked at my cousin.
I'm going to teach you how to hit someone if you need to, using your fists, elbow, feet, and knees,
Isaac said. Then he pointed to Miles.
Then Miles is going to teach you how to get out of holds.
My eyebrows went up as I looked at Miles. His ears were already pink. Is that going to work for you, Miles? I asked, uncertainly. Miles looked down the bench to me.
The others will be helping,
Miles said. I nodded. Well, you'll probably have an easier time with her than you did with me, I said cheerfully. She's a cheerleader and all.
After Miles, Asher will run you through some scenarios to help you put it all together,
Isaac told Tara. Tara seemed to relax and nod. I looked at the others. Then that leaves me with... I groaned. Zeke chuckled darkly.
You're stuck with me,
Zeke taunted. I stopped wrapping my hands long enough to flip him off. The guys laughed. Even Tara chuckled a bit. Everyone got up and went to start their routines. I hung around Tara's lesson with Isaac until she seemed comfortable. It didn't take long. Isaac was a good teacher. In training, the goofy jokester disappeared and there was just Isaac, the MMA fighter. It was interesting to watch from this side of the mat. Eventually, Zeke told me it was time to get to work. I had a feeling I was going to want to puke today. 2 hours later, I dropped to the mat. Not because I got knocked down, I was just out of breath, hot, sweaty, and tired. Isaac came over to look down at me.
Red?
His eyes were concerned. I waved my hand weakly to let him know I was okay. He chuckled before he dropped to the mat next to me and rolled onto his back.
Giving up?
He asked. I pointed in the air. Never, I said in a defiant voice, and then dropped my arm back down to my chest. Maybe. We both giggled. Isaac elbowed my arm.
So what's the deal with your secret admirer?
He asked. I shook my head. I don't know, I admitted. At this point, it's getting a little weird that I don't know who he is. He chuckled.
I wasn't going to say anything,
he muttered.
What's his deal?
I don't know. He didn't come up and say hi at Vagabond because of you guys, I explained. But I was standing at the bar for a while. He could have come up then.
Yeah, it's not that hard to find you in a crowd around here, Red,
he pointed out. I rolled my eyes, then looked at him. So have you found a date to the dance yet? I asked, curious.
Not yet. I'm asking a friend of a friend later,
he grumbled. Isaac's name was called across the gym. He groaned as he got to his feet. Then he reached down and helped me up before heading off to his own training. I started walking through the gym, unwrapping my hands as I went. It was probably about time for Tara to be done with the guys, so I headed towards the front. Hey, Lexi, a guy's voice said from behind me. I jumped and turned to find Jordan standing there. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he began unwrapping his hand wraps. He gave me a crooked smile.
Didn't mean to scare ya.
I just didn't see you there, I admitted, as I walked towards the front of the gym. Jordan moved to walk beside me.
How did your training go today?
Jordan asked, cheerfully. Not bad. Still getting my cardio up to speed, I admitted. How about yours?
The usual. 2 steps forward and 1 step back,
Jordan said as we reached the lockers. I opened mine and started putting my wraps away.
How have your seizures been?
He asked, surprising me. That's none of your business, I pointed out as I closed my locker. I'll see you around. I left the lockers and walked back into the gym to the mat room. I was just in time to watch Tara drop Asher to the mat. I chuckled as I walked up to them. Now that's what I'm talking about, Tara, I smiled as she turned to me. Her cheeks were flushed and she had a small smile on her face. It's not as hard as I thought it would be, Tara admitted as Asher got to his feet.
She's got it down,
Asher announced as he looked to me.
She's all set.
Thanks, Ash, I said as he walked off the mat.
No problem, Allie girl.
He grinned down at me as he headed toward the lockers. I looked at Tara. Let's get out of here. The smell of dude sweat is rank. We grabbed our coats, got in my blazer, and headed home. So what did you think? I asked. Tara thought about it. It was kind of fun. Not as fun as cheerleading, but still not so bad, Tara said. I got curious. What is it you like about cheerleading? I asked, carefully. Tara smiled. It's the gymnastic I really like, the tumbling and flips, Tara admitted as we pulled onto our street. There isn't a gymnastics center around here, and I can't really go to Missoula 3 times a week. So I started cheerleading. That made sense. I parked the blazer. Thanks, Lexi, Tara said before getting out and heading to the door. I smiled to myself. Maybe Tara and I could be friends after all. It would just take time. I was crossing the grass when Tara stopped at the door. She bent down and picked up a bouquet of flowers. Who are those from? I asked as I reached her. Tara huffed, then looked at me. They're for you, she said sharply. She shoved them into my hands and walked into the house. I sighed. So much for being friendly. I looked at the small note attached to the stems. I heard you had a bad day today. Just wanted your day to end with a smile. Your secret admirer. I smiled. It was extremely sweet. Then another thought hit me. How did he know where I lived? The question bothered me as I walked into the house. Hades jumped up from his corner of the couch and ran to me. I bent down, petted him, and told him what a good boy he was. I put the flowers on the dinner table and opened the back door. Hades ran outside and immediately started peeing. I pulled out my cell phone and texted to ask, Alexis, I found your flowers, thank you. They did make me smile. I didn't have long to wait till he answered. Secret admirer, I'm glad. You have a beautiful smile. Alexis, how did you know where I live? There were a couple heartbeats before his response. Secret admirer, phone book. I heard you were living with your uncle and there was only one Delaney in the phone book, so I took a shot. My nerves eased. He was just being sweet. Alexis, thank you. I love them. Secret admirer, you're welcome. What are your plans for the night? Hades came in. I gave him a treat and told him he was a good boy. He went off and munched away. Alexis, relax, dinner with the family, and research a paper. You? Secret admirer, about the same. Working on a robotics project, that's about it. I walked over and sat down on the couch. Hades joined me, laying his head in my lap. Alexis, what's the project? Secret admirer, I'm working on an exoskeleton glove to enhance and support the movements of a person's arm. My brows went up. Alexis, wow, that sounds complicated. Secret admirer, it's not that difficult, once you understand the parts and how they work together. Maybe you should try doing something with robotics. I thought about what I would do with a robot and smiled. Alexis. If I did anything with robots, it'd be to make one for BattleBots. Secret admirer. LOL. Alexis. Seriously, that looks like fun. Secret admirer. But all that work just to destroy it. Alexis. The point is to destroy the other robot, not yours. Rory came into the house carrying plastic bags.
Hey, I brought home dinner,
Rory announced as he closed the door. Great, I'm starving, I countered. He grinned as he went into the kitchen. Hades abandoned me and followed the smell of food. Secret admirer. Yeah, but I would watch a match and just think that probably took over 100 hours of work. Alexis. You have a point, but still, it'd be awesome. My uncle's home. Time for dinner. Talk to you later. I put my phone in my pocket and got up.
Tara, dinner,
Rory shouted. I went into the kitchen, picked up plates and silverware, then walked back to the table. We were dishing up the Italian food when Tara came downstairs. It was quiet until we started eating.
Okay, girls, I have news,
Rory began. I looked over to him. His face was relaxed.
Every year I work nights for a couple weeks to give the night shift officers vacation time. My 2 weeks start tomorrow.
I blinked at that. Rory was going to be working nights? Tara bit back a smile as he continued.
Now let me make something clear.
Rory pointed up to the corners of the room. I followed his finger and spotted the cameras, and Tara's smirk disappeared.
I have cameras in the living room and kitchen, which I can access at any time from my phone or laptop in my cruiser.
How long have those been up? I asked, suddenly suspicious. Rory smirked at me.
Since the day after you brought the boys over to study for the first time,
he said unapologetically. I chuckled. He looked back to Tara.
There will be no parties and no sleepovers.
He then looked to me.
The boys can stay, but they need to leave by 8, and no boys upstairs unless I'm here,
he told me in his cop voice. I nodded my agreement. He looked to Tara.
Do we understand?
Yep, I answered instantly. Yeah, Tara grumbled before she took a bite.
Good,
Rory said with a satisfied look on his face. We went back to eating. It wasn't quiet long, though.
So how is the gym, Tara?
Rory asked pointedly. Tara froze. Then she looked at me with cold eyes. Oh, come on. You told him? She practically yelled, her face turning red. I kind of had to, I said matter-of-factly. Tara scoffed and slammed her fork down.
Lexi did the right thing, Tara,
Rory stated.
This was something I needed to know about. The only question I have is why didn't you tell me yourself?
Tara went to get up.
Sit your butt back down.
Rory's voice was hard and sharp. I went still. Tara sat back down, her face storming as she crossed her arms over her chest. I looked down at my plate and pretended I couldn't hear.
Answer me,
Rory demanded. It's none of your business, Tara shot out. Rory dropped his fork to his plate. I examined my dinner carefully. Oh, look, carrots.
None of my business? Some boy corners you and you think it's none of my business?
Rory's voice had gotten deeper. Okay, time to leave. I'm going to give you two some privacy, I said quietly as I grabbed my plate and quickly made my exit to the stairs.
You are my kid. Anything that happens to you is my business, Tara,
Rory told her, his voice still angry. I climbed the stairs as quietly as I could. Rory's voice changed.
I expected you to come tell me, and you didn't. Why?
Because, Tara hedged. I was in the hallway upstairs when Tara continued. I didn't think you'd care. I went still. Huh? I listened in shamelessly.
Of course I care. You're my daughter.
Rory's voice softened but still was firm.
You and Lexi are the most important people in my life.
I smiled at the warmth in Rory's voice. I remembered hearing it in Dad's. Tara scoffed. I'm not important to you. Not since Lexi came around, Tara grumbled. Since she's been here, you let her get away with shit I never could.
I treat Lexi differently because she's gone through a lot,
Rory explained. Tara snorted at that. Oh, please.
Tara.
This is bullshit.
Have you ever had to take your mother to the ER for a drug overdose?
Rory asked pointedly. I winced. Which time was he talking about? The silence was thick for several heartbeats. No, Tara said quietly.
Lexi has. Then she dealt with the doctors and sat with her until she could take her mother home. After that, Lexi turned around and went to school,
Rory informed her. My stomach knotted. Tara didn't need to know that. No one needed to know that stuff.
I treat Lexi like an adult because she has been one for at least 2 years now. She makes good decisions, and if the day comes where she doesn't, then she'll be grounded just like you.
When Tara didn't say anything, he continued.
Now, explain to me again why you didn't tell me.
I slipped into my room and closed the door quietly. I sat at my desk and played with my food as memories ran through my mind. I remembered the first time that had happened. I had just come back from working at the gas station when I found her on the floor. I had tried to wake her up, but she'd been out cold. Her skin had been cold and clammy. I had just cleaned up the vomit on the floor when her breathing had slowed down. Her lips began turning blue. That's when I called an ambulance. I put down my fork and rubbed my hand over my face. By the time I followed the ambulance to the hospital, they had her on oxygen and in treatment. The doctor asked if I wanted social services called. Since I was 16, he said he'd leave it up to me. Looking back, I wish I had said yes. Everything spiraled out of control from there. My cell phone rang. It was Ethan. Hey.
Guess what?
Ethan said cheerfully. What?
You don't have to go to winter formal with my dumbass brother,
he announced. I grinned. Oh, no, I said in fake disappointment.
I know. Tragic, right?
Ethan said dryly.
He said unless you want to go as a threesome, to raise some eyebrows and create some rumors.
I chuckled. Thanks, Snoopy. I needed that, I said, smiling. He was quiet for a heartbeat.
What's up, beautiful?
Just old memories creeping up, I hedged.
I know all about that,
he said in a soft, smoky voice that I had never heard before.
What memories are bugging you?
I hesitated only a moment. The first time I had to call an ambulance for my mother, I admitted. I explained about Tara and what I overheard Rory tell her. Then I told him about finding my mother and with everything that came after. When I got home that night after work, she was already drinking again.
Eso está jodido,
he muttered. What?
I said, that's fucked up.
Ethan explained gently to me. Eso? I tried to remember the rest.
Eso está jodido,
he said clear and slowly. Eso está jodido. I tried again.
You've got it, beautiful.
His voice sounded like he was smiling. I'll have to remember that one, I thought out loud.
Keep it up, and I'll have you speaking Spanish in no time,
Ethan offered. I scoffed. Not likely, I said dryly. He chuckled. What memories are bugging you? I asked gently as I went to lay down on my bed. Ethan sighed.
How I hurt my back.
He hedged. The car wreck?
Yeah.
Ethan's voice thickened. My chest tightened at the sound. Miles had told me that a car wreck had killed their little sister Sophia.
I don't really want to talk about it, Lexi.
Okay, I said softly. Just know that if you do, you can call me. He was quiet for a couple heartbeats.
I'll keep it in mind.
Good. Now who is Isaac taking to the dance? I asked. Ethan and I gossiped for another hour before he had to go do dishes. I hung up and took a deep breath. Talking to Ethan had made me feel better. He had his own memories that got to him at times. I looked at the time and sighed. Then I decided to take the night off. I was tired, and the ghosts outside weren't making it easier to get any sleep. I changed into my pajamas, cuddled with Hades, and read more of the report on voodoo. Chapter 9. Tuesday. The next morning I was on my way out the door when I pulled up short. 13 souls stood on the other side of the salt line, and every one of them was furious. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly as they eyed me. I'm close, I told them quietly. A couple more days should do it. They looked at each other, hope filling their faces. The McLeans eyed me. Mr. and Mrs. McLean were an odd couple of ghosts. Her blonde hair was up in a French twist, her skirt suit perfectly pressed, and her blue eyes were full of arrogance. Mr. McLean was a portly man with a walrus mustache and a bullet through his forehead, put there courtesy of his wife, and yet here they stood together trying to bully me. "Really?" Mrs. McLean asked doubtfully. "Yeah, I've been busting my ass for you. Now cut me some slack," I told her, as I pulled tissues out of my nose and headed for the blazer. For the first time, I didn't have to shove them out of the way. They moved on their own. I figured it was progress. I was almost to our usual outside table at school when my nose stopped bleeding. I had just thrown my tissues away when my phone vibrated. Secret admirer. I saw you with tissues this morning. Are you getting sick? I frowned and mentally went over my steps from the parking lot. I hadn't really seen anyone. Then again, I wasn't really paying attention. Alexis. Just a nosebleed. Happens when it's dry out. Secret admirer. Are you sure? I rolled my eyes. Alexis. Yep. How's your morning going? Secret admirer. Better now that I know you're okay. I blinked at that. That was a little much. I hadn't even officially met the guy. Alexis. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Talk to you later. I put my phone away as I reached the table. Ethan was holding 2 coffee cups as he walked over.
"Here, beautiful. Figured we could all use a pick-me-up,"
Ethan said as he handed me one. "Oh, you're my hero for the day," I announced gratefully. The guys chuckled as Zeke turned his head away from the table and coughed a deep, nasty cough. I eyed him. His face was still pale, and he didn't look that great. "Zeke, are you feeling all right?" I asked. He nodded.
"Fine. I just need to wake up."
Zeke's usually gravelly voice was rough. I kept eyeing him.
"So, what are we doing with our freedom this afternoon?"
Isaac asked, grinning. "How about a movie at the theater?" I offered, still watching Zeke out of the corner of my eye. A movie wouldn't be too hard on Zeke right now. Isaac went to object, but I caught his eye, looked at Zeke, then back to him. Isaac took another look at Zeke.
"Sounds good to me."
Isaac agreed instantly. Miles checked his phone and told us what was playing. We debated a good 5 minutes before deciding on the latest action flick. I thought about something for a few minutes. "Do you guys mind if I invite Secret Admirer guy? It's getting kind of weird to not know who I'm texting at this point." I asked all of them. They all looked at each other. Asher started rubbing the back of his neck. Miles started tapping his staccato rhythm on his coffee cup, and Ethan started twirling his rings.
"We'll all be there, so yeah, invite the guy,"
Isaac said matter-of-factly. The others nodded in agreement. I put my coffee down and pulled out my phone. "Alexis, my friends and I are going to a movie at 1. Want to meet me there?" I picked up my coffee as I waited for an answer. I didn't have to wait long. Secret admirer. With your friends? If it was just you, I'd be there. Your friends, though, concern me. I rolled my eyes. Alexis, if you are ever going to meet me, it's going to be around them. They're protective that way. Secret admirer. You're right. I'll be there. I smiled. About time. He's in, I announced. The others nodded, then exchanged looks. I ignored it as I sent him the movie in time. The bell rang and we scattered. More state testing. Joy. As usual, state testing was boring as hell. We all got out of there as fast as we could. Well, everyone but Isaac. He had to go to Mr. Turner and take that periodic element test. We were sitting in the back row of the Spring Mountain Cinema, and we pretty much had the place to ourselves since it was a weekday. That didn't bother us a bit. Everyone was talking and jabbering away. Well, except Zeke. He was at the other end of the row, holding Riley's hand again. It was clear by his rigid shoulders that he was uncomfortable. It bothered me. Didn't Riley see how uncomfortable he was? I shook my head and went back to my conversation with Miles. I heard you're leaving town this weekend? I asked Miles as he took a drink out of his soda. Yes, there's a gaming convention in Seattle that I'm signed up to compete in, Miles explained. It's a big tournament, and I'm looking to make it to the semifinals. I raised my eyebrows. Wow. Don't forget to do the tourist thing and take lots of photos for me. I've never seen Seattle, I told him. Miles gave me a small, warm smile. I will, he promised. Miles looked over the back of the chairs to the door of the theater. He's a no-show? I sighed and looked at the empty seat next to me. Looks like it, I admitted. I turned back to Miles. I mean, I get shy, but this is another level that I don't understand. Miles offered me his popcorn. I smiled and took a handful. It seems so. Were you interested in him? Miles asked gently. I shook my head. No, but he was smart. Someone you could have a good conversation with, I told him. If he wants to let fear rule his life, that's on him. I can't live that way. Miles smirked. I've noticed that about you, Miles said, almost under his breath. I raised an eyebrow. If something scares you, you work through it and get past it. I looked back at the screen showing ads as my face warmed. I don't like being afraid, I admitted, sounding a little defensive. There's nothing wrong with that, Lexi. It was just an observation, Miles explained softly. Before he could say anything else, Ethan leaned across Miles. Hey, beautiful. Did you hear about Darren Cross? Ethan asked, his eyes sparkling. Hear what? I asked instantly. For Ethan to be this excited, it had to be good. Someone beat the shit out of him, he announced. What? I asked, stunned. Yeah, I heard he broke his arm, a couple ribs, and his nose. Ethan snickered. I leaned forward and looked down the row at Zeke. Zeke, what did you do? I demanded. Zeke looked down the line to me, frowning. What are you talking about? He snapped. Did you beat up Darren Cross? No. If I had, I would have said something. He shot back. I blinked. Good point. Oh, sorry, I said before leaning back in my chair. Did he say who did it? I asked Ethan. That's the weird part. He refuses to tell anyone. Ethan explained. Watch, it was a girl, I snickered. The boys chuckled as the lights dimmed. Why wouldn't he say who beat him up? I whispered to Miles. Maybe he was threatened. He took a drink from his soda. The door to the theater opened. I half expected my secret admirer to show up, but it was Isaac who took the seat next to me. What'd I miss? Isaac asked. Ads. How was the test? I countered. He winced. I passed, barely. He admitted. Mr. Turner said my supply cabinet privileges are revoked, but I can still participate in labs. Sorry, hon, I whispered. He shrugged as he watched the screen. It's the least I deserve, he mumbled. The movie started, and I was quiet. I wondered what Isaac meant by that, but I pushed the thought out of my head and watched the movie. After the movie, we all filed out to the parking lot. Isaac was describing his favorite part of the movie when I spotted my blazer. There was a bouquet of flowers on my hood and an envelope under the windshield wiper.
What the?
Ethan's voice drew everyone's attention. That's what I was thinking, I admitted, as I walked up to the blazer, picked up the envelope and opened it. Alexis, I'm sorry I didn't come in. I bought my ticket and opened the door to see you joking around with your friends. I just couldn't come in.
I'm sorry. Your secret admirer.
I sighed and shook my head. He showed up, saw all of us, and bailed, I announced. This was getting ridiculous, and I was getting tired of it. Riley picked up the flowers. At least he got you flowers? Riley frowned and looked at the stems of the flowers. Wow. What? I asked. Riley handed me the flowers. Look on the stems, she said. I looked at the stems of the bouquet. Surrounding the stems was an emerald ring. The emerald was square and set in a vintage gold band. What the? I couldn't quite grasp this. The guy gave me an expensive ring? I haven't even really met him.
What is it?
Zeke demanded. I handed the bouquet to him.
Shit,
Zeke bit out.
He gave her an emerald ring.
The others looked just as stunned as I was.
It might not be real,
Isaac offered. Real or not, it looks expensive, Miles pointed out, his eyebrows drawn down as he examined the ring. Is anyone else getting creeped out too? I asked the group. Ethan and Isaac nodded. Miles had his thinking face on. Asher was rubbing his neck, and Zeke was running a hand through his hair.
It is very strange to get a girl you haven't introduced yourself to a ring,
Miles admitted carefully. Riley grabbed the flowers and the ring from Miles, then handed them back to me. A little bit, Riley agreed cautiously. She looked at me. Maybe the guy is a romantic? I say enjoy it until you know one way or the other. I gave her a smile. Yeah, you're probably right, I agreed, not really believing it. I took the ring and the flowers and put them in the blazer. Everyone headed home. I couldn't help but check my mirrors the whole way home. Outside the house, the ghosts were just socializing with each other. It was like a big party at this point. For once, they didn't harass me on my way in. It made me smile. I put the flowers in a small vase and eyed the ring. It was gold and vintage. Something told me the emerald was real. I hoped I was wrong. I let Hades out and waited in the doorway as he found a place to pee. I needed to focus on other things tonight. I was so close to calming the way that I wasn't going to wait until later to work on it. I had gotten a good night of sleep last night, so today was the day. Hades came in. I gave him a treat and love before heading upstairs. I was hopeful as I lay down. I was in the Veil again. I really was getting good at this. I sat down in the dirt and looked up. It hadn't been easy, but now it was time to make the way my bitch. I smirked as I lay down in the dirt. I thought of the boys again. We were over at the twins' house. Everyone was in the kitchen as Asher checked the enchiladas that Maria had left in the fridge for us. Asher and Isaac were picking on Ethan, who came over to me, hugged me from behind, and rested his head on my shoulder.
Make them stop picking on me, beautiful,
he begged pitifully. I reached behind me and ran my fingers through his hair. "Aw, you can dish it out but not take it," I teased him. He growled in my ear before letting me go and smacking me on the butt. I turned and smacked his arm in return. Ethan backed off as he laughed. I flipped him off, then turned back to the others. They had all gone still. "What?" I asked. Everyone unfroze and went back to the conversation. It wasn't until later when I realized that was the first time one of them had smacked my butt. I made a rule that night that if they smacked mine, theirs became fair game. So far, only the twins were willing to risk it. I felt my body relax as my barriers dropped. That hot wind rolled over me. My mouth suddenly became parched. I focused on pushing my barriers out. I knew when I reached the wall, fury poured into me, making me want to fight it. I accepted the rage. "You're not mine," You have no place in me. The rage had nothing to latch onto, so it slipped over me like oil. A slap of wind told me I was at the clouds. The energy behind it made me clench my teeth. That overwhelming sense of wrong filled me. The howl of the wind got louder as my energy crept across the sky. The winds got worse as I got closer to the center. A deep feeling of sickness poured over me, making my stomach lurch, and my energy shook against it. No! My eyes snapped open. My gaze instantly went to the way above me. Focus. This is the day I'm calming the way. Not tomorrow, not the day after. Now. I forced myself to not fight against the energy that made my stomach churn. I kept crawling across the clouds. The closer I got to the way, the more the veil reacted. The wind picked up, stinging me with sand. The ground vibrated, lightning striking the ground within inches of me. I ignored it all and kept focus. I wasn't stopping today. My energy finally met in the middle. The veil went still and silent. Lightning froze mid-strike. Sand hung in the wind like pollen in the breeze. My heartbeat was loud in my ears as I looked at the way. Then I spoke to it. I know you're dying. I know you're angry and desperate, but I need you to calm down before I can help, I whispered to the way, believing every word with my heart and soul. I felt that hard feeling in my chest, and I was going to use it. I will find whoever did this to you, I swear, but we need to take care of you first. They can't stop me from bringing souls to you. There was a long silence. The veil started moving again. The sand dropped from the wind. The lightning raced back up into the disappearing clouds. I watched in amazement as the sky cleared and stars twinkled above me. Rest. I will bring you a soul tonight, I promised her. I don't know why, but the way felt like a her to me. There was a sound, like a note played on a flute, but it ran over my skin. Unsettled, I pulled my energy back to me and let my barriers rise again. I got to my feet, adrenaline burning through me. Stay calm. I'll be back, I promised, then pulled myself out. I opened my eyes in my bedroom, adrenaline pumping. I jumped up from my bed, threw my door open and ran downstairs. I grabbed my jacket and ran out the front door. I didn't even bother to close it. The ghosts shouted for me, but I ignored them as I jumped into the blazer and I peeled out onto the street. I had a promise to keep. I sped through town, only slowing down for stop signs on my way to Asher and the Twins' street. My heart slammed in my chest as I focused on not killing myself. When I was there, I skidded to a stop between Asher's house and the Twins'. I barely took the time to kill the lights and engine. In a heartbeat, I was out and running down the sidewalk.
Lexi?
Ethan shouted. I ignored him and kept running. Herbert had to be around here somewhere. I spotted him, pacing in the middle of the road, grumbling to himself. I slowed so I could catch my breath. Running footsteps caught up to me.
What's wrong? Why are you running?
Ethan demanded as he grabbed my arm. I turned to him with a huge smile on my face. I calmed the way, I shouted, not caring if anyone heard. Ethan's jaw dropped before he hugged me tight.
That's amazing,
he practically shouted in my ear. I hugged him back tight.
What now?
Now I cross a soul. I pulled back and headed further towards Herbert Munich. The old man was in a nice suit. His white hair was perfectly combed. Even his nails were immaculate, and I had promised he would be one of the first to cross. Hey, Bert, I shouted at him from the curb. I really am tactless. He looked up and glared at me. Want to cross now? I smiled at him. His eyes lit up as he hurried towards me.
Really? Now?
He asked, his hand shaking. I nodded, still smiling. It might take a couple tries to grab you, but I think I got it down, I assured him. He gave me a big smile.
What do I do?
He asked eagerly. Just don't fight me or anything that you feel happening. I don't know what's going to happen, but just be passive, I said, sounding unsure. He nodded. I took a deep breath and remembered what I felt that night with Emily Han, how I refused to accept that she might die. I wouldn't let her. I looked at Herbert. He missed his wife. He wanted to see her so bad, my heart ached. I wanted to take him to her. I reached for him, but I kept hitting something. That's when I realized what it was. My beads. I quickly shoved them off in one motion and handed them to Ethan as I focused on grabbing Herbert. I reached for him again. Only now I could see it. I watched a gold string of light move from me out to him. It wrapped around him. I had him. "Okay, here we go," I warned him. I closed my eyes and dropped down to my center, dragging Herbert with me. It felt weird and a little painful, like swallowing a piece of food that was just a bit too big. You'd get it down, but you were going to feel it. Then I was standing on my white sandy plain. I took a breath and looked to my left. Herbert was still there.
"Is this the Veil?"
he asked, stunned. "No, it's my center. I have to take you to the Veil to cross. It's a long story," I said. I don't know why, but I reached out my hand. He gave me a smile and took it. His hand didn't go through mine. Okay, that was new. I thought about the Veil, and we flew across the sand. Then we were just there, standing on the stone ledge near the abyss. Startled, I pushed Herbert back further from the ledge. I really needed to work on knowing where to stop when coming here, or someone was going to be unmade on accident. The Veil was how I left it, the land still burnt and barren, but the sky was still clear. I turned to Herbert, his eyes showing his confusion.
"Why does it look like this? Where am I going?"
he asked, his eyes growing wide. "Someone cut the Veil off using all the energy that was here. It's not supposed to look like this," I reassured him. "That's why there is so much energy floating around the physical world now." His eyes met mine.
"Yes, that energy is disturbing. You can take it and do things you can't usually do,"
he said, still looking around.
"But once you get a taste, you just keep wanting more."
I raised an eyebrow. "You mean?" He looked back to me.
"You become addicted."
He finished for me. I tucked that away for later.
"What do I do now?"
he asked. His voice shook. I took a deep breath and focused. I needed to let him go. Herbert was going to make his choice. I couldn't make it for him. I watched that golden thread disappear. I let go of his hand and met his eyes. "I can't force you to cross, Bert," I began, keeping my voice gentle. "You have a choice. Jump off the ledge and leave existence," I pointed up at the sky, "or move on."
"What's on the other side?"
He looked up, his face drawn. "I don't know, but everyone I've seen cross felt pure joy," I said honestly. "If your wife is anywhere, she's there, and she's probably waiting for you." He swallowed, hard, tears in his eyes. My chest ached with how much he missed her. He looked at me again.
"I'm so sorry about—"
Tears falling down his face.
"I just wanted to go,"
he said softly. I gave him an understanding smile. "I understand." Something to the right moved. I turned as a door made of gold light appeared. It opened. There on the other side was a meadow of grass and flowers. There she stood. She looked like she was in her early 20s, with curly, shoulder-length black hair, big blue eyes, and olive skin. She was wearing a soft and airy dress. The way she smiled at Herbert left no doubt in my mind who she was. "Damn, Bert, you got real lucky," I said. He laughed and sniffed.
"I know. I knew it every day I had with her,"
he said, his eyes never leaving her.
"I never even asked you your name."
"Alexis. Everyone calls me Lexi." He turned to me, tears running down his wrinkly face, his eyes shining with happiness.
"Thank you, Lexi."
"You're welcome." I tilted my head towards his wife. "Now get your ass over there. She's missed you just as much." He had a brilliant smile as he walked towards the door. As he got closer, he changed. He stood straighter. His hair color darkened. The wrinkles disappeared. He grew younger before my eyes. By the time he crossed the threshold, he was in his 20s again. And not a bad-looking guy, either. Her eyes lit up as tears fell down her cheeks. He pulled her into his arms and proceeded to kiss the shit out of her. Whoa, didn't need to see that. Thankfully, the door closed before I saw more. The door turned into 2 small balls of light that shot up like rockets into the way and disappeared. There was a loud thunderclap that knocked me off my feet. Dazed, I watched it move across the way in waves. It reminded me of waves in a storming sea. Okay, was that going to happen every time? I got to my feet slowly. I had hit the dirt pretty hard. Managed it, huh? I jumped and turned. Imposter Lexi was standing there smiling. I huffed. Yeah, is it going to make that sound every time? I asked. Because if so, I needed to come up with a Veil version of earplugs. The other me smirked and shook her head. No, but every soul on Earth heard that noise, she told me, her face suddenly serious. They'll know there's a way into the Veil now, and they'll be coming to you. I fought the urge to groan. How much pain am I going to be in when I pull out of this? I asked. The other me tilted her head, thinking. A small nosebleed, no pain, she said. Then her eyes narrowed on me. It'll get worse with the more souls you cross over in a 24-hour period. Be careful, otherwise you can burn out, she warned, her voice firm. She looked around, something catching her eye on the ground. I turned. There was a small green vine that hadn't been there before. She walked over and knelt in the dirt. When you cross souls, you'll be restoring a balance. Over time, the veil will open again. Just by helping souls cross? I asked, unable to hide the doubt in my voice. Was it really that simple? The other me stood up and smiled. Yeah, but you need to be careful. She came back to stand in front of me. I'd suggest 2 tomorrow, 3 the next day, then 4. I raised my eyebrows at the pace. You need to build this skill fast, and it's going to be unpleasant. You're going to pass out when you hit your limit. After you pass out, don't start up till at least 8 hours later, or you'll fry your brain. I narrowed my eyes at her. Why are you suddenly a fountain of information? I asked dryly. She raised an eyebrow. Because now I can, she countered. The one who did this, they're going to know soon enough that someone like you is around, and they're going to try to put it back to the way they wanted it. How do I stop that from happening? I asked. She gave me a sad smile. You're going to have to lock the veil yourself, she said, like it was that simple. Huh? If you lock it, it'll keep the other one out, Imposter Lexi explained slowly. Yeah, and the dead will never be able to cross here on their own. I'd kind of like to have my life back at some point, I shot at her. This was insane. Lock down the veil? More? If you're going to do that, then create an alarm to warn you if they come back, Imposter Lexi suggested. You'll just have to come and deal with them here. That'll take energy manipulation. I suggest you learn it. I just gaped at her. Her, or my face, turned sympathetic. Start small, cross souls, get some of the balance back that we desperately need, then work on the next part. Her face turned serious. It's affecting more than just the dead. What do you mean? I asked. She shook her head. Don't worry about that. We're handling it. Right now, get the souls crossing, she said. I nodded. I got it. Cross souls, figure out how to keep the fucker out, and learn how to manipulate energy. Okay, I can do that, right? Who or what are you? I asked, really wanting to know. She smiled at me and shook her head. You're not ready to know yet, she said patiently. Her eyes ran over me. Now go celebrate or something. There will be plenty to do tomorrow. She seemed to consider something. If you run into trouble, call for Zahur. Imposter Lexi, no, Zahur disappeared. Just like that. Gone. I sighed. Things were going to get more interesting. Great. I closed my eyes and pulled myself out. When I opened my eyes, I was on the snow-covered sidewalk again. Ethan, Isaac, and Asher were watching me like hawks. I quickly put tissues to my nose and smiled. I did it, I announced. Their faces went blank. "I got Herbert to cross."
"Holy shit,"
Isaac said, stunned.
"Allie,"
Asher said, a big smile spreading across his face. Ethan just hugged me to him and held me tight. I squeezed him back. It was the happiest day of my life. Relief filled me until tears fell down my face. Asher saw them, then reached out and wiped my cheek, while Ethan squeezed me tighter.
"Okay, we need to celebrate,"
Isaac declared. I smiled as Ethan let me go.
"Hell yeah,"
Ethan shouted. Asher wrapped his arm around me as we headed back down the street. The twins got on their phones to tell the others the good news. I couldn't stop smiling as we reached Asher's house. Ethan turned to me.
"Okay, go home. We're bringing pizza and we'll have your movie night, beautiful."
I pumped my arm and hissed, "Yes!" The boys laughed at me. I didn't care. I calmed the way. They could laugh all they want. I pulled up to the house. The ghosts were still waiting outside. They looked like they all wanted to say something. Well, so did I. I got out and stepped onto the grass. Before they could start, I held up a hand for silence. "I calmed the way and I can cross souls now, but..." I stopped them before they could make their demands. "I can only do one at a time. To do this safely, I will cross 2 tomorrow, 3 the next day, and so on. So instead of hanging out here at my house all the time and keeping me awake, I'll make you a deal." They were all listening. I made my voice firm but calm. I wanted them to know I wasn't messing around. "Go to the cemetery. I'll cross one of you in the morning and one at night, unless there is an emergency. You, as a group, will decide who crosses next. You will not come to me bitching and moaning about how your need is more important than anyone else's. Does everyone understand?"
"We understand perfectly,"
Mrs. McLean said politely.
"We will go now and discuss who will go next."
Everyone nodded in agreement. As a group, they began to leave. Some walked down the street, chatting like old friends. Some glared at me before storming off. I didn't care. They were gone. I was so happy I did a dance right there in the front yard before going inside. My fierce watchdog was out cold on the couch. I immediately pounced on Hades, who retaliated with puppy kisses. When the fight was over, I sat down and called Rory.
"Hey, kid, is the house still standing?"
Rory asked dryly. "I did it," I announced. "I calmed the way and got a soul to cross." Rory let out a big sigh.
"Lexi, that's amazing."
His voice was so relieved it brought tears to my eyes. "I've also got the ghosts meeting me at the cemetery in the mornings to cross. They won't be hanging around anymore," I told him, still smiling as Hades put his head in my lap.
"Damn, kid, you're on a roll,"
he shouted into my ear. I snickered as I stroked Hades' ear. "Do you care if the guys are coming over with pizza and bad movies?" I asked, my voice pleading. He chuckled.
"As long as they're out by curfew,"
he warned me. "Deal," I said instantly, unable to stop smiling.
"That's my girl. I'll talk to you tomorrow."
I hung up as the front door opened and Tara walked in. "Hey, Tara," I said cheerfully. She eyed me. "What are you so cheerful about?" she snapped. I ignored it. "The guys are coming over with pizza to watch movies. Are you in?" I asked. Tara blinked. "Everyone?" "Yeah," I said. Tara grinned. "Yeah, I'm in," she said. "I'm going to go change." Tara headed upstairs. That's weird. Why would she change? I went to the movie collection and started picking up movies I've wanted to make the guys to watch for a while now. Army of Darkness, check. Sucker Punch, check. I was still looking when the front door opened. Zeke came in looking pale. "Hey, how are you feeling?" I asked him, eyeing him. He didn't answer. He strode towards me and picked me up with his arm under my butt. I giggled as he hugged me tight. I wrapped my arms around him and buried my face in his neck, taking a deep breath of leather and engine grease.
"Isaac said you crossed a soul."
His voice was rough in my ear. "Yeah," I whispered back. He squeezed me tight, his face moving to my neck. He took a deep, shuddering breath. I hadn't realized how worried he really had been. "I'm going to be okay, tough guy." He nodded, his stubble rubbing against my skin as he held me.
"You had me worried, baby."
"I know, but the souls have agreed to back off and wait their turn," I told him quietly. He pulled back and looked up at me.
"What do you mean?"
he demanded, his brow furrowed. I leaned back so I could see his face until he was just holding me up. "I mean, when I got home and told them they were going to back off, choose who was to cross tomorrow, and leave me the hell alone," I explained bluntly. A big smile spread across his face. One with teeth. 2 in a week. Was hell freezing over? It must be, because he's smiling.
"That's my girl,"
he said quietly. "Yes, a raging bitch," I pointed out. He snorted as he put me down on my feet. Zeke went to sit down on the couch as I headed into the kitchen to find something to drink. Someone knocked. I asked Zeke to let Miles in. Miles walked in with a couple plastic bags in his hands. His eyes found me. He made his way straight towards me. He set the bags down on the counter, and for once he didn't hesitate. He pulled me into a hard hug, his hand cupping my face and holding me against his chest. I smiled as I breathed. Wintergreen. Everything inside me relaxed.
"You really did it,"
he whispered. I squeezed him tighter. "Yeah, I did." He kissed the top of my head, surprising me. Miles never kissed me.
"What about the ghosts outside?"
he asked. I grinned. "I have all the leverage now. I told them to go away and take turns like preschoolers," I said dryly. He chuckled before pulling back to look at me. His emerald eyes were warm as they ran over my face.
"You would do that,"
he said. I gave him a big smile before he let me go. He pointed to the bags.
"I brought vanilla, chocolate, strawberry ice cream, and toppings. I figured a sundae bar would be fun."
"You're the best, Miles," I said as I looked through the bags. He grinned as I put everything away so it wouldn't melt. A door upstairs closed. I turned in time to watch Tara step off the stairs in a short plaid skirt and black shirt. I went still. She had a big smile as she went over to say hi to Zeke. She sat next to him and tried to talk to him like she had with Asher in October. Oh my God. No way. I looked at Miles and tilted my head towards the two on the couch. Miles's face was stunned as he nodded. I wanted to groan, and a small part of me wanted to yank Tara upstairs and tell her to keep her hands off of Zeke. I turned away and opened the fridge. Where the hell did that come from? Zeke wasn't mine. He was dating Riley. I grabbed a few bottles of water and passed them out. I sat in the armchair on the left of the couch. "So, Zeke, how's Riley?" I asked cheerfully. He turned to me and began to answer. "Who's Riley?" Tara asked. I looked to Tara. "Zeke's girlfriend," I said casually. Her face fell. "Oh, come on. Really, Tara?" The others showed up with food, and the party started. Isaac noticed what Tara was wearing and bit back a smile as he even managed to squeeze his big butt between the two on the couch. I relaxed and enjoyed my night with my friends, and tried not to kill Tara. Hades' soft bark woke me up. I looked over the edge of the bed. Hades was at my door, scratching. I checked my alarm clock. It was only 2:27 a.m. Maybe he needed to go out? Still rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I opened the door. Hades raced into the hall and down the stairs, barking and growling the whole way. Okay, that wasn't normal. I followed Hades down the stairs and turned on the light for the great room. Hades was at the back door, still growling. His entire body was tense. Something was wrong. I turned on the backyard light and looked out the glass of the French doors. There was nothing out there except falling snow and pine trees. Hades stopped growling, but kept pacing along the door. I looked down at him and saw it. My stomach dropped. There were footprints in the carpet of untouched snow. They came up to the back door, then left into the tree line. My heart slammed in my chest as I checked the door. The deadbolt was locked. Dread filled me as I backed away from the glass. When Hades calmed down, I relaxed. I went to my coat, got my phone, and took photos at the door. I'd show them to Rory tomorrow. There was no reason to freak him out now. "Come on, Hades, let's go to bed," I said quietly, a knot in my stomach. I went back to bed after I shut off the light, closed my bedroom door. Tonight, I locked it. I went to bed and curled up with Hades. Chapter 10. Wednesday. Those footprints were on my mind as I drove to the cemetery the next morning. I hadn't seen Rory yet, but I was going to show him those pictures the minute I did. I pulled into the cemetery and found where a group of ghosts waited. I hopped out and approached them. "Okay, who's first today?" I asked cheerfully. Carl Mason stepped forward. He was wearing work pants, a dirty t-shirt, and work boots. The only thing missing was the helmet. His friendly face was smiling. I smiled back. He'd been waiting a long time. "All right, Carl, just stand there and be passive, all right?" He nodded with a big smile on his face. I took off my bracelets and put them into my pocket. I looked at Carl and felt how much he wanted to move on. I focused on feeling that need. That golden thread formed and gently wrapped around his wrist. He looked at me and smiled happily. I closed my eyes and dropped to my center with Carl. It didn't hurt as much as last time, but I still felt it. We were under that golden sky almost instantly. I didn't say a word as I took his hand and focused on where I wanted to be in the Veil. We shot across the sand and stopped exactly where I had pictured. Yay! I wasn't going to throw someone into the pit on accident. Carl was gasping as he looked around. I pulled that thread back, let go of his hand, and stepped away.
"Why does it look like this?"
he asked, stunned. I gave him a warm smile. "Someone fucked with the Veil and I'm trying to fix it," I said bluntly. He nodded.
"It looks like it,"
he admitted. "Carl, I can't make you cross," I began, just as I had with Herbert. "You have two choices, either cross over or be removed from existence." His gaze shot to me. "It's your choice. I can't make it for you."
What about God? Purgatory?"
he asked, his voice shaking. "I have no clue. I only know that if you cross over, you'll find out," I said gently. He looked around the Veil. This time I spotted a golden ball of light come down from the way. When it reached the ground, it formed a door. It opened. A little girl around 4 years old with pigtails and a smile was on the other side at a playground.
"Daisy,"
Carl gasped. Tears fell down his face instantly. That's when I knew, when I felt it. She was his daughter. Carl sank to his knees as he watched her in disbelief. My heart ached for him. To lose your own child, I couldn't imagine. I didn't have to. I could feel his pain. It was soul-crushing. "She's waiting, Carl," I reminded him gently. "She's been waiting for you. Don't make her wait any more." Carl nodded.
"Thank you,"
he whispered. "You're welcome," I said quietly as he headed for the door. His appearance didn't change as he crossed, but he pulled his little girl into his arms and sobbed. The door closed and changed to 2 balls of light that shot into the way. I wiped my face and looked around the ground. There was a small white daisy pushing its way up through the dirt. I couldn't help but smile. I closed my eyes and pulled myself out. I opened my eyes and immediately grabbed my tissues. I held them to my nose as the other ghosts watched. "He's crossed. I'll be back later tonight for the next one," I promised. They all looked relieved. I jumped into the Blazer and drove to school. I met the guys at our usual table. Everyone but Zeke was there. Miles' eyes ran over me as soon as I got there.
"How did it go?"
Miles asked. "Great. I managed to get Carl Mason to cross," I said, smiling. The others relaxed. I shot them a look. Did you guys really doubt me? They all instantly denied it. I shook my head as Isaac's gaze went over my shoulder.
Zeke, you look like shit,
Isaac announced. I turned. Zeke's face was pale and sweaty. His eyes were half closed as he stopped at the table and leaned against it.
I'm fine,
he growled. His body shook as he broke out into wet coughs. I heard the crap in his lungs. That was so not fine. I reached up and felt his cheek with the back of my hand. The fact he didn't push me away alone was enough to worry me. If that didn't, his hot skin against my fingers did. Zeke, you're burning up, I said, as I moved my hand to cup his face. He was hot to the touch. He shook his head.
It's just the flu,
he grumbled wearily as he held my hand to his cheek.
Your hand is freezing.
And it feels good, doesn't it? I asked, pointedly. He eyed me, his eyes bright. That means you have a fever, tough guy. He moved my hand away from his face.
It's just hot out.
It's January.
You're going home, Zeke,
Miles ordered, his voice telling him not to argue. It was rare to hear that from Miles. Zeke sent Miles his don't fuck with me glare. It surprised me.
I'm not sick, I'm fine,
he snarled. Pushing away from the table, he turned to walk down out of the courtyard and into a hallway. We were all one step behind him.
You can't even walk in a straight line.
Ethan shot at him. Zeke flipped him off over his shoulder.
Come on, I'll make you Maria's soup if you go home.
Asher tried.
Fuck off,
he snapped. Isaac moved around to stop him.
I'll take you home now and Ethan will bring your Jeep home for you,
Isaac offered. Zeke just shoved him out of the way. Isaac cursed as he hit the lockers. Even sick, Zeke was a strong guy.
Lexi,
Miles whispered to me. On it. I moved around Zeke. I put my hand on his chest. He stopped dead. He looked down at me. Zeke, you are sick. My voice was hard and had an edge to it. I'm not fucking around here. You are going home now. He blinked at me, opening his mouth as if to deny it. I held up 2 fingers. How many fingers am I holding up? I demanded. He looked at my fingers and blinked. That wasn't good.
3,
he offered. Shit. How high was his fever? 2. I dropped my fingers, reached up, and held his chin so he had to look at me. You are sick, and I am taking you home now. Even if I have to pull you by your ear, you hear me? He exhaled hard, and I heard the crap rattle in his chest again. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth.
I hear ya,
he bit out through clenched teeth. I held out my hand. Give me your keys. I'll drive you home in your Jeep. I softened my voice, trying to be soothing. He sighed, but ended up coughing again. He dug into his jeans, then handed them over. I pulled mine out and handed them to Ethan. I'll stay with him. Can you bring my blazer over after school?
Of course.
Ethan eyed him.
You sure you want to stay with him? He's even more of an asshole when he's sick.
Tough guy glared at Ethan like he wanted to kill him. I wrapped my hand around the back of Zeke's tricep and started pulling him down the hall. I'm not worried about it, I assured him. He weaved into me, making me stumble a couple steps. Asher caught up and grabbed his other arm. Zeke tried to jerk away from him.
Zeke, if you drop, Allie can't get you back up,
Asher pointed out.
I'm just getting you to the Jeep.
Zeke cursed under his breath, but when Asher grabbed his arm, he didn't pull away again. Asher helped steady him as we started down the hall. Miles walked beside me.
I'll pick up medicine and some groceries.
Miles' voice was quiet, as if he didn't want Zeke to hear him. I couldn't blame him. Zeke was cursing the whole way out to the parking lot. Thanks. And please pick up lots of orange juice. If he has the fever I think he does, he'll be craving it, I said in a low voice. He nodded as we reached the parking lot. Miles headed towards his car as I walked faster to unlock the passenger side of the Jeep. Zeke bitched as he got in and shut the door. I sighed, then grinned up at Asher. "Thanks, Ash." He nodded, his face worried.
"I'll follow you. You might need help getting him in the house,"
he said absently, watching Zeke lean his head back and close his eyes. "Thank you," I chimed in my cutesy voice. Asher snorted, then grinned down at me. Worried about Zeke, I moved around the Jeep, threw my bag in back, and climbed in. I had to slide the seat forward. Zeke had freaking long legs. I started the Jeep, then looked at him and realized he hadn't put his seatbelt on. "Zeke, seatbelt," I ordered. He growled as he buckled in. I headed towards his house, with Zeke bitching under his breath the whole way. "I know, tough guy. I'm a bitch. I know."
"Didn't say that,"
he muttered, his eyes still closed. I smiled. "It's for your own good, Zeke." He flipped me off. "Love you too," I grinned. It wasn't long before I pulled up to Zeke's house. I shut off the Jeep and moved around to the passenger side. He opened the door, put his feet on the ground, and heaved himself to his feet. He instantly caught himself against the Jeep. I reached out to steady him as much as I could. Asher shut off his truck, then hurried over. He took my spot and wrapped Zeke's arm over his shoulders.
"Come on, buddy. Let's not drop your fat ass on Allie, huh? You'd crush her."
Asher's voice was matter-of-fact as Zeke leaned against him. I hurried to the door to unlock it. By the time they got there, I had it open and Zeke was mumbling under his breath again. Something about a pain-in-the-ass short girl and orders. I smirked and assumed he meant me. Asher helped me get Zeke's jacket off. Then he helped Zeke down the hallway. I pulled off my coat, hung it up, and followed. Zeke was sitting on the side of his bed, sweating heavily and out of breath. Asher helped him take off his shoes, while I felt Zeke's forehead. He was roasting. "Zeke, we need to get you cooled off," I said gently. I started to pull his shirt up to take it off him. He didn't realize it until I had it up to his ribs. I was trying to ignore those muscled lines when his hands knocked mine away.
"Don't,"
he growled. "Zeke, you are sweating. We need to get you into something cooler." I kept my voice gentle and soothing. My hands went to his shirt again. He grabbed my hands, his grip hard, his fevered eyes met mine.
"No."
His voice was hard this time. It took me a second to remember why. My chest burned. "Zeke, you told me about the scar tissue, remember?" I said softly. Asher finished taking his shoes off and straightened. "I'm not going to ask questions. I just want to get you cooled down." An edge of panic slipped into his eyes.
"Zeke, you're changing," Asher snapped. "Now either she can help you or I will, but you're changing into cooler clothes. Now who's it going to be?"
Zeke took a breath that sent him into another coughing fit. His hands never left mine.
"Asher,"
he growled when he finally had his breath back. I let his shirt drop back down to his waist. I didn't care if it was Asher or me. I just wanted him comfortable. I gave him a small, understanding smile. He let go of my hands. Glaring at the door, I looked up to Asher. "I'll go find the thermometer," I told him, before heading into the hall and closing the door behind me. In the bathroom, I started looking through the drawers and cabinets. I found a simple electric thermometer. I pulled a washcloth out of the towel cabinet and got it wet. Shouting started coming from Zeke's bedroom.
"I'll bring Allie back in here to help if you don't knock it off."
Asher's voice made me smile. He was threatening Zeke with me? That was funny as hell. Not the reason why, but just that it was happening. I was wringing out the washcloth when Asher opened the door. Zeke was sitting on the side of the bed, still sweating and still cursing. He was wearing black mesh shorts that reached his knees and a black crew neck sleeveless shirt. Asher walked into the hall, his face angry.
"He's all yours, Allie. I'll be in the kitchen or I'm going to hit him."
Asher's voice was hard as he walked down the hall. Wow, what did Zeke say? I moved into Zeke's room and touched his shoulder. His eyes opened. He looked up at me. Not all there. "Open your mouth, tough guy. I need to take your temp." My voice was soft and soothing again. Zeke grumbled, but did as I asked. I put the thermometer in. He closed his mouth, then his eyes. I put the wet washcloth across the back of his neck. He groaned in his throat. He lowered his head until his forehead was resting against my upper stomach. Surprised, I ran my fingers through his hair and rubbed his neck gently. His hands were hot as they rested on the outside of my legs, just above my knees. He must really feel like shit. When the thermometer beeped, he didn't move. I leaned back a little to see his face and take it out of his mouth. It read 103. Shit. I ran my fingers down his face to get his attention. He grumbled. "Zeke, lay down. You've got a high fever." He made grumbly noises as he pulled away to flop onto his bed. He groaned. "I'm getting you some more wet washcloths. I want to cool you down as much as I can," I told him before I went into the bathroom and hurried to bring them back to him. I put one on his forehead, another on the front of his throat, and one on the inside of each forearm. Zeke looked like he passed out. I left him alone, hoping that Miles would get here soon with something for a fever. I walked down the hallway and into the kitchen where Asher was looking at the fridge. "He's got a temp of 103. His eyebrows went up. "Damn." He shut the fridge and went to a cabinet. I leaned against the sink, worrying about Zeke. Asher pulled out a plastic sandwich bag from a drawer. "He told you about his scars?" he asked, quietly, as I watched him fill the bag with ice. "Not in so many words," I admitted. "When I got those knots out, I felt some raised spots on his back. The only reason I asked about it was because if it was scar tissue, I needed to push harder." I rubbed the back of my neck. "He said push harder." "Humph." Asher pushed a lot of air out of the bag, then sealed it. "Did he tell you what they were from?" "No," I answered quietly. And I didn't ask. Asher gave me a small, sad smile before handing me the ice bag. "Are you sure you want to deal with him?" he asked, his face worried. "He's really hard to deal with when he's sick." I gave him my mischievous grin. "I have my ways," I said cheekily. He smiled and shook his head. "I can handle him. I'm cute and bitchy." He chuckled as I played with the ice bag. "Hell, Allie, if anyone can, it's you." His eyes were warm as they ran over my face. My pulse sped up as my eyes met his. Those butterflies went crazy. I blinked and looked down at the ice in my hand. "I try." My voice was quiet as I shifted the ice around for something to look at besides him. I really needed to get a handle on this crush thing. The front door opened, and I practically ran out into the front room to get away from Asher. Miles had brought in several plastic bags and was setting them down on the table. "I have more in the car," Miles announced as he pushed his glasses up his nose. He grabbed 2 bags and handed them to me. Asher headed outside to bring the rest in. "This is all the medicine I thought he might be able to use," he said. I looked in the 2 bags. It looked like he bought out the store. It made me smile. Sweet, caring, handsome Miles. Damn it, Lexi, stop it. Now isn't the time. I started going through the bags. "Thanks, Miles. He has a temp of 103, I told him as I pulled out fever meds. "I'll get the doctor over here," Miles said instantly. I looked up to see him already pulling out his phone. "Thank you," I said immediately. Miles's emerald eyes ran over my face before meeting mine. "Of course, but..." His mouth made a tight line as his gaze went to the hallway, then back to me. "I'll be fine. At least he barks less at me," I reminded him. He thought about that, then nodded. "That is true," he agreed. I winked at him. He grinned as he dialed. I took the medicine I thought would work, then headed down the hall. Zeke was sprawled out on his bed, eyes closed, still sweating. "Zeke," I called softly from the door. Zeke opened one eye. He wasn't asleep, just miserable. I walked in, sat on the edge of his bed next to him, and opened the stuff for his fever. "I've got some medicine for your fever, and it'll help with the muscle aches, too," I said softly. He winced as he sat up. I handed him the small cup. He drank it down fast, then made a face. "Ugh, grape," he groaned. I laughed at the face he was making. Sorry, I didn't know.
Miles did, he grumbled as he lay back down. He's punishing me.
I raised an eyebrow. Miles punishing Zeke? For what?
Yelling at you,
he mumbled. You didn't yell at me, I reminded him. He just nodded with his eyes closed. I put the ice pack on his forehead. He groaned, grabbed it, and put it on the back of his neck.
Good,
he mumbled. Poor guy. I picked up the washcloths, went to the bathroom, and soaked them again. I sat back down and wiped his red face with one. He made small, feel-good noises. It made me grin as I wiped down his face, neck, and arms. I really didn't like his temp so high. Then something occurred to me. Zeke, I can call Riley and have her come take care of you if you want, I offered.
No,
he bit out. That surprised me. Why wouldn't Zeke want his girlfriend to take care of him? Shouldn't I tell her you're sick? She's going to be worried. I tried again.
Don't care.
His voice was groggy as I wiped his neck again with the wet cloth. She'll probably stop by after school anyway, I thought out loud.
Never been here, don't want her here,
he mumbled. I raised an eyebrow at that. Riley had never been to Zeke's house? Well, then again, it made sense since I only saw it for the first time a few weeks ago. I wet the washcloths again and kept trying to cool him off. There was a knock on the front door. I put down the washcloths so I could head back up the hall to the front room. Miles had let in the doctor. Dr. Zimmer was near his 50s. He'd mostly retired years ago. Miles and his family were his only patients now. His black hair was graying and neatly combed. He wore slacks and a button-down with a matching blazer. For a retired guy, he was rather fashionable. I was impressed.
Thank you, Dr. Zimmer.
Miles greeted him politely.
He's down this way.
Miles led him down the hall to Zeke's room while I went into the kitchen. I found a large mixing bowl while Asher was cutting carrots. I put a few ice cubes in it and was filling it up when shouting came from Zeke's room. Damn it. I turned off the faucet and ran to his room. Zeke was sitting on the edge of the bed, snarling at Miles, while the doctor simply waited by the door.
I don't need a fucking doctor,
Zeke snapped bitterly. His eyes were glowing with his fever. I walked in the door and stood directly in front of him. He blinked up at me. Zeke, you have a fever of 103. I can hear crap rattling around in your chest, I told him clearly, my voice hard and clipped. You need a fucking doctor. He scowled at me. I didn't give in. So sit there and let him check you out so we don't end up taking you to the ER. His fevered eyes ran over my face. Then he let out a big breath. I knew I won. I stepped to the side, giving the doctor room, but not far enough to leave Zeke's sight. Dr. Zimmer came over and gave him a quick exam. Any time Zeke started to snap, I put my hand on his shoulder, reminding him that I was right there. He'd clench his teeth and did what the doctor asked. It didn't take long.
All right, Zeke, you've got bronchitis and a high fever, probably from the flu, Dr. Zimmer announced. It's a good thing Miles called, otherwise you'd end up with pneumonia soon.
He pulled out a prescription pad, then started writing.
I'm giving you an antibiotic. I also want you to take a decongestant and cough all that up. You need to get it out.
He pulled the prescription off the pad before he handed it to Miles.
Once the fever breaks, you'll feel a lot better. Bronchitis won't keep you down. It's just the fever that's doing that right now.
Zeke's head was already starting to hang. His eyes were closed. I touched his shoulder. Zeke, lay down, I told him gently. He didn't argue. He just laid down. The doctor was still talking to Miles when Zeke started to snore lightly. I had to fight back a grin. That medicine must have finally kicked in. We filed down the hall and into the front room.
He'll be up and terrorizing you guys again in a couple days,
Dr. Zimmer reassured us. Thanks, Doc, I said.
My pleasure,
Dr. Zimmer said before he headed out the door.
I'll go get his prescription.
Miles told me as he pulled on his coat and headed out the door, too. I sat down on the couch with my head back. Heavy footsteps moved across the floor.
"Are you okay, Allie girl?"
I nodded before opening my eyes to look up at him. "Yeah, I'm just worried about his fever," I told him. Asher sat in the yellow chair next to me.
"He'll be okay. He's a tough bastard,"
he assured me. I nodded.
"How do you calm him down, anyway?"
I looked at the TV and shrugged. "I think it's just me being a girl," I said honestly. He shrugged.
"Maybe. I need to get back to school unless you want help with him,"
Asher offered. "Nah, I got him. He's too sick to run from a pout right now," I said. Asher laughed. When he calmed down, he was smiling.
"That's true."
He pointed at the kitchen.
"I've got a big pot of Maria's soup heating on the stove. It's the only thing he'll eat when he's sick like this."
He got up, then leaned over to kiss me on the top of my head. Hot shivers ran down my neck.
"If you need anything, call,"
he said. I gave him a wink. "Will do." I held my breath until Asher was out the door. Then I went limp against the couch. This crush shit sucked. How long was I going to have these feelings for Asher? And Miles? I sighed. Stupid move, Lexi. It wasn't long before Miles was back with Zeke's prescription and a great decongestant. I told him to go back to school. He frowned at me.
"Are you sure? Zeke isn't exactly the friendliest guy right now,"
he warned. I gave him a smile. "I can handle him, Miles. Don't worry about it," I reassured him. "If I need a break, I'll call." His eyes ran over my face several times before he nodded. I made Zeke a bowl of soup and got a glass of orange juice. Making sure I had his antibiotics and decongestant, I headed down the hallway. His face was sweaty and red as he lay on his side facing the door. I bit the corner of my lower lip. I wanted to check his temp again, but I knew it probably hadn't changed. I set everything down on the end table before sitting on the edge of the bed. "Zeke," I called softly, checking his temp with the back of my fingers.
"Baby."
He slurred, his voice deep with sleep. "Yeah, it's me, tough guy," I said softly. He opened his eyes slowly. "I have your meds for you and soup." He groaned, burying his face into a pillow. "You need to eat something with these." My voice told him not to argue. He rolled over, grumbling, then sat up against the wall, his eyes only halfway open. I gave him the meds, decongestant, and the juice. He took them, drinking down the entire glass. I took it back, then gave him his soup. He took a deep breath, then started coughing. I waited until he was done so he could take his soup. While he ate, I picked up the washcloths and put them on the nightstand. When I went to get up, he lifted his head from his soup.
"I'm
just going to the kitchen. I'll be right back," I told him, keeping my voice soothing. He nodded, still groggy as he went back to eating. I went to the kitchen and emptied the big bowl of water. I put in a few cubes again. I was filling it when I realized it. I had just woken Zeke up without a problem. It took almost a minute for that to sink in. He must really feel like shit. I carried the bowl back to his bedroom and set it on the nightstand. He was almost asleep, the bowl in his hand about to tip over. I snatched it, fast, just before he spilled it all over himself. That had him lifting his head. "Lay down, tough guy. I've got some cold water to help cool you off." He nodded. He laid back down on his side, facing me again. I sat back on the edge of the bed, dipped a washcloth, wrung it out, then put it on the back of his neck. He made a feel-good groan again. I had a small smile as I added another one to his forehead. I was wringing out another when Zeke moved. He rolled a bit to his stomach and moved his arm. His thick, muscled forearm laid over my leg that was bent under me. His hand wrapped around my other knee. I went still, too stunned to move. Okay. Zeke was a cuddler. I did not know that. It took me a couple minutes to wrap my head around that. Then I was back to trying to cool him off. I really wanted to wipe down his back, but with the way he reacted when I tried to take his shirt off, told me he wouldn't like it. Screw it. I started wetting down the back of his shirt. I was a little worried he'd be uncomfortable until he started snoring again. I kept wiping down his face, neck, arms, and back until the red in his face was gone. I went to get up, but his grip wouldn't let me. "Zeke, I have to get up," I whispered. He groaned, let go of me, and rolled over. I smiled as I went into the living room. I sat on the couch and pulled out my phone. Rory had called. I winced. The school probably called him. I called back.
"Where the hell are you? And why aren't you in class?"
Rory snapped into my ear. "Zeke's sick," I said instantly. "He came to school with 103 temp and he could barely walk, so we took him home and I'm taking care of him." There were a few heartbeats of silence.
"Fine,"
Rory said sleepily.
"Just call next time."
"I promise," I assured him. Rory hung up. I must have woken him up. I noticed I had several text messages. "Secret admirer. I stopped by your house last night to introduce myself and apologize for not showing up at the theater. But your friends were over, so I thought discretion was a better idea. I'm sorry again for not coming into the theater. Secret admirer. Did you get the flowers last night? Did you like your present? Secret admirer. You're not at school. Are you okay? What's going on?" I frowned as I kept reading. Secret admirer. Tell me you're all right. He was acting like a possessive boyfriend. It was starting to creep me out. Alexis, I'm not at school. One of my friends is sick, and I'm taking care of him. I did get the flowers and present. I don't know if I can accept the ring. It's too much. I got a response almost instantly. Secret admirer. I was worried about you. Secret admirer. Of course you can keep the ring. It's perfect for you. I bet it fit perfectly. Alexis. I never put it on. Like I said, it's too much. How can I get it back to you? Secret admirer. Why didn't you put it on? It was a gift. You should wear it. I want you to have it. I blinked at my phone. I didn't understand this guy, and I was tired of this. Alexis, you had the chance to meet me, and you didn't take it again. If you can't handle my friends, then you probably can't handle me. I'm a lot like them. Loud, foul-mouthed, and a smartass. I'll leave your ring in an envelope on my locker when I come back to school. My phone instantly started vibrating. Secret admirer. Don't say that. You're nothing like them. I ignored the texts coming in and sent a message to Rory to call Zeke's phone if he needs me. He was still texting me when I shut off my phone. Dread settled in my stomach as I thought about all those texts. It was creepy. A door opened down the hall. Zeke's Aunt Sylvia walked in, wearing her purple plaid pajamas. Sylvia had one of those faces you would never forget. Not exceptionally beautiful. The kind of face where her personality shined through, and that's what made her pretty. She pushed back her black shoulder-length hair. "Lexi, what are you doing here?" Sylvia asked. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, Zeke's sick. I explained what happened this morning." She sighed as she crossed her arms over her chest. "He's been spending too much time working at that garage at night," Sylvia grumbled. "Thank you for taking care of my baby." I smiled. "No problem," I told her. Sylvia went into the kitchen as my eyes went to the photo of Zeke and his mom. Sylvia came back in with a steaming mug and sat in her favorite yellow chair. "Sylvie, I probably shouldn't ask this," I announced before looking to her. "What was Zeke's mom like?" She stirred her tea and smiled a sad smile. "Julia was sweet and great," Sylvie began. She looked up from her tea and met my eyes. "She was too nice, too forgiving." Sylvie seemed to weigh something, then came to a decision. "His father was a biochemist at one of those big companies in the city, but he had a mean streak and a temper even before Zeke was born. She forgave him a lot, even when she shouldn't have." Her eyes ran over my face. I think that's why Zeke likes you so much." "Why?" I asked, not getting it. "You would tell someone to fuck off before putting up with the shit she did," Sylvia said firmly. "That's all I'm going to tell you." "That's okay," I told her quietly. She gave me a warm smile. There was cursing from down the hallway. I growled as I got up and hurried down to Zeke's room to find him trying to get up. "What are you doing?" I asked.
"I can take care of myself,"
he shot back as he unsteadily got to his feet. I stepped forward and gave him a small shove. He dropped back to the bed and cursed at me. "No, you can't. Not with 103 temp," I countered.
"I feel better,"
he bit out. I grabbed the thermometer and stuck it into his mouth. When it beeped, I checked. It said 102. "You still have a high fever. So what do you want?" I asked in a gentler tone. He frowned.
"OJ,"
he muttered. "I'll get it. Keep your ass in bed." I turned to walk out of the room.
"Can I take a leak by myself?"
Zeke countered sarcastically. I smirked as I pretended to think about it. "No shit, Zeke," I shot back, smiling. "I can't do that for you, and I have no intention of trying." The corner of his mouth twitched. Before I headed down the hall, Sylvia was laughing her butt off in the kitchen.
"Oh, I love how you handle him,"
Sylvia announced.
"I can barely get him to behave when he's sick."
"I'm just majorly bossy," I offered, smiling. Sylvia smiled as she filled up a glass, then headed back down the hall. Zeke was sitting on the side of his bed again when I walked in. I handed him the juice. He took it without grumbling and drank the juice down. "Lay down, get some rest," I told him softly. He nodded, his eyes already half closed. He laid down on his stomach this time. A phone rang. I found his phone on the desk. "Zeke, it's Riley. What do you want me to tell her?"
"Tell her I'm sick and leave me the fuck alone,"
he growled into the pillow. I snorted and answered the phone. "Where are you?" Riley demanded. "It's Lexi," I said, as I sat down on the side of the bed and reached for a wet washcloth. "Where's Zeke? Is he okay?" Riley asked instantly. "He showed up at school this morning with a high fever, so we brought him home. I'm babysitting the big baby."
"Fuck you,"
Zeke growled. "See? Big baby," I pointed out to Riley. "Okay, give me his address and I'll be over to help," she offered. Shit, Zeke didn't want her here, and if I gave him the phone, he'd be an ass to her. "Riley, hon, he's being a real prick," I said.
"Love you too,"
Zeke grumbled. I bit back a laugh. "And he said he didn't want to be that way to you, so I can't give you his address," I said, cringing. There was dead silence for several heartbeats. "He's being such a dick that Asher almost decked him." "Wow, that bad, huh?" She sounded impressed. "Yeah. Okay, if he changes his mind, give me a call. Tell him I said get better and stop being a shit," Riley said in a strained voice. "Shit. I will. I'm sorry, Riley," I said again. "No, I get it. If he treated me that way, he'd be pissed at himself for a week," she offered. "Yeah, I'm family, so I'm fair game," I grumbled. She gave a strange half laugh. "Talk to you later," Riley said before hanging up. Zeke was going to pay for that call when he got better. I was putting his phone in my pocket when he half rolled over. He looked half asleep when he asked,
"Am I being an ass to you?"
I sighed. "No, actually, you're behaving remarkably well for me, at least according to the guys. I was just trying to ease the sting of rejection for your girlfriend." He nodded, then buried his face in the pillow again. "Do you want me to soak down your back again?" I asked. He nodded. I grabbed a wet cloth and started soaking his back. He groaned in a happy way. I kept bathing down his neck and arms. He wrapped his arm around my knees, his hand going around my ankle. I smiled as I kept cooling him off. When he was out and his face no longer red, I tried to move his arm off my legs. The butt head was too heavy. "Zeke, I need to get up," I whispered softly to him. He grumbled and rolled over to his other side. I snorted as I walked into the living room. Time to find some mindless TV. Later that evening, I was in the kitchen heating up Maria's soup on the stove. Sylvia came in wearing her waitress uniform and cursing. "I'll be so damn glad when this semester is over and I can take the damn bar," Sylvia growled. I grinned. The dogs outside barked as lights ran across the windows of the house. "Do Dunner and Clive still want to hire you?" I asked as I stirred the soup. Dunner and Clive was a law firm over in Northridge. Sylvia had already interviewed with them, and she had a job waiting. She just needed to finish the semester and pass the bar. "Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it," she said vehemently. "Just think, you'll be able to see the sun," I teased. Sylvia chuckled. "That would be a change," she countered. "Night, Lexi. Thanks again for taking care of him." "No problem," I assured her. She was heading to the front door when it opened. Isaac and Ethan barged in. Hades burst past him and ran to me. I bent down and gave my baby some loves. "Sylvie!" Isaac cheered. He all but tackled her for a hug. Sylvia chuckled as Ethan quickly joined him. I was laughing as she got 2 kisses on the cheeks. "Hey, sweeties." Sylvia pulled back to look up at them. You two have gotten taller. Stop growing." The twins snickered. "I'm off to work. Help Lexi, all right?" "You got it, Mama," Ethan assured her. Sylvia gave them each a kiss on the cheek before heading out the door. Isaac came into the kitchen and hugged me tight. I chuckled and hugged him back. "How's our surly giant of the north?" Isaac asked. "His temp is down to 102, I began. "I'm about to take him his meds and food again." "I'm going to pop my head in," Isaac announced before he left the kitchen. Ethan came in and leaned against the counter next to the stove as I filled a glass of juice. "So, guess who's still not talking about who kicked his ass?" Ethan said, smiling at me. "Darren?" I asked, smirking as I filled a bowl of soup for Zeke. "That's right," Ethan said. "I'm starting to think it was a girl." I chuckled. Shouting erupted down the hall. I cursed, grabbed the bowl and glass, then headed down the hall. Ethan was 1 step behind me. I walked in just in time to watch Zeke throw a pillow at Isaac. "What are you going on about now?" I demanded. Zeke sat up on the side of the bed and tried to get up. I handed the bowl and glass to Ethan, then stopped Zeke by blocking him. "He turned on the light," Zeke grumbled. I turned on the nightstand lamp, then shut off the overhead. "Better?" "Yeah," Zeke admitted as he blinked up at me. "It's faster to just ask and not bitch," I told him bluntly as I got his antibiotics and handed them to him. "Take them," I ordered. He grumbled as I took the juice and bowl from Ethan, then handed the juice to Zeke. He took his meds. I grabbed the glass and handed him the bowl. "Eat." He didn't even grumble this time. I stood there watching him until he was done. The twins walked out into the hall, leaving him to me. I took the bowl and handed him the rest of the juice. "See if you can drink that," I said in a softer voice. When he was done, I felt his forehead. He was still hot. "Do you want me to wet down your back again?" He nodded, already half asleep again. He flopped onto his stomach like a little kid. I smiled to myself as I soaked his shirt down again. "Baby," he mumbled. "Yeah, tough guy." "Will you feed the dogs? They don't know anyone else," he muttered. "I'll take care of them." Hades came in, jumped up on the bed, walked around Zeke to lay on the pillow next to his head. Hades sniffed Zeke's hair, then snuggled down. "Thank you." He shifted until Hades' fur was under his nose, then fell asleep. When his back was soaked, I headed back to the front of the house. I walked into the kitchen as the twins were in the living room fighting over what to watch. I got Tank and Kita's meals ready the way Zeke had shown me a couple weeks ago. 3 scoops of dried food and 1 can of the wet each. I had asked, why so much? Zeke had explained since it's winter, the dogs needed more energy to stay warm, which means more food to keep healthy. It made sense to me. I took the 2 large metal bowls in one arm, switched on the light and back, and opened the door. The backyard was huge, about 4 acres in the fenced-in portion alone. The dogs weren't in sight. I shut the door behind me, stepped further away from the door slowly, then whistled the 2 tones that Zeke taught me. Tank and Kita appeared. Tank was running full out. "Tank, easy," I ordered. Tank dropped his butt into the snow and skidded to a stop before he could take me out. I let out the breath I had been holding. "Tank, sit," I said firmly. Tank sat and waited, his tongue lolling out of his mouth. I watched him carefully as I set his food in his spot. Good boy. Tank moved to his dish and started chowing down. I smiled as I moved away and towards Kita's spot. Kita was already there, her tail between her legs. That wasn't a good sign. "It's okay, Kita. It's dinner time," I said in a gentle, soothing voice. Kita had been abused badly by some guy in Colorado. Zeke said she'd been making progress. It was slow, but still progress. I made sure not to tower over her as I bent down to put her food on the ground. She growled. I froze. "It's okay, Kita. Zeke's inside. I know this is weird. He's just sick and can't come out right now." When she stopped growling, I put her food down slowly. I was pulling my hand away when she lunged. Her teeth bit into my hand. I cursed as she jumped back. I bit the impulse to yell at her. "Kita, no biting," I told her firmly. I held my bleeding hand to my chest and backed up. Tank moved between us and growled at Kita. I went still. That wasn't good. "Tank, I'm okay," I told him in a soothing voice. His ears flicked back towards me as I backed up some more. Tank moved with me. The farther away I got from Kita, the less Tank growled. When I reached the door, he was fine. "Tank, food," I ordered as I opened the door. He moved off to his bowl but kept his eyes on Kita. I walked in and started cursing under my breath. My hand was throbbing as I moved to the sink and started trying to wash it out. "What happened?" Isaac asked as he heard me. "Kita was on edge and bit me," I grumbled. As I cleaned my hand, Isaac opened a cupboard and pulled out a first aid kit. "Are you okay, Lexi?" Ethan asked from the door. "Yeah, I just got bit by Kita," I said absently before Isaac poured the antiseptic over my hand. I cursed a blue streak as my hand felt like it was on fire. When my hand was clean, I started to wrap gauze around it to stop the bleeding. "Lexi!" Zeke bellowed. "Shit," I bit out. There was a loud thud in the hallway. I hurried out of the kitchen and down the hall. Zeke was leaning against the wall just outside his room. Ethan was shouting at him to get back to bed. I rushed down the hall to stop him from trying to keep going. "Go back to bed," I ordered. "Show me your hand," he growled. I shot a look at Ethan and held out my hand. "I'm fine. I think she knows you're sick. She was on edge and I moved too fast for her," I assured him, while he examined my hand carefully. "No stitches," Zeke mumbled. "Yeah, no stitches." I reached up and grabbed his chin to make him look at me. "Now let Isaac help you back to bed and I'll bring you some ice cream. Mint chocolate chip, your favorite. Then I'll let the terrors in so Kita can see you're okay." Zeke frowned at me, but eventually nodded. Isaac moved around me and helped Zeke get back into his room. I headed back down the hall to the kitchen, Ethan in tow. "Snitch," I hissed at him. He snorted as he picked up the bandage and helped me wrap my hand. "You know, if we could figure out what it is about you that calms him down, we could make a profit from it. Imagine, eau de toilette of Alexis, calmer of assholes," Ethan offered in a dignified voice. I started laughing as he finished bandaging my hand. "Can you get his ice cream while I let the dogs in?" I asked. "Yeah, I'm on it." He headed for the fridge. I went to the door, opened it, then whistled. Kita ran through as if her tail was on fire. She headed straight for the hallway and Zeke's room. Tank, however, ran in, slipped, and slid into the cabinets by the sink before he scrambled to his feet and followed Kita. I was laughing so much that it took me a couple minutes to close the door and take Zeke his ice cream. Zeke was lying down in bed as Kita buried her face into his armpit, whimpering. Zeke petted her gently and spoke softly in a soothing, rough, raspy voice.
"You're okay, Kita. I'm not mad. You're not in trouble,"
he whispered down to the trembling dog. Even Hades snuggled up to Kita's side to try and help calm her down. Tank sat next to the bed, patiently waiting for his turn. I waited at the door until she stopped shaking. Only then did I walk in slowly. I handed Zeke his ice cream and sat on the side of the bed facing him. Tank immediately put his head in my lap. I started scratching his head. "She was really upset," I said quietly. He nodded, his eyes still on Kita.
"Yeah, she's making progress, but it's slow."
He looked up and met my eyes.
"I'm sorry she bit you. I wouldn't have asked if—"
"It's okay. She was scared. I made sure not to yell at her or raise my voice. I just told her no biting, firmly." He gave me a tired, small grin.
"That's exactly what you needed to do. Thank you,"
he said in his rough voice. "And Tank almost ripped her a new one," I added. He snorted, then looked at Tank with his head in my lap.
"You've spoiled that dog. Whenever you leave, he looks at me like it's my fault you aren't here,"
he said. I smiled and leaned down to kiss Tank on the forehead. "That's because he's my other baby," I said in a cutesy voice. Zeke's lips twitched. He was already half asleep. He reached out and stroked Tank's head. Tank instantly licked his hand. I grabbed his uneaten ice cream off his stomach and got to my feet. Tank instantly jumped onto the bed and took my spot while keeping his head under Zeke's hand. I smiled at the fact that Zeke was surrounded by dogs who loved him. I was about to walk out into the hallway when his voice stopped me.
"Thanks for taking care of me,"
he mumbled. "Anytime, tough guy," I said softly back. I headed into the living room in time to see the twins setting out blankets and pillows. I was about to ask why when the front door opened. Asher and Miles walked in carrying movies and sleeping bags. I smiled. What else did I expect with these guys? "Anyone want ice cream?" Zeke didn't eat any of it. I asked the room. Ethan instantly raised his hand, so I walked over and handed it to him.
"Lexi, what happened to your hand?"
Miles asked, pointedly. Before I could answer, Asher took my wrist gently and looked at the bandage. "Oh, Kita just bit me," I said casually. "It's okay. I already cleaned it out and the bleeding has stopped."
"When was your last tetanus shot?"
Miles asked instantly. I thought about it. "I don't know," I admitted. Miles pulled out his phone. "Miles?"
"I'm calling Dr. Zimmer to come out and take a look,"
Miles said in a firm voice. He wasn't going to be persuaded, and his voice told me not to try. I sighed as I sat down.
"I'm starting dinner,"
Asher announced as he headed for the kitchen.
"Any requests?"
"Food!" the twins and I shouted at the same time. We started giggling as Asher sighed patiently. Ethan took a vote on what to watch. Sherlock won. Ethan was putting in the DVD when Zeke's phone rang in my pocket. I pulled it out to see it was Rory. "Hey, Rory."
"Hey, kid. How's Zeke doing?"
he asked. He sounded more awake than he had been earlier. "He still has a high fever, and he's being a shit. He also won't listen to anyone but me," I said. "I think I'm going to have to crash here tonight."
"I don't think that's necessary,"
Rory said.
"I'm sure the guys can handle him."
Rory, they really can't," I said emphatically.
"Lexi,"
he said in his patient dad voice. "Rory," I said in an exaggerated deep voice, "just come over and see what I'm talking about. And if you can say, 'Go home' after that, I will," I offered. Rory sighed.
"Fine. I'll be over before I leave for work,"
he agreed. Oh, can you bring my emergency bag from my closet, my laptop and some of Hades' toys? I asked, sweetly. He snorted.
Yeah, but I still think you're coming home,
he warned. We'll see. Chapter 11. Wednesday night. I was busy dishing up Zeke's dinner when someone knocked on the door. Asher opened it and let Rory in. Everyone said hi.
So all of you are crashing here?
Rory asked. I could hear his smile in his voice.
Yep, family smothering back to health, it usually works,
Isaac explained.
Plus it normally takes 3 of us sitting on Zeke to make him stay put.
Rory shook his head as I came into the front room.
How's he doing?
Rory asked. He's awake. His fever is down a bit, but he's still bitchy as ever, I offered. Everyone chuckled.
I'll go check on him.
Rory started for the hallway. Here, take him his dinner and make him take his antibiotics, I told him. Rory took the bowl and glass of water for me before heading to Zeke's room. I went back in the kitchen and made my own plate. Before I sat down, I wanted to make sure Zeke took his antibiotic, so I headed down the hall. Rory and Zeke's voice had me stopping.
101.
Rory sighed.
That's shitty. Are you drinking enough orange juice? Taking your antibiotics?
Rory asked, pointedly. I smiled to myself.
Yeah, Lexi's on me about it,
Zeke grumbled. Rory snorted.
Good,
Rory said. There was the rattle of a pill bottle.
You're supposed to take one now. You're as bad as she is,
Zeke grumbled.
You're supposed to be on my side.
I bit back a laugh.
I am. That's why I'm making you take it,
Rory countered.
You need anything? A body that doesn't hate me,
Zeke said dryly. Rory snorted.
Well, I already talked to your boss and told him you're sick,
Rory said.
He said to take as much time as you need to get better. I could have done that,
Zeke pointed out.
Tough shit,
Rory shot back.
I wanted to make sure he didn't pull any if he wants his job, he better come in bullshit.
My heart warmed as I listened to them. It seemed as if Rory had adopted Zeke. I smiled to myself.
If you listen to Lexi, she'll have you up and about in no time,
Rory added. Zeke cursed.
Why? Why didn't you tell her about my family?
Zeke asked. There was silence for several heartbeats.
Because it's your past and you should be the one to decide who to share it with and when,
Rory explained patiently.
You know what he did,
Zeke said confidently.
Yeah, I was the first one on the scene.
Rory's voice grew quiet.
I'll never forget finding you. You were holding your mom's. You were trying to stop the bleeding. It was pointless. She was already gone,
Zeke pointed out.
But you still tried,
Rory countered.
I called it in, picked you up, and got you cleaned up.
There was a long silence as I pictured an 8-year-old Zeke trying to save his mom. My heart ached and my eyes burned.
And the crap after?
Zeke asked, his voice quiet with an edge to it.
You hear about all that, too? I arrested that piece of shit myself.
Rory's voice was hard.
He may or may not have fallen down the stairs at the station a couple dozen times.
What were they talking about? Zeke's dad was dead.
Why the fuck do you let me hang out with her?
Zeke asked. His voice was dark and hard.
You know what he did. You saw it. You are nothing like your father, and I knew that bastard.
Rory's voice was hard.
You were a good kid, Zeke. You're angry. Hell, anyone would be after what you've been through, but you're not him.
Zeke scoffed.
Besides, Lexi gives you shit, and you need that. And it's fun as hell to watch.
Zeke snorted. I decided to sneak back up the hall before they realized I was there. Rory stayed back there with Zeke for some time, and I didn't eavesdrop again. I was washing my dish when Rory came into the kitchen.
Lexi, he's okay. You don't need to sleep here,
Rory stated. Rory, he had a temperature of 103, I told him patiently. I've been soaking down his shirt every other hour, and that's the only reason I think he's lucid right now.
The guys can take care of him,
Rory countered. I raised an eyebrow. "Oh, yeah?" I said doubtfully. I walked to the kitchen doorway. "Can one of you go ask Zeke how he feels? I need to make a point." Isaac groaned as he got to his feet.
"If it looks like suicide, don't believe the note,"
Isaac warned us before heading down the hall. Shouting erupted in Zeke's room, glass shattered, and Isaac hurried back out.
"That was mean, Red."
I chuckled, then looked at Rory. "My turn," I said, before walking into the kitchen, getting the broom and dustpan, then heading down the hall. Rory waited outside the door while I walked in. "Where's the glass?" I asked.
"Leave it. I'll get it tomorrow,"
Zeke muttered. "The dogs are in here, so no. Where is the glass?" I asked again. He grumbled, then pointed to the corner of the room. I went over and swept up the glass, then dumped it into his small metal can next to his desk. "You're getting plastic cups in here like a little kid. So stop acting like a baby or I'll treat you like one." I clicked the dustpan back on the broom as I noticed his face was getting red again. I leaned the broom against the wall, then went to him and felt his forehead. He was getting warmer. I took his temp. It was 103. I grabbed the fever medicine, poured it, and held it out to him.
"No, nothing to wash my mouth out with,"
Zeke protested. "Well, then you should have thought of that before you threw your water. Now drink it," I told him firmly. He cursed under his breath as he drank it down. He made a pinched face that I had a hard time not laughing at. "Do you want me to soak down your shirt again?" I asked gently. He nodded and rolled to his side. I soaked down his back and put a wet cloth on the back of his neck.
"Thanks, baby,"
he mumbled, half asleep. "No problem, tough guy," I said softly as I ran my hand over his hair. I went into the hallway to give Rory a see-what-I-mean look. We both walked to the front room.
"I see what you mean,"
Rory admitted, looking back toward Zeke's room.
"All right, you can stay."
"Can I skip tomorrow if he still has a fever?" I asked. "It's a half day of state testing."
"Yeah, state testing's bullshit anyway,"
Rory said.
"Come get your stuff out of the car."
I brought in everything I asked Rory for. As the others watched movies, I sat in the small dining room and worked on my essay for Pride and Prejudice. It wasn't due for a week, but I had finished the book and wanted to get it over with. When I was finally done, I checked on Zeke. He was out cold and surrounded by dogs. Smiling, I went back into the living room and joined the boys. It was a fun night, considering Zeke was sick. I jerked awake with a gasp. Something was touching me. My heart raced in my chest as I looked around, trying to figure out where I was. Limes filled my lungs. Isaac. I took deep breaths as it all came back to me. I was at Zeke's, in the family room. Isaac was snuggled up to me, his cheek against my back. Sweat kept streaming down my face.
"Red?"
Isaac mumbled. "I'm fine. I just need to get up," I whispered back. Isaac let go of me and rolled over. I used the light from my laptop to make my way into the kitchen. I had finished washing my face when someone came in behind me.
"Beautiful? You all right?"
Ethan asked. His smoky voice startled me. I dried my face on a paper towel. "Yeah, fine. Just a bad dream," I mumbled before turning around.
"What kind?"
Ethan asked, stepping closer so he could whisper. I tried to remember, but only found hazy impressions of running. "I don't remember," I admitted, as I brushed my hair out of my face. Ethan reached out and pulled me to him. He hugged me tight, his arm running up my spine so his hand could cup the back of my neck. It was an Ethan hug, and I loved them. I took a deep breath of spice as I squeezed him back. "I'm okay," I told him in a shaky voice.
"I know, but I don't like seeing that look on your face,"
he whispered back. He kissed my hair before letting me go.
"Want to snuggle on the couch?"
he asked, grinning at me. I was considering it when Tank and Hades came into the kitchen. They both whined at me. "I'm going to check on Zeke first," I told him. Ethan turned to see the dogs.
"Good idea. I'm going back to the couch,"
Ethan said before he walked out of the kitchen. I followed the dogs down to Zeke's room. Zeke was on his back, jerking in fits and starts. His face was red and pinched, as if in pain. I sat down on the side of the bed and felt his forehead. He stopped jerking. His skin was hot to the touch again. "Zeke, wake up a bit for me," I said softly. He stopped wincing. I tried again in a firmer voice. "Tough guy, I need to check your temp." Zeke barely opened his eyes, though he did open his mouth. I put the thermometer in. "Under your tongue." As I waited, I grabbed a washcloth, wet it in the bowl of water, and wiped it over his face. When the thermometer was done, I checked it. It was 103.8. I poured the fever medicine again and turned back to him. "Zeke, you need to take this." He opened his eyes and took the cup from me. Still mostly asleep, he drank it and laid back down. I grabbed the bowl of water and headed into the kitchen. I poured it out and refilled it with fresh ice water. I was on my way back when Ethan sat up.
"What's wrong?"
Ethan asked in a quiet voice. "His temp spiked. I got him. Go back to sleep," I answered before heading back to Zeke's room. I set the bowl on his end table and soaked a washcloth again. Since he was laying on his back, I soaked down the front of his shirt. He made little happy noises in his sleep, between light snores. He coughed hard, his lungs still full of crap. Then he settled down again. When his face wasn't red anymore, I put the cloth back. Zeke started moving again as his face pinched. It looked like he was having a nightmare. "I'm sitting right here, Zeke," I told him gently. He turned his head toward me in his sleep. "I'm right here and I'm not moving. So whatever you're dreaming about can fuck off." I reached out and ran my fingers through his hair carefully. He gave me a small smile, and my heart melted at the sight. He looked so relaxed when he was asleep. The difference was surprising enough that I had to stop and look at him. His jaw wasn't clenched, he wasn't frowning, and his eyes weren't glaring. I rested my hand on his chest, thinking he would be okay. His face pinched again, so I started talking again. I made up stories about sea turtles and frogs. I told him about books I had read and what they were about, which ones I liked and which ones I wanted to set fire to. It didn't matter. As long as I kept talking, he slept peacefully. I kept cooling his face and neck down when he started to grow red again, but I kept talking. Eventually, I fell asleep sitting up. Chapter 12. Thursday. The light filling the room woke me up slowly. I was in a weird position, and I couldn't remember why. The scent of leather and engine grease surrounded me. Zeke? I was half laying on something hard. Something heavy was around my waist, and something was tangled in my hair. I wondered what woke me up. A camera clicked. I opened my eyes. Isaac was smirking as he lowered his phone. I flipped him off. He winked at me before heading into the bathroom across the hall. I tried shifting a little, but Zeke's fingers tightened in my hair. His arms tensed around my waist. "Baby," Zeke whispered as he half woke up. "Still here, tough guy," I mumbled as I sat up slowly. Zeke's hand dropped from my hair to his chest as he woke up. I reached for the thermometer and held it out. He opened his mouth. I put it in and used the time to try and remember what happened. Zeke's fever had spiked. I remembered he looked like he was having bad dreams. I remembered talking to him, and that was it. The thermometer beeped. It said 101. Still in a half daze, I poured more fever meds, handed that to him, and wrung out a new cloth which I put on his forehead.
"Go to bed. I'm all right,"
Zeke said as he was waking up. "You need food, meds." I ignored him as I went through what he needed. I got up and went into the kitchen. I microwaved some of Maria's soup and poured him a glass of orange juice. I was zombie walking back to his room when I realized Isaac was at Zeke's door.
"To sleep,"
Zeke said. I wasn't paying attention.
"Got it,"
Isaac said as I passed him.
"Red, he's okay. You need to get some sleep."
"Fuck off," I said bluntly as I sat down on the side of the bed and put the soup on the nightstand. I handed Zeke the juice, then gave him his antibiotics. "Take those." Zeke did without bitching. When he drained the glass, I took it and handed him the bowl. "Eat." Zeke glared at me.
"Lexi,"
he began. "Eat and I'll sleep," I promised in a grumble. Zeke ate his soup quickly, then handed me the empty bowl. I set it down on the nightstand. I eyed him before I felt his forehead again. He didn't feel any warmer.
"Go get some sleep, Lexi."
Zeke tried again. "Last time I did, your temperature spiked," I pointed out.
"I'll behave for the guys if you go to sleep,"
he countered. I was half asleep already. I sighed. "Fine," I muttered as I got up. Isaac wrapped his arm around me and steered me into Sylvie's bedroom. I didn't mind. I knew Sylvie. I barely remembered lying down. Shouting had me bolting up in bed. I was moving out the door before I was completely awake. I stepped into the hall and headed for Zeke's room. All the guys were in the hallway, blocking my way.
"Don't need ya,"
Zeke shouted. I tapped on Asher's shoulder. He turned, sighed, then moved out of my way.
"You're gonna wake up Red,"
Isaac snapped back. I put my hand on his shoulder as I zombie walked around Isaac to sit on the side of the bed. Isaac cursed. Zeke was glaring at everyone again. "What's up, tough guy?" I asked, still mostly asleep as I reached for the thermometer.
"They won't leave,"
Zeke growled. "No shit. Open," I demanded. Zeke hesitated only a second, then opened his mouth. I put the thermometer in. "I was asleep, and someone needed to stay in case your fever comes back." I felt his face. It was hot again. I grabbed a washcloth, wrung it out, and put it on his forehead. When the thermometer beeped, I took it out of his mouth. 101. No wonder you're still bitchy, I grumbled. The guys chuckled in the doorway. I half turned to them. "Can someone bring a glass of orange juice, please?" Asher headed down the hall. I poured the fever medicine into its cup.
"Not taking it,"
Zeke snapped. "You're fucking taking it or I'm pouring it down your fucking throat," I growled. The guys laughed. "And you know I'll fucking win." He grumbled as I handed him the cup. He drank it down. Asher walked in and handed me the glass. Zeke made his ick face, so I gave him the juice. He drank it down, then handed it back and laid down on his side facing the door. "Want me to wet your back down?" I asked in a gentler voice.
"Please,"
he mumbled into his pillows. I grabbed the washcloth and started soaking down his shirt again. The guys headed out into the hall.
"Did he just say please?"
Asher asked.
"Holy shit, Red's a miracle worker."
"Did he just let her touch his back, or am I hallucinating?" Miles asked dryly.
"She's the Zeke whisperer,"
Ethan added. I ignored them as I soaked down his shirt. When I was done, I put a wet cloth on his neck.
"Didn't mean to wake you up,"
Zeke muttered.
"Go sleep."
"I would, but apparently if I'm not around you, you're an asshole," I pointed out dryly. He grumbled before shifting over in bed. He patted the spot he just made.
"Sleep,"
he ordered. Too tired to argue, I laid down on my side facing the door.
"Tank,"
Zeke called. The dog jumped up on the bed.
"Guard Lexi."
Tank laid down between us. "Is that really necessary?" I grumbled.
"If I fall asleep, yeah,"
he muttered. "I woke you up last night," I pointed out.
"What?"
"Several times. You didn't have a problem," I said, my voice getting quieter as I started to slip under.
"Let's not push it,"
Zeke replied as I fell asleep.
Whoa.
Someone's voice brought me to the surface. Footsteps walked away. I was sinking back under when they came back.
"Check this out,"
Isaac whispered.
"Shit,"
Ethan said. Tank is between them. Miles pointed out.
She must have refused to leave this time,
Asher offered.
Sounds like her.
Isaac agreed.
Can someone get her out of here? I can't stay awake anymore.
Zeke growled.
Tank, heal.
Vanilla and cinnamon filled my nose, and I was lifted to a hard chest. I rubbed my cheek on Asher's shirt. Zeke, you ass, I grumbled. The guys chuckled.
I know,
Zeke replied. I fell asleep as Asher carried me out of Zeke's room. I woke up with a jerk. My eyes darted around the empty living room. I pushed off the blanket, got up, and immediately went to check on Zeke. He was sitting up, petting Hades as he watched a movie on the old TV on his dresser. Tank and Kita were lying on the other side of him. I walked in and sat down on the side of the bed. Hey, how are you feeling? I asked as I reached for the thermometer.
Better.
His voice wasn't so rough now.
Lexi, I'm fine.
Shut up, I ordered, before I popped the thermometer into his mouth. Then I felt his forehead. He felt a little warm, but not by much. The thermometer beeped. I checked it. 99.6. You're almost normal, I said. He snorted as I grinned. Neither one of us were normal.
Yeah, I'm good enough that the guy's headed home,
he said. I shook my head. Those shits, I grumbled. He grinned and then eyed me.
Did you really wake me up last night?
He asked doubtfully. I nodded. Several times. You were mostly asleep, but you knew it was me, I told him. His face went blank as he looked at me.
I didn't grab you? I didn't swing at you?
He asked carefully. I shook my head, his brow furrowed. Just go with it, Zeke, I grumbled as I pushed my hair out of my face.
Come on, you haven't eaten all day,
Zeke said as he moved Hades off his lap. I'm fine, I'll get it, I said as I got to my feet. You stay here and rest some more. I headed into the hallway with Zeke a step behind. I didn't bother to argue. When I walked into the small dining room, I noticed my computer was on. I thought you said the guys left.
They did.
Then who was using my computer? I asked.
That's strange,
Zeke said. I put it out of my head and went into the kitchen. I microwaved soup while Zeke got a glass of orange juice. Still half asleep, I sat down at the table. Zeke put the glass of orange juice in front of me.
Drink that,
he ordered. I'm not sick. I'm just tired, I pointed out.
Yeah, you're tired and I was sick. That can make you sick, so drink it,
he ordered. I sighed and drank some juice. He waited until I was done before breaking the silence.
Thanks for taking care of me. I know I'm an asshole when I'm sick.
That's what family is for, I said with a small smile. He smirked back.
Now, I want you to go home and get some sleep.
His voice was the softer one I rarely heard from him. I hesitated. What time is it? I asked, reaching for my pockets. I pulled out Zeke's phone. Shit, I have band practice. I put his phone down, got up, grabbed my bag, then hurried down the hall. I'm using your shower, I warned over my shoulder.
I figured,
Zeke called back. I rolled my eyes and rushed to get ready. I made it. I was late, but I made it. My hair was still damp, my makeup was non-existent, and Hades was still with me, but I made it. I shut the blazer door and hurried up the alley to Ryan's garage. Hades ran ahead of me and jumped on Ethan. Ethan bent down and gave him loves. Hey guys, sorry I'm late, I began. Oliver waved his hand.
Don't worry about it. Ethan told us you were taking care of Zeke,
he assured me. I gave him a smile. Thanks, I said, as I watched Hades run over and sniff Ryan.
This is one awesomely ugly dog,
Ryan announced as he bent down to pet Hades. Hey, he's not ugly. He's adorably ugly, I countered. Ryan laughed as he picked up Hades.
Damn, he's heavy,
Ryan grunted. Yeah, and he's 3 months old, I said. Ryan's jaw dropped as he looked to me.
Seriously? How big is he going to get? He asked as he carried the puppy over to me. His head should be around my belly button. I smirked up at him. He chuckled as Hades licked his face. He pulled his face back from Hades' reach and scratched his head. You're going to be a giant dog, Ryan told Hades. I watched Ryan as he played with my puppy. His knuckles on his right hand had scrapes, a couple bruises and scabs over them. Ryan put Hades down, then straightened. I was about to ask him what happened to his hand when Ethan spoke up. Let's get going. Ma's made tamales for dinner tonight. We got to work. We had a whole new list of songs to practice for Vagabond on Saturday night. We worked until we had them down. It took hours. When we were finally done, I grabbed Ethan's arm. What's up, beautiful? He asked. I stepped close so the others wouldn't hear. Can you follow me out to the cemetery? I need to move on 2 souls tonight, and I might need a hand. I whispered quickly. He gave me a warm smile. Yeah, he said, like it was obvious. Head on out, and I'll be right behind you. I gave him a grateful smile. I said goodnight to the others and called Hades. The cemetery was dark as I pulled in, but it wasn't hard to find the ghosts. Hades started barking as I parked. I left him in the car and went out to the group. You didn't show up last night. Mrs. McLean instantly started complaining. A friend of mine was sick. I was taking care of him, I explained. So the living mean more than the dead to you, Mr. McLean accused me. I met his eyes and said quite plainly, in this case, yes. Mr. McLean seemed to realize what he had said. I looked at the group. Okay, who is first? I asked. Mrs. McLean stepped forward. Great. I took off my bracelets and tucked them into my pockets. My barriers shook. Can everyone else back up more, please? I asked. They did without a complaint. I wanted to get this over with fast. Lexi, what the hell did you do? Ethan was cursing. It was cold, but part of me was warm. Wake up, beautiful. I opened my eyes slowly. Ethan was holding me against his chest, one hand blotting my nose with a tissue. I mumbled, not quite understanding. What the hell happened? He demanded, his voice shaky. I weakly reached up and took the tissues as I ran over what I remembered. Mrs. McLean had moved on through a door that looked like a street in Paris. Mr. McLean had moved on to a sailboat. Then nothing. I hit my limit. I thought that might happen, I admitted. He cursed. You couldn't wait for me? He snapped. You could have cracked your head open on a headstone or something. Sorry, I mumbled, as I listened to his heartbeat under my ear. He sighed. You're just lucky I didn't call Zeke, he pointed out. Yeah, he would have killed me. Next time, wait until someone is with you, Ethan told me, his voice strained. I opened my eyes to look up at him. His face was worried, and fear flickered in his eyes. Promise, I agreed. He sighed in relief. Ethan held me until I was ready to move, though to be honest, I liked smelling his cologne. Where'd that come from? When I was ready, he helped me up and followed me home. He waited until Hades and I were inside before taking off. The house felt oddly empty. I went upstairs and knocked on Tara's door. No answer. She must have stayed at her mom's tonight. I didn't bother taking a shower. I just climbed into bed and passed out. Chapter 13. Friday. After the best night's sleep I had in weeks, I actually got ready this morning, and I even did my hair properly. I was wearing blue jeans and a purple oversized sweater that I loved. I felt great. I had to cross the dead every day, but if the trade-off was a full night's sleep, no problem. When I reached the table, the guys all seemed relieved. What? I asked. Is your phone on? Isaac asked. I pulled it out of my back pocket and realized it wasn't. I snorted. Oops, I said as I turned it on.
Sorry.
Oops, you scared the crap out of us.
Isaac looked at me like I was nuts. I narrowed my eyes at him. Explosion in chemistry? I reminded him. His face turned pink, and he instantly dropped the subject. I was going to enjoy using that one. I sat next to Isaac as everyone started making plans for the afternoon.
What are your plans, Allie?
Asher asked. I'm heading out to Serena's this afternoon. Then it's pampering time before the dance, I said, as I frowned down at my phone. It kept vibrating as I received all my texts from the last couple days. There were a lot. What the... Secret admirer. It would mean a lot to me if you kept the ring. Secret admirer. Why aren't you answering? Secret admirer. Are you all right? Secret admirer. I'm going to assume your phone died. Let me know that you are okay tonight. Secret admirer. You aren't at school again. Are you okay? Did something happen to you? Secret admirer. Are they hurting you? Secret admirer. Do you need me? I blinked in astonishment as I read more and more texts. This had passed weird and gone straight to creepy. Alexis. Relax. You're acting nuts. My phone was off. I hit send. My phone vibrated almost instantly. Secret admirer. Are you okay? Alexis. I'm all right. I just forgot to turn my phone on. Secret admirer. Did those guys make you turn it off? Did they touch you? If they hurt you, I'll kill them. I frowned as dread filled my stomach. Okay, this was passing creepy. Alexis. Big girl here. I can take care of myself. Secret admirer. You have no idea what those guys are capable of. I don't think you should hang around them anymore. It's not safe. I blinked at that. Okay. Now we've officially crossed into beyond creepy and into disturbing. Guys? My voice was quiet. I looked up to find everyone watching me. I might need some advice here. I held up my phone.
Is it not working?
Miles asked as Ethan took my phone and looked through my messages. Ethan cursed.
This guy has lost it,
Ethan announced.
She has 58 texts from him in the last 2 days.
Ethan began reading them off to the others. Everyone else but Miles cursed as Isaac ran his hand up and down my back, comforting me. Beyond creepy, right? I asked when Ethan finished reading. Everyone nodded. Zeke took the phone from Ethan and ran through it himself.
How was he acting before you turned off your phone?
Miles asked. I thought about it. He was normal, at least until I told him I was going to return that ring. I told them.
How did he react to that?
Asher asked, frowning. He kind of got weird. He was rather insistent that I wear it, I admitted. The guys sent looks to each other as Zeke put my phone down in front of me.
Tell him to fuck off and cut off all contact,
Zeke ordered. His voice told me not to argue. I met his boiling eyes. You think that'll work? I asked. He nodded.
Yeah, I think it will,
Zeke said, his voice serious. I sighed and picked up my phone. Alexis, your aggressive texts have made me feel uncomfortable. I won't be texting back anymore. Your ring will be in an envelope on my locker. Goodbye. I showed Zeke what I wrote before I hit send. I tucked my phone into my back pocket. It started vibrating. I ignored it. The guys came with me as I walked to my locker and taped the envelope with the ring to the door. When the bell rang, everyone scattered except Zeke. He hesitated. Zeke, class, go, I told him pointedly. He was frowning as I walked off, and to be honest, I wouldn't have minded if he had followed me to class. I was waiting for school to be over. My English state test was already finished when my cell vibrated for the 10th time, thinking it was one of the guys. I pulled out my phone and checked it. It wasn't one of the guys. Secret admirer. You're not talking to me because of those guys, right? They're stopping you from talking to me. Secret admirer. Can't you see how bad they are for you? I debated what Zeke said about cutting off contact. I didn't know what to do. Class was over, so I put my cell in my back pocket and grabbed my stuff. I was walking out to the parking lot when I heard my name. I turned to see Jordan jogging over. "Hey, where have you been?" he asked. "You never missed the gym." "I was taking care of a sick friend," I hedged as I adjusted my bag on my shoulder. "I have to get going. I have an appointment." I flashed him a smile and headed for my blazer. I didn't look back as I jumped in and drove off, my mind racing as I headed for the highway and drove to Northridge. Serena's store was cute. It looked like a log cabin, complete with a front porch. I climbed the front steps and opened the door. The smell of incense filled my nose until I wanted to sneeze. "Serena?" I called as I looked around the shop. The store was cluttered with rows upon rows of items. I didn't understand how Serena could breathe in here like this. The back curtain opened to show a smiling woman. She was stunning, with skin the color of mocha. She had high cheekbones, a small chin, and big silvery eyes. She was a sight to see. Her brown hair was back in a clip that matched her green dress, and she was barefoot, as usual, in her store. For some reason, she never wore shoes inside. "Lexi, how are you?" Serena asked, with a smile. I held my arms out and spun in place for her. She chuckled. "Yes, I saw your barriers. They're much stronger than last time." "Yeah, they had to be." I sighed. I met Serena's gaze. "We need to talk." Serena blinked, then gestured for me to join her in the back. I slipped through the curtain and took my seat at the two-seater table. "So, what's happened?" she asked as she set the kettle on. I took a breath and told her everything. Reapers, the Veil, the Way, even about Zahur. When I was done, I was tired. I'd been hiding more than I realized from the guys and Rory. Serena sighed. "Reapers," Serena said thoughtfully, her eyes unfocused. "That does make sense." She blinked, then focused on me. "I think I've found some wards that should work to keep the dead away. Can you take a look? Tell me if they're bullshit?" I asked. Serena nodded. I handed her the wards I copied from the reports Miles got for me. Serena looked through the drawings, her brow drawing down further and further as she went. She looked up at me, her eyes hard. "Voodoo?" Serena asked, her voice sharp. "What are you trying to do, Alexis?" "I'm trying to keep the dead from coming into my house," I reminded her. "They are cooperating right now, but I don't know how long that's going to last." I pulled out some pages from the report. Over the next hour, I showed her what we found. Serena listened carefully. "What do you need from me?" she asked. "I need to learn how to manipulate energy," I began. "I was hoping you could teach me." Serena raised an eyebrow. "Said this thing impersonating you?" Serena pointed out. "Just because this Zahur helped a couple of times, that doesn't mean it's on your side." "You don't want to teach me," I guessed. Serena sighed. "It's not that I don't want to," she began. "It's that manipulating energy is for the living. It should be used for the living, not the dead. Besides, it's dangerous to mess with that balance." I blinked at her. She wasn't going to help me? What the hell was going on? "I'm not trying to manipulate energy in this world. I have to do it in the Veil," I explained patiently. "I have no intention of using it at all here. I'm just assuming the technique will transfer to the Veil." Serena gave me a small smile. "That doesn't mean you won't in the future," she explained gently with a sweet look on her face. "People change over time, Alexis. If I give you that knowledge, I can never take it back. And one day, you may decide to use it here." "The Veil is dying, Serena," I stated.